Hi, this video is a compilation of DOS time travel series of little known games I've covered over the last few months, split into different genres with one notable game per year between 1988 and 1997. So, without further ado, let's jump straight in and see what interesting B-listers we might have missed only remembering the AAA stuff. I know what I said, and I know that Contra is hardly an unknown title, but it was definitely not one that was widespread and popular on DOS, at least when compared to other games released on the platform. If you're familiar with the NES version, you'll feel right at home on PC, though it won't be lost on you that some things are a lot different. And it's because DOS Outing is ported straight from the arcades and NES was considerably modified and expanded upon. DOSport is the only one out of all computer versions to have 9 out of 10 arcade levels. All other systems had less, usually between 5 and 7. It's not all great though, as it has its own issues, and I'm definitely not disputing that, and they're all no doubt clearly visible on the video, but we'll get to that in a minute. On an odd chance that you never played it, let me explain what it actually is. Contra is this run-and-gun platforming shooter for 1 or 2 players in which you play as 80s archetype of a hero. So, a lone mountain of overgrown muscles wielding a huge-ass gun and annihilating enemies left and right. Simply put, if it moves, shoot at it. Don't think about it, just shoot and you'll be all good. In fact, the whole gameplay loop, the objective of it all, could be simplified to get to the exit alive. Contra takes place in the year 2633, 2 years after a meteorite has fallen into Galuga Archipelago, located 20 kilometers, so roughly a little over 12 miles, northeast of coast of New Zealand. And its landing point, a crater, is now a base of operation for a terrorist group known as Red Falcon, who seized the island in preparation for the alien invasion, clearly based on their findings inside the remnants of the rock. To neutralize the villains, 2 Marines are sent onto the location, Rambo and Commando. Nope, that's not it. Let me try again. Rocky and Balboa. Also wrong. I know I had it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Bill Reiser and Lance Bean. Not as catchy names, I'm afraid, but as deadly heroes. And now you, alone or with a friend, must take control of the Buff Boys and retake the island. I did promise earlier on to tell you all about the bed, and I've took my sweet time with it, so that you could witness for yourself what it is. And while most versions of the game on home systems looked and played great, DOS Outing sports CGA graphics and entails everything that's expected with that. So awful looking 4-color palette, terribly jerky and disturbing to the eye scrolling, single-digit frame rates and painfully uncomfortable control scheme. All that under the roof of one game. Contra on PC is rather terrible, and most likely one of, if not the worst gameplay-wise port to the home systems. Did it matter in 1988 for those who had it? Nope, not really. Those of us who owned it on PC then knew no better and played the heck out of this mistake in video game design. Also, and it can't be discounted here either, Contra is a good start-off point to this video to show how fast and how far those platformers evolved. Is 1 year a lot of time? I suppose that's subjective. 1 year in jail is eternity, but 1 year on a paradise island sipping drinks and having time of your life may be near instantaneous. But released just a year after Contra Stormlord, looked as if there was at least half a decade between them. No longer in painful and heavily contrasting 4 colors, Stormlord sported beautiful for the time VGA presentation, even if somehow all these colors seem to be leaning towards various shades of brown. So brown with more brown on top of brown, and all in a solid and as black as my boss's wife's soul background. Fun. Anyway, Stormlord is an action platformer with adventure elements, and you play as the Master of the Storm. But despite the game's title, similar buff chest and dense beard, you're not Thor. At least not MCU Thor. Your fantasy adventure mission, should you choose to accept it and be the hero that you are, is to save the fairies. Yep, those magical winged little women that run a complex business scheme based on children's tooth trading. Who do they sell this to? It's hard to tell, but it must be worth their time and effort if they've been doing it for at least as long as I live. So yeah, the evil witch that for whatever the reason is nameless kidnapped all of the fairies in vengeance for something, we're not told what, but I suppose they were imposing on witch's tooth trading turf and she had to take action. And you have to rescue the fairies to restore the peace to your kingdom. To complete each stage you have to find a certain number of these and free them to progress further. To do so, however, you'll need to defeat the numerous different enemies, as much as solve some minor puzzles by use of many objects that you'll discover on your way. Most of these puzzles are pretty simple and have very obvious solutions, like having to use the honeypot to lead the bees away from the fairy that they're guarding. Nothing too demanding as you see, but definitely adding to the gameplay and a mechanic that those of us that had small 8-bit microcomputers like C64 or ZX Spectrum for instance were well used to. Stormlord is not the easiest of games out there, but it's pretty fun and definitely worth completing if you don't mind the simplicity that is. Graphics wise, it has a very early Amiga-esque quality to it with a lot of attention given to your character and all the enemy sprites. Sound design is not great, but you can only squeeze out as much out of the aging PC screecher. PC speaker. Batman by Ocean is based on 1989's Tim Burton's movie and loosely follows its plot. It's a mostly action platformer with some puzzling arcade racing and flying sections in between, all to keep it fresh and funky, just the way Batman himself was. Oh wait, it's actually 1960s Batman that was fresh and funky, and Tim Burton's was dark and punchy. Cause he would punch but not kill. Anyway, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight, Batman?
Well, have you ever had to collect all your teeth from the floor, Joker?
Is probably the best way to describe the relationship of the two characters. They're black and white, they're yin and yang. One's good and just, with just a touch of crazy caused by his parents' killing. The other's all the way insane, with a bit of logic and reason behind his evil scheming. They are in fact made for each other, and complement one another like no other. The game is divided into 5 unique stages, first being side-scrolling platformer that takes place in Axis chemical plant, where you have to find Jack Napier and knock him into the vat of chemicals, effectively turning him into Joker, Batman's long-lost lover. Then there's the Batmobile stage, in which you're driving back to your Batcave, rushing like crazy, cutting through the traffic, no doubt with the number 2 on the verge of passing the finish line, hoping to make it to the toilet on time. Third level is set in Batcave, a minute or so after you've washed your hands, and it's a mastermind-like puzzle in which you have to identify what products were poisoned by the Joker. Fourth stage takes place during Joker's parade, and Batman in his Batwing needs to cut balloons filled with maniacally laughing antagonists' deadly gas. And finally, last, 5th stage is similar to the first one in that it's also a platformer where you have to chase Joker climbing to the top of Gotham Cathedral to stop him before he escapes in the helicopter. The 2 main platforming stages are the longest, which is good, as overall the game isn't. Long and not good. And they're definitely the most fun. You have Batarangs and Batline at your disposal, and you have to defeat the number of armed buddies on the way to your objective. Some of them run around like lunatics, others shoot guns as soon as they see you, and some even throw grenades. A bit of an overkill for one person to put down if you ask me, but it's Batman, so I can understand them wanting to be sure. They're all not something our caped hero can deal with, but there's quite a few of them, often all at once, so quick reflexes and a keen eye are a must to do well in these levels. While Batman was critically acclaimed and appreciated, being one of the very few decent movie tie-ins, I preferred C64's version over this, as it was somehow, at least to me, more playable. That said, it's a game that's while short, is pretty enjoyable to beat. The Blues Brothers is an action platformer for 1 or 2 players, based on the band from the cult movie of the same name. A pretty cool movie, I must add, and if you've not seen it, watch it, it's a bit old but still quite entertaining. Anyway, Jake and Elwood, the titular Blues Brothers, had their band's instruments and gear stolen. All of them, short of Elwood's harmonica that he always keeps on himself. Since brothers have a concert to play soon, like in literally just a few hours, you have to jump in, take control and help them recover all the missing items. Normally, in a situation such as this one, you'd seek help of the police, check the CCTV footage or whatever, but since the Blues Brothers don't play well with the boys in blue, you're the only one that they can count on. And the missing items you're after are the guitar, microphone, amplifier, poster and the concert permit. So you'll embark on this blues-filled mission as either of the brothers, or both with a friend, on an adventure and a half seeking stolen property. The game is built out of 6 levels, and as you go through them, you have to avoid the police, vigilantes, grannies in shopping carts, because they clearly had to make an appearance, and everything in between, to eventually get to play that blues concert to your dozen or so of fans. Basically, everything that you'll meet on your way and is moving is out there to get you and should be evaded or disposed of. Fortunately, you're not helpless and can pick up omnipresent crates and throw them at the enemies, completely disregarding crate ownership and the damages that you're causing in the process. But who could blame you? You're doing it for the music. The premise of the game may seem simple, but since it's realized nigh perfectly with smartly designed levels and cute buddies, Blues Brothers end up being really fun and even won some Best Game Awards upon its release. It's worth pointing out once again that the game is not based on the movie, but both of its protagonists, which is more than fine in my eyes, as movie tie-ins tend to be trash, and not being tied to the movie's plot allows the game to do its own thing and be fun at the same time. Blues Brothers graphics are rather good, and while they don't shock with the on-screen effects or details, they fit well to the in-game action and theme. And the music is based off of 4 tracks found in the movie, so pretty cool too. Overall, if you like platformers, then first of all, you're watching the right video, and secondly, this one's pretty fun, especially if you can find someone to play it with. Though it has to be noted that in 2-player mode, it tends to get a bit chaotic. Magic Pockets is an unusual title for me. For the longest time I thought that it was an Amiga exclusive, then years later I learned that it originally actually released on Atari ST, and then, even later on, that it had a couple of different ports too, one of them being to DOS. And it's that last that we actually cover today. So, most that I thought I knew and assumed about it for years was incorrect. Fortunately, all of it is largely irrelevant, and more of an internal me problem than anything else. So, Magic Pockets is a 2D side-view action platformer. It places you in the shoes of the so-called bitmap kid, who has to travel through 4 distinct worlds of cave, jungle, river and mountain, split into 4 levels each for a total of 16 stages, all to recover his toys that had been stolen. These worlds are entirely unique to one another, but more than in most other games in a genre, because it's not only the presentation that changes, but also the enemies, pickups and even the weapons that you can use. If you can even call them that, as you sorta summon them from your bottomless pocket. And no, that's not just phrasing, your pockets, as the title clearly states, are magical and bottomless. So, in the first world, you toss tornadoes left and right out of said pocket, in second clouds, cause everyone fears clouds, in third ice cubes, not multiples of a wrapper, but those used to cool down drinks, and in the last snowballs, clearly loaded with a stone inside to cause as much damage as possible upon hitting their intended targets. Interestingly enough, all these can also be used to solve simple environmental puzzles you come across, and not only as means of distraction. Each of those quote-unquote weapons can be charged up by holding the button, and then they are released at an increased size and power. Other than this, you will occasionally find a fireball or a spiky weapon, but these have to be tracked down and aren't available at all times. There's also a bubblegum pickup allowing you to glide, and TV that when interacted with reveals all enemies in the level. Most worlds also have special areas that change the gameplay mechanic a little to keep Magic Pockets fresh all throughout. And this can be riding a bike, swimming and few others that I think I'll let you discover on your own. And while they're not necessary in this already fun game, they make it even better. Story-wise, Bitmap Kid has his magical trousers since he could remember. I mean, they were always there, they grew with him, quite literally, and he always wore them. He didn't wash them with chemicals, only dry cleaned them and took care of them as if they were made out of pure gold. Which in a way they were, since they had bottomless pockets. So he kept everything in them. All the allowance that he got, all the toys, couple of tornadoes, few tons of ice cubes and even a full-sized piano that he just never took out. Heck, there were even some odd creatures living there in his pockets, and honestly he was quite fine with that, because you know, you don't look gifted magical pants in their pockets. Those creatures, however, were not as friendly as our protagonist hoped that they would be, and stole his toys. So now, being a victim to a theft, you're out to recover what's yours. And while it may not be my favorite platformer, it is based on an interesting mechanics, and is definitely worth a playthrough. Yojo is so weird, man, but also really good. I mean, let's take a quick look at its bizarre story. All kinds of evil and nasty no-gooders have gathered together to sell drugs in a joint venture, as if they were incorporated or something and not working against each other, fighting for turf and customers. What's more, they're a really unusual bunch, so you'll be able to find near anyone between them. From a vampire through a half-sister of an Indian goddess, all the way to the mad cyborg Professor X. Nope, not the same one that created the X-Men. Well, unless these weirdos are his X-Men. Anyway, since they clearly want to plan out their expenses and expansion into the new markets, they all went to the Oracle to inquire about their next year's drug sales takings. And no, I'm afraid that all that is not just my imagination. There are a few even more stupid subplots in the game, but they're all unimportant, as fortunately Yojo defends itself with its gameplay. And easily, I must add. That said, one thing is worth adding to it all, and it's that the Oracle tells the baddies that the two protagonists, young and hip graffiti artists, have to die for them to be successful in their endeavors. And this is where the game begins. Yojo is an interesting, if a bit underrated and generally overlooked title. All 6 of its levels are quite big, and at first they may even seem a bit overwhelming because they're not straightforward left to right first, often having multiple paths and corridors leading to completely different areas. but as soon as you get used to that design choice and freedom of exploration, you'll begin to appreciate the scope of it all, as it will always feel as if there's something new and hidden to be discovered and that your exploration is rewarded in one way or another. If nothing else, then at least having to know that the power-ups in form of one of the few weapons may be hidden anywhere can be a factor encouraging to look around each and every corner. And while these weapons can be nunchucks, lead pipes or Molotov cocktails among others, they can be lost upon death or when they run out of charges, so make sure to be careful how you use them. Fortunately, two of the deadliest in the entire game weapons, and coincidentally the universe as well, never run out. And they bring justice to all manner of enemies by means of accurately delivered punches to the groin and kicks to the head. All levels have unique to them themes and are separated by a sort of a mini-game-like bonus flying sections. And although these are not very long or demanding, they're a nice break from all the platforming and monster fighting. And since we're on the subject, the game is filled with many unusual and distinctive types of enemies, all feeling really imaginative and different from one another. So you'll be putting down skeletons, vampires, cannibals and even ninjas, depending how far you are in the game. Bosses too are pretty unique, even if they're kind of a hit and miss gameplay-wise. All of that put together make Yojo a very console-like experience. Maybe not as good as Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis classics were, but very, very close. I'd say a spit away from being as good. In single player, that is. Because what I haven't told you yet is that the game is also playable in a very well executed simultaneous couch co-op for 2 players. And this is where the curtains go up, lights hit the stage and the real show begins. You know how people often say that playing with someone is better than by themselves? Usually I'd raise an argument that it depends with whom and what game and all the other speculative blah blah blah, but this game is actually much better when played with a friend. While Soccer Kid was a well-known and beloved title on the Amiga that it originated from, it was rather obscure on the other systems it released for, thus being one of them. And it's a pity, cause it's excellent. It's a side-view football/soccer themed platformer in which the ball is your main tool in both traversal and combat. In fact, the entire gameplay mechanics is built around it. You can kick it to attack the enemies, it can be used to collect items, rather than you having to go and grab them yourself, especially that they're often in unreachable spots. And you can also jump on it to propel yourself much higher than you could have jumped otherwise. And that's barely scratching the surface of what you can do with it. It's super useful. Soccer Kid plays a lot like 16-bit console title. It doesn't feel like a computer game at all, but rather like something that should be run off of a cartridge and experienced with a gamepad in hand. And yes, that's a compliment. And also yes, so a second yes already, it would be better with a gamepad. Because while I had an Amiga for years and C64 before too, I never understood why joystick's movement up for jump was an acceptable control method rather than offering support for twin-button controllers. Whatever, I'm complaining for the sake of complaining and in regard to systems that we're not even covering today. Anyway, there's obviously a story to Soccer Kid, and while it's as simple and silly as they come, it sets the mood for gameplay quite well. So, aliens heard about Football World Cup. Naturally, I mean everyone heard about it, even people like myself who care not for the sport, and they came to Earth with a plan to steal the football trophy. Why? Hard to tell, but my best bet is that while they have the technology to travel between the universes and see the stars, they cannot craft a large cup made out of piece of shiny metal covered with a cheap paint. Yeah. Anyway, what they planned for, they did, and as they were fleeing away with the trophy, sipping champagne and patting each other on their backs, they accidentally crashed and the cup was broken into 5 pieces that scattered, and each of them landed in a different part of the world. When you learned about it, you being the football/soccer aficionado that you are, took upon yourself to travel around the globe to get all of them back. So, you put on your favorite jersey, grab your football ball, and set off to do just that. Soccer Kid is divided into 5 worlds of 3 levels each, and there are Britain, Italy, Russia, Japan and USA. They all have their own unique design and landmarks, and all are a pixel graphic marvels to witness. And since we're on the subject, Soccer Kid presentation is overall fantastic. The attention to detail in each sprite, big or small, each piece of background and the enemies is well beyond what you'd expect from a PC platformer in 1994. There's color everywhere, spilling from the screen all over. It's just phenomenal. And state of the art for the genre at the time. A little omission though, and something I feel is tad disappointing, but not game breaking in any way, is lack of rain and parallax scrolling, and both were present in the Amiga original. It's not a big issue, but I feel it could have been easily coded in on PC. That said, I have not written a single line of code for those, so perhaps I'm wrong. All in all, Soccer Kid is easily one of the best and most fun platformers of the time, and definitely in my top 3 for the year. Earthworm Jim is a run-and-gun action platformer in which you're the titular worm. You're not all elongated, slimy and powerless, however, but sporting an advanced spacesuit that grants you arms, legs and a gun to spread destruction and domination all around. Well, I'm not sure how much of that domination is there to spread if every enemy that you leave behind is in a non-responsive / dead state, incapable of worshipping you as its new overlord. But it could be argued that you're dominating the levels by destroying the enemies. It's a bit of a stretch, but technically speaking not incorrect. Anyway, when necessary and when you have no other choice, you can also use your wormy body in variety of ways to overcome environmental obstacles. You know, in the obligatory environmental puzzling sections. So you can whip your enemies into submission when you're short of ammo, like any other sadistic worm would. You can use your body as a grappling hook to swing away from or over dangers, or have it spin like a helicopter blades to hover for a short time, breaking the otherwise deadly fall from great height into a spiky demise, for instance. While most levels are your typical platforming fare of going from start to finish, killing anything that moves and is not you, with an occasional end-stage boss, some have special conditions to be completed, like escorting a specific character, protecting them along the way, for instance. Bosses themselves are aplenty and varied and have the most bizarre of names you've heard. So likes of Queen Slug for a bat, Evil the cat, or Bob the killer goldfish are really nothing out of ordinary in Earthworm Jim. Every few levels or so, the game throws unnecessary but well-compiled cleaner at you in the form of space racing sequences, underwater mazes, or a bungee jumping competition. They really didn't need to be included in the game, but provide a nice break from holding the fire button and all the killings. And you will do a lot of it. Killing, that is. I mean, if the enemies wouldn't disappear after being downed, the bodies would pile up to the top of the screen in no time. How did Jim came to be though? Well, up until recently, he's been a pretty normal earthworm, you know, digging tunnels in earth as they do, occasionally munching on a fallen off of tree apple, and living his short perhaps but very comfortable and enjoyable worm life. Until one day, seemingly out of nowhere, in reality straight from the sky, a super suit fell, landed on Jim and opened his eyes to the world of possibilities, giving him limbs to become the super worm. It would be great if I could cue some kinds of drums or fanfares here in the post, but I'm like 95% sure that I'll forget. Anyway, from this point onward, Jim must fight the outer space bodies that want the suit back, as once he dipped his toe, or well, end of his tail really, in the pool of limb owner's possibilities, he's not keen on reverting back to his old and boring slimy state. This is where the game begins, and also, coincidentally, where I get to its summary. Frantic and constant action and variety of gameplay styles keeps Earthworm Jim interesting and fun all the way through. The fact that it looks and sounds as if it was taken straight out of the cartoon, it's only a cherry on this already sweet pie of a game. So if you're a fan of run and gunners, make sure not to sleep on this one, as there's very few as good games as this one in the subgenre. Alien Rampage is a 2D scrolling action platformer. And while I would love to say that it's another run and gunner, it's more of a walk and pew-pewer. Nothing wrong with that, just doesn't sound as good. Its story is beyond stupid too, and I really mean it. Believe it or not, it's even dumber than that of Yo Joe. So you're this green alien dude, an equivalent of Rambo but with more green on his skin and a lot of misdirected and unreleased aggression. And you're flying around the space, as one does, not getting in anyone's way, minding your own green alien business, when suddenly, while passing over a particularly lush and beautiful planet, your ship is shot down and you crash land on it. Planet, not the ship. Now, on any other day, you'd let it slide. Because, you know, mistakes happen, people shoot at people, aliens shoot at aliens because of a whole manner of different misunderstandings, most of which can be forgiven. But what the shooters did not know is that on that particular day you, so a shootee, had a massive toothache. One likes of which none had known in the universe before. And your tolerance for pain was not great. I mean, you're you, so you could definitely handle it, but you were on the edge all the freaking time, waiting for someone to mess with you so that you could put them in their place. And this happened. So, instead of acting like a grown-up alien and punishing those who shot at you, you decided to annihilate the entire species to cleanse the planet. That's how stupidly the game begins. That's also all there is to it, and we never get any more background to it. Oh, and the tooth bit was not there. I think my imagination just took over for a minute or so. Anyway, all that is unimportant because Alien Rampage as a game is great. While it was not praised for its graphics when it released, I really don't understand why, as to me it looks pretty darn good. At the very least on the same level that some of the best 2D platformers on competing systems offered at the time. The sprites are huge, and I really mean huge when I say it. One of the bosses, for instance, a flying skull of sorts, easily takes like a fourth of a screen in size. Not to mention game's very atmospheric, dark design and beautiful multi-layer parallax scrolling. But while it's great when the game looks as good as this one does, its Alien Rampage's fast and frantic gameplay, that's what's most fun about it. It's gory, action-packed and instantly addicting. All 20 levels of it, split into 3 distinct worlds so to speak, are equally as fun, filled with numerous, often hideous-looking alien creatures, simple environmental puzzling, and tons upon tons of pixelated gore-fueled fun. Oh, and there's a shop in each stage too, so that you could top up on ammo for your special weapons. If you like games like Duke Nukem, yeah, the one before 3D, and maybe Turrican, though not many know it on PC really, then Alien Rampage is something you'll instantly fall in love with, as it's easily one of the better lesser known games that came out at the tail end of DOS's life. Alien Rampage should have been more popular when it released, but sadly never gained the recognition it deserved. It's an 8+ title for me, and the only thing that I find annoying about it is that it only saves your progress after completing the level, which is hardly a game-breaking issue, but a slight annoyance given their sizes nonetheless. After barely escaping the evil tomato in the first game, our 3 heroes came back home and carried on living their Viking lives as if nothing ever happened. And you gotta kinda get that, cause back then an average lifespan was at around 30-40 years tops, and whomever crossed the 4-0 mark was instantly touted an elder that knew more than the rest of the Viking village combined. I mean, back then, when we had no antibiotics and most illnesses were cured with either balms made out of piss, mud and some random leaves, or sometimes ritualistic dances on drugs, a rusty nail sticking out of the plank somewhere was as dangerous to one's life as an army of enemies was. So yeah, they were all home, having the time of their lives, riding, killing and setting enemy villages aflame or whatever the else Vikings do, never missing dinner. Until one day, Tomato came back, appearing seemingly out of nowhere and sending his robotic guard to capture our trio and send them into the arena. Fortunately, guard's batteries failed or whatever, so being as crafty as you are, 3 of you dismantled him into pieces and now wear those pieces as your armors, each of them granting our heroes new abilities. If the story ended here though, with no game to play, so naturally something else must have happened. And it did. All 3 of you have been transported mysteriously through time again, and once more have to fight your way through the unknown lands to get back home. Lost Vikings 2 North by Northwest is a much less known game than its predecessor was, at least on PC, so that we're clear that I'm not talking about consoles as it did quite well there. For the most part, same as the original, Lost Vikings 2 is a puzzle platformer, and identically to its predecessor, our trio of protagonists have to get home, pushing relentlessly through dozens of enemies-filled puzzle-locked of platforming stages, utilizing their skills to solve the levels and progress further. This time, however, Eric the Swift, Olaf the Stout and Balog the Fierce are joined by 2 new heroes, Sofang the Werewolf and Scourge the Dragon. Odd additions, but whatever, such is the case of sequels made by different developers. 3 out of 5 of these are predetermined for each level and are chosen in a way that would require all of their skills to contribute to solving all the puzzles included. To complete a level, you need to find and collect 3 different items and deliver all your Vikings, well, and slash or creatures to the exit. If any of the character dies, the level is unwinnable and will require a restart. That said, you have to do it manually, as the game allows you to keep going even if you can't complete the level anymore, so that you could familiarize yourself with the layouts, puzzles and better prepare for the second attempt, or third, or fourth, or fifth, cause you know, some of these can be really punishing if you don't know them by heart. Generally speaking, the levels are nearly as well designed as in the original and are easily as tough, if not tougher too. So, if you're someone who's fast to quit, it may not necessarily be the game for you. On the flip side, figuring out those more complicated stages feels really rewarding, so if not for anything else, it can be worth persevering just for that. And now I will tell you what I don't like about the game. As believe it or not, there is one thing actually, and it's the graphics. I feel that the first outing's pixel presentation aged way better than the pre-rendered Donkey Kong Country-like looks of the second. Some like it, I don't, today that is, but wasn't a big fan of it back then either. Grand Dragon leads the Blood Witch, an organization of kind, just and good mages that ruled the lands of Trazer. They supervise the region, protecting it from all evil, big and small, so as much as against mosquitoes as against behemoths, and helping it develop into rich and happy land. Peace and prosperity would have lasted forever in Trazer if not for the nefarious and backstabbing acts of Zendik, whom I'd like to point out here has Dick in his name. He was the second in command of Blood Witch, in the position of power and one no one would expect of betrayal. And yet he did just that. He struck when no one expected, banished all the other mages of Blood Witch to the astral plane and began scheming. And there were so many of these evil schemes of his, it's hard to keep count. So he found a way not to pay for gas on petrol stations, so in his medieval fantasy times that would be hay whenever he parked his horse. He always added his coffee order at Starbucks to the next person in line's bill, so claimed that lord in queue behind him would cover his beer and wine expenses in taverns. But most of all, and the most evil of all his deeds, was a plan to summon the ultimate evil, the Lord of Entropy. And that's why he has to be stopped. Enter you, a handsome, smart and brave adventurers who coincidentally are also champions of treasure with one mission and one mission only. To stop Zendik by all means necessary. So, the Zendik so to speak. You control a party of 4 adventurers split between 4 unique classes of warrior, mage, adventurer and cat purse, who for all intents and purposes is just a thief. Each of them has their own skills and capabilities, and they're all represented by a different color of red, blue, green and yellow, corresponding to the magical alignment and spells that they have access to. Initially, it may seem irrelevant and just done to easily distinguish between one another, but in time, as you progress through the game and learn more about its inner mechanics, the colors will have a more important role to play in spells combining. For the most part, Blood Witch plays like Dungeon Master does, the progenitor of the subgenre of dungeon crawlers. So you view the world from the first-person perspective, move your entire party all at once using grid-based movement mechanics and fight enemies that you encounter. Combat seems simpler on the first glance than that of aforementioned classic, but as you get into the game, you'll learn to appreciate it, as it makes up for it with other fun mechanics. For instance, ability to choose the power level of the spell that you are about to cast, or NPCs that wander around the dungeon and can be interacted with via a rather complex for the time dialogue system. What's more, some of these NPCs and enemies even can be traded with or recruited to your party. And it's changes like these to the tried and tested RPG formula were what made Blood Witch so special and so charming to play and discover secrets of. Don't let my praising fool you though, while it's a really fun game, it's basically a traditional dungeon crawler, just doing the things you'd expect from them in its own way. So you'll explore the endless dungeons, you'll solve unique and interesting puzzles, find new equipment, kill what feels like an army worth of monsters, and you'll level up and get better. But if that's precisely what you're looking for, you couldn't have picked better game in 1989. Also, I've left it for last, cause you know, you always leave best for last. What Blood Witch did, none others even attempted in the genre. At least not to the same degree and not at the same time. It actually allows you to play it in simultaneous 2-player couch co-op, with each of you in charge of your own 4-man team of adventurers, together chasing down the Zendik. I swear to god that whole dick thing is gonna get this video suspended. All that sounds hella cool, right? Cause it is, but it also has a dark and rarely mentioned secret. Namely, DOSport has a terrible and potentially game-breaking bug. Basically, if at the game start you pick any party members other than the preset ones, then there's always, through the entire playthrough, a risk of game breaking and preventing you from progressing beyond a certain point. So, if you're keen on experiencing Blood Witch, just stick with the party that the game suggests. And don't worry too much, it's not too bad actually. The dark heart of Ukrul is like a bright ray of warm summer light when compared to my boss's wife, who carries a miniature black hole in her chest where the heart's supposed to be, and it eats away on all the happiness, peace and laughter and lets none of it out, as black holes do. Ukrul is also a dark magician of incredible power, comparable only in its scope to the evil running in his veins or the smell of freshly cut durian, so beyond anything else. And Dark Heart of Ukrul is the best example of a bog classic standard CRPG, in everything that it offers. Story, mechanics, presentation and fun. So 18 months prior to the game's start, a group of adventurers was sent to the abandoned ancient remnants of a once great underground city of Ariosti. Since they've not came back, no one heard from them, and they vanished like a coin tossed in a well for good luck, it is decided that the next group of heroes has to be sent to investigate. And believe it or not, it's your group that's the unlucky, that's the one that has the privilege and glory of being picked to go there and deal with Ukrul once and for all. Naturally, I'm sure you'll succeed, and I have no doubt you'll be back with Ukrul's head in a bag in no time, but I'm also contractually obliged to ask you what you'd like your gravestone to say in case you'd fall in the line of duty. So, do let me know in the comments below. Now, since Ukrul have taken over Ariosti years ago and filled its passages and caverns to the brim with all manner of nasties and monsters, leaving only small patches of the city to the peaceful folks, you're gonna have an adventure and a half cut out for you. Now, remember when I said that Ukrul's power was immense? I didn't lie, and he can't be down just like that. Instead, you have to locate his Heart of Darkstone to defeat him. The game comprises of a classic party of 4 staples of genre heroes of Fighter, Paladin, Cleric and Mage, and features first-person view exploration and combat taking place on separate top-down turn-based tactical screens. Ariosty is divided into numerous zones, each of containing a sanctuary, and it's best that you find and note the locations of these fast when entering new areas, as they're the only places where the game can be saved. It's a rather rudimentary design concept, keeping static locations for saves that thankfully most games of today don't use, as it requires you to carry on playing until you reach one, or leaving the PC turned on if you've no time to play and are far from one. But it is what it is. Fortunately, the Dark Heart of Ukrul features an automap system which works as well as you'd expect it to. One of the zones of the city, the one past Sanctuary Urlasar, features many useful amenities such as shops, mausoleum, guild, temple, shrines, and the circles of magicians. So if you ever need to use any of these, for instance to attempt a resurrection of a killed-off party member at the temple, remember that you can teleport between the sanctuaries as a form of early fast travel. Each turn in combat is split in two phases, first for movement, second for praying, magic and attacks, and while the system is perhaps not as deep as in some other games using similar tactical approach for combat, it's rather pleasant when you get used to it. The game's filled with environmental puzzles and riddles, big and small, and figuring some of them out is surprisingly fun. The Dark Heart of Ukrul doesn't do anything better than the other games in the genre, but it does everything right and doesn't fail in any of its aspects, ultimately making for a good and satisfying role-playing experience. Spirit of Adventure is a little-known first-person perspective RPG that never got the recognition it deserved. It did rather good in Germany, where it originated from, but did not sell as well abroad, probably because of the competition from better-known and established series like Might and Magic, Eye of the Beholder, or any of the SSI's Goldbox RPGs. It's a pity, but it's understandable. If you were a gamer back then and your allowance allowed you to get 1, maybe 2 games per month, you were very picky with your choices. And it was much easier to pull the trigger on a second, third, or whatever the part of something you've completed and loved, rather than risk it all on a game that may be terrible. Spirit of Adventure wasn't, how could it be terrible with such an awesome name, but not as many people got to learn it. It wasn't all wasted though, as it served as a precursor to later much more popular and recognized Realms of Arcania series of games. A strange, unknown drug appears seemingly out of nowhere and spreads around the world uncontrollably. All leads point to a source being a single mysterious stranger. But who he really is and where he is, nobody knows. Perhaps he's a disgruntled mall Santa, tavern Santa, that just wants to enact his revenge on the world for his career never picking up and people not caring much for fat men dressed in red in these trying medieval fantasy times. Or perhaps he's a School of Magic's reject, possessing the power and no skill to control. Well, there's only one way for you to ever know. Anyway, the drug's mere existence created a huge addiction problem among the population, and since young folks are lazy even without it, you can imagine the impact on the local economy it has. So, your group of 6 adventurers sets on a mission to uncover origins of said substance and find the one responsible for this strategy. Many of the puzzles and situations in Spirit of Adventure have more than one solution, which is always a welcome touch, adding to the replayability, and the game offers a very healthy balance between combat and exploration, with neither outweighing the other. Interestingly enough, Spirit of Adventure gender-locked its classes, which is an odd choice and one we're more familiar with now in Korean MMORPGs, but from a 1990s designer's point of view, perhaps there was a thematic reason for it. Interestingly enough, playing Spirit of Adventure feels very fresh combat-wise, because it's neither too easy nor makes you feel as if the odds were constantly stacked against you. It serves you this constant and steady challenge level that's not impossible to overcome, but also not something you'd attempt without care. It's definitely a game to check out. Darklands is probably one of, if not the most ambitious RPG that's criminally overlooked and underrated by most DOS gamers. Also, probably the most broken. It was one of the most bug-ridden and terribly programmed games to ever come out in the 90s. And trust me, it's not easy to challenge Bethesda in their element. They are, after all, masters of bugs and glitches. And yet, Darklands tried and did not fail. Well, it didn't fail by failing, but that's splitting hair. Anyway, the first release of Darklands has a serious coding issue that could even potentially corrupt system files on users' hard drive, which today may sound funny, but back then meant picking between playing this amazing game and risking your system stability, or having a safe day-to-day PC working environment but no dragons to slay or damsels to rescue. It was all obviously fixed with a later re-release, but bad taste prevailed. At least it seems so, and Darklands never received recognition it actually deserved, being incredibly unique, unlike anything else, captivating and open-feeling experience. It takes place in a Roman Holy Empire's territory of medieval Germany, and it's represented in unprecedented detail, with over 90 cities, calendar system, currency and even weapon and armor types being historically correct. The character creator is one of the most interesting ones I've seen to date too. After choosing your name, gender and social status, you get to pick your initial occupation, which adds corresponding skill points but also 5 years to your age. And then, if you'd like to, you can keep adding more careers to your heart's content, each of them increasing related to its skill points and adding years to age of your character. So it's a balancing act of finding a suitable middle ground between the strength and experience. Additionally, unlike most games in the genre, there's no magic in Darklands, and instead we've got alchemy. And you can brew pretty much any and all scientific potions you'd like, given you're actually proficient enough to do so. So a potion of leg hair growth, a potion of clean back teeth, or the extremely popular unsmell my feet potion even. Trademark pending. Enemies and monsters that you'll face are all based on accurate in the region at the time mythos, so dragons, demons and witches may be something that you'll be facing at some point in one form or another. Darklands is entirely not linear and completely open-ended, which is noticeable from the get-go as your party of 4 starts in an inn, in a randomly chosen city and not a predefined location. So each and every new playthrough may play out differently. And while your main goal theoretically is to defeat Demon Lord Baphomet, preventing the world-ending apocalypse and amass a lot of fame, funny enough quantified as a number, even after you do all that and watch the ending sequence, you can still jump straight back in and carry on adventuring, completing quests and collecting experience. In its current form, patched and fixed, Darklands is an amazing experience. It's a genuinely fun mixture of very story and dialogue heavy plot, involving tactical top-down view combat and first-grade adventuring. If you give it a chance, it will no doubt surprise you with its fun factor. Worlds of Legend Son of the Empire is a direct follow-up to the earlier RPG simply called Legend. It starts with our 4 adventurers, so Berserker, Troubadour, Assassin and Runemaster, celebrating their previous game's victory over chaos in the form of an evil sorcerer King Necrix of Trazer. So they're eating fatty, salty and hella tasty food, mainly meats with some veggies used only as garnish, they're drinking the best beers and wines, so only these that were available in the inn that they're in. It's a medieval fantasy after all, they're in a tiny village, so there's no choice really. And there's even maybe a little bit of flirting with the waitress there, but it's hard to tell as it's loud, it's smelly and I've not seen it myself and only know of it from tales of yore. As the partying is becoming wilder and wilder, moments short of clothes starting to fly off both our heroes and waitresses, celebration is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious messenger. Turns out the Emperor of the Assassin's homeland, Kingdom of the Moon, has been murdered and the 4 remaining their warlords are struggling for control. What's more surprising than that even is that your buddy, your friend that you've been on dozens of adventures with, who saved your life and you his more than once, Assassin, is actually late Emperor's son. The message asks for your return to bring peace to the lands. Naturally you agree and the game starts. And you can either create 4 new characters to play as here or import those that you used in Legend. Now, I've not seen wider disconnect between created and imported characters to date, because when you make them new, they all start at level 1 with virtually nothing. Short of a handkerchief, some rags, dashing good looks and a heart for adventuring. But when you import them, not only they retain their levels, which is usually between 6 and 8, but also their gold, stats, spells, reagents and only get their gear replaced with some generic stuff. So you can start from ground zero, or if you played the earlier entry, begin as those weathered and experienced warriors that fear nothing short of diarrhea. Everyone fears diarrhea. I mean, imagine fighting a goblin, or better yet 2, and suddenly feeling that you've got like 2-3 minute stops to let it rip. It's terrible. And it takes like 5 to remove your armor. Anyway, Worlds of Legend is a fantasy isometric RPG that will take you on a long, perilous but oh so fun journey of bringing back balance to the Kingdom of the Moon. You'll solve numerous puzzles, you'll be fighting with all manner of armies, creatures and monsters, and you'll conquer more than one dungeon. But ultimately, you'll come on top, cause you're you, and failure is not an option. In fact, it's not even in your vocabulary, so in case you don't know what failure is, let me explain. You know how you always win and become a hero and save the day? Okay, now failure is opposite to that. With that out of the way, if you like RPGs, this one's well worth playing, and you should give it a try if you never had a chance. Superhero League of Hoboken is a humorous role-playing adventure hybrid and one of the weirdest games I've seen in this already unusual mix of genres. A very good one to be clear, and not weird cause it's bad, broken or unplayable. Weird cause, well, it's unlike anything else out there. Anyway, in the undisclosed future, the northeastern United States is reduced to post-apocalyptic toxic wasteland, and you're crimson tape, as opposed to duct, electrical or masking tapes. It's an excellent name for a vigilante or always failing at the world domination villain. that's terribly misfitted and plastered all over your goody two-shoes yourself, and you're the leader of a group of superheroes. Think of them as post-apocalyptic Avengers composed out of Hawkeyes and Black Widows only, so ones having powers so useless that they might have as well not have them at all. Toxic pollution and numerous wars have reduced the US to dangerous badlands, filled with irradiated mutants and other generic comic book villains, with occasional sparse city-states serving as beacons of hope and civilizations in these otherwise wild wastelands. You will have to complete increasingly more difficult missions assigned by the so-called Commissioner to eventually face and defeat evil Dr. Entropy, the main body of the game and a disappointingly named villain that's planning to halt the rebirth and restoration of civilization. Your unique power is the ability to create organizational charts. Yes, you heard that right. And as you progress through the game, creating flow and pie charts left and right, more heroes with equally as hilarious gifts will join your team. And some of these are really something else, like the ability to see through pizza boxes or aura of lethargy and dullness that can instantly put many opponents to sleep. Not to mention fan favorite Iron Tummy, now that's a cool name if I ever heard one, whose uncanny skill allows him to eat any kind of spicy foods without any intestinal distress. I mean, no curries, chilies or ghost peppers can stand in the man's way. He's so cool. You can have up to 9 of these heroes in your team. Completing missions will reward experience points, which in turn will let you level them up, raising their powers and skills considerably, though not necessarily making them more useful in real-world scenarios. Overworld traversal takes place in a top-down view, and combat encounters play out in first-person turn-based mode, just the way I like them. Superhero League of Hoboken is honestly one of the most original and unique games of the 90s, and all fans of RPGs should do themselves a huge favor and give it a go, cause it's probably the one of the best sleeper games they've never heard of. 1000 years before the events in Stone Keep take place, evil Dark God, going by the foreigner unfriendly name of Cool Coom, so a Coom Lord, distant cousin of Edgelord, also known as the Shadow King, imprisoned all the other gods. He keeps them in the 9 magical orbs in the ruins of Castle Stonekeep, and it's where he and his mistress the Ice Queen reside. Stonekeep is a first-person real-time dungeon-crawling RPG utilizing popular at the time digitized graphics to represent all the in-game characters. The entirety of the game takes place in the dungeons of the titular Stonekeep and you're Drake, a pre-made, non-editable character who's sent on a mission by the spirit of a goddess Terra to explore Stonekeep and save the gods captured within, Terra being one of them, all the while finding a way to remove the Shadow King and his Bay from existence. Stonekeep is incredibly immersive, as not only the world it takes place in is represented in great detail, but also the atmosphere of it all just spills from the screen, with each new section of the map, secret or new item found. There's also an in-game journal in which you can add your own findings and notes about anything in the game, adding to the immersion, making you feel as if you were there and keeping notes not to forget anything important. Even more so, like I said, you're Drake and that's precisely who you are, and no one else. Meaning that while 3 others may join you, and they will, trust me, you'll even meet a dragon, yes, meet, so that they could help you throughout various quests, you only ever control Drake, and can only observe reactions and how other characters fight, having no way of influencing their actions. This realistic approach and attention to detail was very novel at the time, another great thing about Stonekeep, and not only glued you to the screen, but made you feel deeply involved in the story. The gameplay is not overly complicated, making Stonekeep an ideal choice for players of all skill levels, and the plot develops at a steady pace from a somewhat cliché premise initially to an incredible fantasy tale of power and deceit nearing its conclusion. If all that sounds great to you, then good, cause it is, but only because today, over 25 years later, we have access to the game in its latest iteration with all the patches and fixes. Cause upon its release, it was so bugged, it was borderline unplayable. It had countless issues and game-crashing bugs. That's all in the past though, so if you're at all interested, don't hesitate and give Stonekeep a try. Realms of Arcania Shadows of Eriva is the 3rd and final title in the Realms of Arcania series, based on the German pen and paper RPG system that just rolls off the tongue, Das Schwarze Auge, which roughly translates to the Black Eye. So something I deserve for once again trying to pronounce things in languages I do not understand. Anyway, the game starts after the events of Star Trail, so the second outing, in the harbor city of Riva. The city is currently under siege by an army of orcs, but the officials seem to be refusing to recognize the threat, focusing on their internal power struggles. What's more, there's a rumor of the traitors in the slum district and bodies disappearing from the city's graveyard. So whether you had plans for a nice dinner and a glass of wine or not, you've work cut out for you from the get-go, and no other choice than to deal with it first. So you'll be investigating all of these happenings, and eventually when you begin grasping what's at play, and it's partly a super smart orc chieftain wizard capable of summoning demons, and are ready to share the findings with the magistrate, you'll realize that the intrigue runs deeper than previously assumed, and that there may be no officials willing to help you, and the future of the city may be at your hands. No dinner for you, buddy. Not today at least. Realms of Arcania Shadows of Eriva is a fantastic, tasty treat for the fans of the RPG. It sports real-time first-person perspective, smooth traversal and storytelling, with excellent, incredibly tactical and deep turn-based top-down isometric combat. Imagine something like SSI's Goldbox games, but made much better. Yeah, that's how good it is. You can naturally create a new party or import all 6 characters you used in the previous title, and while it's fun to carry on adventuring with the same group, it's not necessary, as the connection between the two games is rather superficial, at least in terms of the plot. That said, bringing a former party will make the game considerably easier, so it's worth to keep that in mind if challenge is what you're after. Same as in previous games, Shadows of Eriva basically requires you to have read the manual or at least have a passing knowledge of its underlying system. Cause if you don't, you may end up creating a party that works, but is not very good, not necessarily ready for the endgame, and a lot of encounters may feel like an uphill battle. So if you decide to give it a go, make sure to read the manual or at least watch some guides online. Other than that, Riva is basically the same as its predecessors were, so it not only requires you to familiarize yourself with numerous spells and weapons, but also make note of thirst and hunger meters for all your party members, and remember that sometimes, not often, but sometimes, it's better to split your party into smaller teams for occasional puzzling reasons. Amulets and Armor is especially interesting because it went through a development hell. It took way longer than it should have, failing to release on time, it missed its window of opportunity to shine. In a time when most games took months to a year to complete, Amulets and Armor needed over 2. And when it eventually released, it was neither technologically superior nor even equal to the most popular games in a genre that were on the market already. But it doesn't make it a bad game in any shape or form, only one that was dead on arrival. Amulets and Armor is actually excellent, looking very similar to Bethesda's Daggerfall and sporting pretty nice, even if rather pixelated VGA graphics. It may have not been as vast of a game as Daggerfall was, but it didn't randomize anything, and all of its content was carefully crafted and curated. While your main quote-unquote mission is to find and defeat the evil necromancer who's hiding deep in the catacombs of Castle Arius, the game is actually split into few separate from one another quests, each offset in a different location and having its own story and chapters. What's more, they can be attempted in any order, so each playthrough can be a bit different if you decide to play Amulets and Armor more than once. Anyway, the game features 3 different magic schools, over 100 unique items to be found and 11 character classes, some of which are generic for the genre like Knight, Paladin or Rogue, and some are rather unique, like Citizen or Sailor. And no, despite what it may sound like, Citizen's special skill is not the ability to call for the manager in inns and taverns to complain about the quality of food and wine, and Sailor does not always smell of fish, only most of the time. So yeah, don't judge the book or whatever. I did say that Amulets and Armor is excellent, didn't I? And so far, I only told you about things that make it similar to other titles and a couple of interesting changes to the formula, but I meant what I said initially. I really did. Because while you lead a singular character and take the game as it is alone, you can actually experience it differently and in a much better way. It actually offered a very innovative and basically unseen in the genre 4-player co-op in which 4 of you would connect via either IPX or modems, each of you controlling one character, and could complete the adventure together as a real party. Sounds cool, doesn't it? It is. But what this game also is probably the best example of an obscure title that I've ever spoke of. In its initial release as shareware in 1997, it sold less than 100 copies. Yep, you heard it right, 100. As in 1 followed by 2 zeros and an eternity of nothing. And it only ever gained a fraction of popularity and recognition it deserved years later when it was shared by all the abandonware sites. You can download it today from its website because as of 2013 it's been released as freeware. Reach for the Stars: The Conquest of the Galaxy is one of the earliest examples of 4X games. What is 4X, you may wonder? Well, it's one of the 3, either extra, extreme, exciting experience, or explore, expand, exploit and exterminate. Or the size your mama says she is when she's trying out clearly way too small for her 5X trousers. All 3 sound as plausible to me. Anyway, what is Reach for the Stars? It's a huge sci-fi themed and space-based strategy game that will see you discovering and exploring unknown galaxies, colonizing planets, meeting alien civilizations, expanding your spaceship fleet and engaging in conflicts when necessary. or when you feel like it, cause wars aren't always born out of necessity, sometimes it's out of will, greed, prejudice, hate, or because of misunderstandings/mistakes. Mistakes like me unnecessarily calling out your mama, so sorry for that, I'm sure she's great, it was uncalled for. Each planet that you colonize can be set up differently, allocating your available resources between defense, research, development, environmental and social factors, industry, and even happiness of your citizens. So, specialization is the key, and there's a lot to micromanage in them. Like surprisingly a lot for when the game came out. In fact, the variety of options in micro and macro management is an overarching theme of the game, and its strongest suit really. Well, next to flexibility only, in fact, flexibility is not the best word for it, freedom of choice is better and more suiting. Same as the freedom you have to choose whether you'd like to leave a like, subscribe, or even share this video. It's your call, as long as you pick one, cause you know, I have Batman on loan from a friend, yes, plural, and I'm not afraid to use them. You can play Reach for the Stars any way you want to. There's always 4 players in each game, be it human or CPU controlled, and you're not limited to playing it in one way only. You can play militarily, banking on brute force strength, and funny enough, even this in few different ways. Or you can focus on exploration and expansion, Star Trek style, going where no man had gone before, exploring and colonizing the unknown. Or you can even decide on setting up colonies and building them up before moving to the new ones. So playing taller rather than wider, so to speak. And all that is just scratching the surface. This version of the game is near complete rewrite of the C64 original, upgrading the graphics considerably, changing the interface into more comfortable menu-based one, and adding a lot of content. Like ground-based armies, new planetary mechanics, new technology trees for navigation and industry, and progressive social maintenance cost. It's the ultimate version of the game, as good, if not better, than the more popular and well-known Amiga outing. Millennium is a strategy and resource management game that is set in the 22nd century. After establishing working and prosperous colonies on Moon and Mars, life on Earth is eradicated by a huge asteroid. How lucky were they that it happened after and not during or before the process, right? Also how unlucky that the entire planet's surface was made barren. Anyway, the planet naturally became uninhabitable, and all that's left of humanity are mainly the citizens of these 2 colonies. And while moon colonists are all about finding new planets and moons to settle on, and eventually to come back to Earth when possible to reclaim it, inhabitants of Mars mutated over the span of their lives there and consider themselves now a superior race to base humans. Most of all, however, they want the Earth to keep, for themselves only. You are in charge of the moon colony and you have to manage your resources efficiently and spread them between researching new technologies, improvement of your base, building new colonies and defense against Martians. Millennium starts slowly, allowing you to familiarize yourself with everything that it has to offer, so you'll dabble in research first, seeking better tech that would improve the lives of your colonists and give you access to more advanced inventions, like better generators that provide more juice, spaceships that can be used to set up new colonies for exploration or combat, or even defenses, which may seem like a waste of time and space at first, but soon enough will prove crucial for your survival. Eventually, you'll start sending probes out into space to seek out new potential and habitable locales, and this is more or less when the Martian offshoot of Earth survivors will reveal themselves and begin trying to slow your expansion efforts. The game will evolve steadily and at a constant pace, throwing new challenges at you along the way, and you can expect it to surprise you more than once when it's finally in its full swing. If not with how the mutated humanoids living on different planets in our solar system look, then with enemy fleets showing at your door, so to speak, totally uninvited and ready to make themselves home, or even with your colonies deciding that it would be better if they declared independence from you, forfeiting countless investments you've made into them over the years. Millennium is a very interesting and deep title, a precursor to better, more difficult Deuterals that never released on PC, and one game that definitely would benefit from a modern and expanded remake. Full Metal Planet is best described as very simplified turn-based Dune 2, released few years before the Dune itself did, and based on Full Metal Planet board game. What is it all about then, and what makes it so Dune-like? Well, there's 4 of you, so you and 3 opponents, be it human or CPU, and you're sent to an alien planet with a mission to extract as much ore from it as possible within a 24-turn limit. So same as Dune, where spice melange was all that families were ultimately after, or is that precious substance here? And same to the more famous successor, your success in Full Metal Planet is much easier achieved by annihilating all the other opponents than straight up resource extraction. And since they're armed to the teeth, same as you are, you can bet your sweet ass that they're not resting or sleeping, they're scheming how to do the same to you. Fortunately, you're you, so smarter than any other human in the known universe, and yes, I mean you. Yes, you. Don't be so surprised. take the compliment as it's a fact. So, with your smarts, the mission is won from the get-go, but how you'll get there, to glorious victory over all others, is entirely up to you. All of the board game's features are painstakingly translated to this new digital medium and work as well as they did in a tabletop version. So it's a game of careful balance, for learning to prioritize and to adjust one's decisions to the ever-evolving situation at hand. Resources, when gathered, can be taken to your base or turned into a military unit or another harvester for faster collections. So while the game is won by whomever has the most ore at the end of it, what's tons of ore good for if you lose your base in the last or penultimate turn to the overwhelming enemy forces? And since we're on the captures of bases, so combat, it's unlike anything that you've seen. It's a mixture of battle isle and chess. As while the number of units is important, knowing how to use them well and ability to predict opponents' moves is as, if not more important even. So, to capture or destroy the enemy's unit, it has to be in firing field of at least 2 of your own units. So, positioning is the key, and especially if you keep the terrain in mind. So hills and mountains grant an extended range, while swamps and reefs render them near useless, at least in direct combat. Interestingly enough, movement in Full Metal Planet is also its own thing and allows for a lot of freedom when strategizing. So you have this pool of move points that are reliant on number of your units and you can spend them any way you see fit, dividing them between as many or as few units as you'd like. So you could move most or all of your units by a little, or pick 2, 3, 4 of them and spend all the movement points on just them for a quick blitz attack on the enemy from a flank or to retake a strategically important area. The only thing I think Full Metal Planet could improve on is variety, cause as it stands now, it offers only one map with static resource locations and a very limited initial setup options. So, most games start the same, but luckily, just like in chess, just because the game starts in the same way doesn't mean that each consecutive playthrough will not be entirely different. And more often than not, it actually is. The perfect general, to literally no one's surprise, is a turn-based strategy wargame. Despite the title though, it's not perfect. As a matter of fact, presentation-wise, it's downright ugly, and it doesn't sound the best either. And that's pretty much all the bad I can think of when talking about it. Cause other than that, it's fantastic. It's a really well designed and executed war strategy. It tackles complex and big combat scenarios with ease by implementing a simple and straightforward user interface. And that's probably what made it so popular back then. The fact that it could introduce seemingly demanding genre to people who didn't want to battle with controls and book-sized manuals either, but wanted to get straight into action. And action, Perfect General is not lacking in. It's a scenario type of strategy, meaning that it offers a vast selection of different scenarios, often based on historical battles, in which you could play as both sides of the conflict, experiencing the battle from the perspective of either of them. Every scenario has a designated attacker and defender, and army composition along with terrain features and your tactical prowess is what makes Perfect General infinitely replayable. Before each encounter you get to assemble your army, picking between numerous different units, so light and heavy tanks, infantry, artillery, armored cars, mobile artillery and the likes, keeping all of their characteristics of range, firepower, price and strong and weak points in mind in relation to your role in a particular skirmish. The layout of a map you're battling on is very important too, as its features influence a lot of things. So artilleries, for instance, when positioned on hills have a considerably wider range than when shooting from the flat ground. Tanks move swifter on the roads than in the forest, and cities are vital key points worth securing and holding, as they offer a variety of bonuses. So points, supplies and money. Additionally, units entrench in the cities, considerably raising their defensive capabilities. What's interesting and worth keeping a note of is that shooting with the artillery requires you to aim for where you suspect the enemy units will be in the next round, which adds a bit of guesswork, but also makes Perfect General feeling more realistic, as shooting moving units is rather difficult in real life too, so I heard. And since we're on realism, line of sight mechanics cannot be overlooked either, as not only it's implemented in the game but also done pretty well. So if you don't cover all your blind spots, you can always expect an attack from well-hidden unit or units from a flank or back, if they manage to avoid your hawk-like observational skills, that is. While objectively speaking Perfect General is not perfect, it also kinda is, for a very specific kind of a gamer. One that's willing to overlook the presentation entirely and draw enjoyment from experiencing deep strategic encounters that are virtually infinitely replayable, even more so when you start toying with the included scenario editor. Today, in 2024, Perfect General is best playable via its 2003 Windows release that can still be purchased by the Killer Bee Software's website and supports internet multiplayer. Arguably the best way to experience the game. Genghis Khan 2 Clan of the Grey Wolf is a turn-based grand strategy game based on historical achievements and conquest of Temujin, commonly known as Genghis Khan, a founder of once unbeatable Mongol Empire. He united all the major Mongol tribes and led them to conquer large parts of China and Central Asia. Interestingly enough, while it has nothing to do with our game, it's still worth noting that according to 2003's DNA study, it was discovered that close to 16 million men all around the world were genetic descendants of Temujin, proving how much he spread his seeds. Anyway, since we seem to be docking in some odd and uncomfortable ports here, let us raise our full sails and discuss the game. Being made by Koei of Japan, Genghis Khan 2 plays a lot like their other titles, most notable of them being Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Nobunaga's Ambition, so spread between strategic map mode and tactical turn-based battle screens. There are 3 scenarios that you can play the game in, and they differ in the time period that they're set in, which influences a lot of variables from access to units through political situation to the ownership of provinces and everything in between. So the first, arguably most challenging one, starts before the unification of the tribes and will require you to do it first before you'll be able to think of conquering the rest of the map. And completing this objective will automatically move you to the second scenario, which starts just after the unification and gives you access to the entire world map. It is also a scenario in which you can play as either of the nations taking part in the conflict and not only as Genghis Khan, which is a nice touch for those who like to replay their strategies and expect some novelty with each attempt. And finally, the third is similar in a setup to second, but starts roughly 60 years after, with Genghis Khan long gone and different nations fighting for control of the land. It's worth noting that if you pick Kublai Khan, one of Genghis's grandsons, you'll play the game in the de facto easy mode, as he starts with more provinces than anyone else. Genghis Khan 2, same as other Koei's games, has a very high entry point and learning all that it has to offer takes a while and is not greatly explained anywhere. So you'll have to fail a couple of times before you start figuring out what's what. It may detract some from playing, but I believe that ultimately it's worth the effort and time investment. Actions that you can take each turn are based on your health points that are in turn dependent on your age and your general skills in politics, war, leadership and charm, ranked from A to E, and all the actions that you will take will be related to one of these skills. Having high score in one of them makes them cheaper to perform and vice versa. These generals can be recruited from captured territories, they can be freed if you defeated them in battle and given the position in your army, or made out of your male offspring. And children, like in most other Koei games, are very important. Sons can be made generals and take over as the lord of the empire if you die, and daughters can be married off to secure the loyalty among your recruited outside of your inner circle generals. Armies are composed of various recruited units and hired mercenaries, and they are all not made the same, with some clearly being better than the others. Most, however, have their strong and weak points and different use case scenarios. Knights, for instance, have incredibly strong charge attack, Mongols have the most move points, cannons are one of the most dangerous units from afar, but can be destroyed by anything at melee range, and there is a lot of these and all are special in one way or another. All that, believe it or not, is still just the tip of an iceberg, and if you want to learn of everything that the game has to offer, you'll just need to give it a chance. Warlords 2 is a fantasy turn-based strategy for up to 8 players with some superficial role-playing elements. It's a successor and much improved version of 1990's first Warlords and a better looking but mechanically near identical game to its progenitor. It is played on a large overworld map, full of cities and ruins just waiting there to be discovered and conquered by a gaming powerhouse such as yourself. Warlords 2 came with 5 unique of these maps, and while they provided a lot of variety, released a little while later expansion pack added not only a scenario builder but also a whole set of additional, often fantasy-themed maps with unique units and features. Your main goal in a standard game is to defeat all other heroes and capture their castles to be the last one standing. Each of the sites starts with one city and one hero only, and a whole world waiting to be subdued. Neutral and opponent cities can be captured and incorporated into your kingdom to provide a steady inflow of resources and access to different units, each of those units varying in stats of movement, strength, cost and time it takes to recruit them. Your heroes lead armies composed of many identical or mixed creatures, kinda like heroes in Heroes of Might and Magic would. As I've mentioned, captured cities can be added to your kingdom, but they can also be pillaged, sacked or razed. Pillaging and sacking prevents the city from producing high-level units in the future, and razing permanently removes it from the map, and there's no way of rebuilding destroyed cities whatsoever. Ruins that you find always contain useful bonuses, and these can be items raising your heroes' stats, gold, allies and a blessing or a quest. Quests are very rudimentary and serve as the role-playing background to all the strategy you'll be involved in. so you can be tasked with searching for particular other ruins, with capturing of a certain city, or looting specified amounts of money. Heroes gain experience and levels, becoming better and stronger, and are as important as the powerful army that they lead. While Warlords 2 is a great upgrade, building on the foundations of the original, released a little while later, deluxe version of it is the ultimate outing. It came with tons of maps and tilesets from the get-go, map editor and support for 256 colors. Many of its scenarios were stylized too, to extend the replayability considerably, adding maps and units based on well-known fantasy lores like Lords of the Rings for instance. Warlords 2 is fantastic when played with a friend, or even better, friends, but alone it gets old rather quick, all because of its simple design and inner mechanics, proving once more that most things are better shared with others. Still, even alone, if you're a fan of the first game, you'll no doubt find will to sink some hours in this one too. Hammer of the Gods is a very unusual and original turn-based empire-building strategy with tactical combat set in world of Norse mythology. You're in charge of your Viking clan and have to build it up into a powerful empire, all the while aiming to please Odin and complete his final quest. Because you play as an ultimate suck-up. Upon game start, you pick a race you'd like to play as, so either human, elf, troll or a dwarf, and all of them have their own characteristics, military units, weak and strong points, and different hierarchy of gods, which sets you up with a different set of goals to meet. Completing any of the tasks for the gods always rewards you with rather nice and potentially game-changing bonuses. This can be additional powerful military units, flying ships, fast transportation, or higher income in towns to name a few. You can play either on a historically accurate map of Europe from more or less 700 AD, or a randomly generated one. So what does the gameplay involve, you may wonder? Well, you'll invade other countries, raid and plunder cities and fight the enemies. Like Vikings do. Or did. Potato, potato, French fry. Conquered cities can be linked by roads and then fortified with castles to form a strong basis for your empire. But you can also trade and engage in diplomacy and not focus on spilling blood alone. While completing the game requires fulfilling of Odin's quest, you'll be tasked with few more along the way, and they are all very imaginative and definitely the best part of the game. As a general rule of thumb, the higher the god is on the tree of hierarchy, the more demanding the task he or she will require. And this can range from very easy ones, like raiding a monastery or giving away your daughter in marriage to a god, through more challenging ones that require defeating skeletons or giants, and finally really tough ones, where you'll need to face a dragon or conquer several cities. Combat encounters take place on a side view screen similar in looks and mechanics to that most of us know from Heroes of Might and Magic games, though not as deep or feature-packed, and for the most part working comparably, just with a narrower variety of units. Given that the Hammer of the Gods was released a year earlier though, it could be argued that Heroes of Might and Magic had more time to polish the formula. Anyway, Hammer of the Gods is a unique and generally overlooked by most at the time title, and undeservedly so, as it was a real hidden gem if I ever saw one, and a game well worth spending time at. Also, it would be so much more enticing if it was called Get Hammered with the Gods, as it would be much more interesting, even just to check out. Celtic Tales Balor of the Evil Eye is an isometric turn-based strategy empire-building game with some role-playing elements. Evil Balor and his armies of Formors are the scourge of Ireland. They kill, they conquer, and they drink more than any Irishman could. And that's not something that's achievable like that willy-nilly. Neither of the tribes is strong enough to stand against them alone and free the country from oppression. But if they were to unite under one High King and join forces, they could stand a chance to overcome Balor and his vast forces. So you must pick one of 9 unique champions and work on bettering your clan, uniting all others under your banner, and eventually freeing your homeland and local brands of whiskey from under Balor's greedy thumb. Celtic Tales is a very deep game that makes it clear from the get-go that the developers did their homework working on it, as the attention to historical detail is unprecedented. It's not without the touch of fantasy though, so don't expect it to play it out like a moving history book either. The game itself is based on 4 cornerstones, 4 pillars of fun, if you will. First being your clan's development, so you'll need to make sure to build farms to cultivate grains, herd animals for trade, mine for ores used in creation of items, and chop for wood to be able to erect buildings, securing a solid resource foundation for your soon-to-be empire to grow and prosper. Second is your hero's development, and it's that role-playing part that I mentioned initially. Heroes come with their own stats, inventory and skill proficiencies, and can be warriors, bards or druids, and only the last 2 are capable of casting spells using Celtic runes. They may be assigned to specific tasks, resulting in them progressing in certain skills and becoming better at performing certain roles. So, strategic planning and training is required for you to have a strong and versatile army. Then there's diplomacy, which as the name suggests is used for contacts and relations with other tribes. You can wage wars, form alliances, trade, send caravans and create unique items. And finally war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Oh my god, cringe. How can it be a cornerstone for winning the game, you may wonder, especially one about uniting forces to defeat evil? Well, while all four pillars the game is based on are important and can be used to fulfill your goals, in reality you can ignore the other three entirely and just brute force your way through the game, waging wars, uniting factions by conquest and fear to finally defeat the evil. Perhaps in the process becoming the evil one yourself, but it's not impossible. I saw a meme recently that best describes it. It said that if you kill a killer, the total number of killers remains the same. Fits here perfectly, just substitute the killer with great evil. Anyway, Celtic Tales is a unique blend of strategy, management and role-playing, and if played as developers intended, it's a lot of fun and very detailed title that will no doubt be one you'll remember fondly. If chased through combat though, while not easy to pull off, loses a bit of its appeal. Fantasy General is a top-down turn-based strategy, and it's based on Panzer General's upgraded and expanded engine. It's not a simple risking, however, but a full-fledged game that stands on its own and is my most favorite out of all games in the SSI's General series. Story-wise, as in most games in similar setting, the big evil in the form of so-called Shadow Lord, his four generals and their army of darkness has taken over most of the world, brutally, efficiently and spilling more blood than anyone else before. Since most hope is lost and people are gearing up for the ultimate defeat and death, you are summoned as the last stand type of a hero, a champion, to be our last-ditch effort at destroying the evil and freeing world from within its iron grip. There are 4 heroes to choose from at the game start, each of them representing a different realm of power and having access to 10 unique unit types with multiple levels of upgrades. Units come from one of 4 categories of mortal, magical, beast and mechanical and improve their abilities with experience. And those with number of victorious battles under their belts, so to speak, are often worth more than handful of fresh ones is. Majority of the game takes place on a hexagonal overworld battle map and works the same way it does in any other general games. So, sees you utilizing your units to battle it out against often overwhelming enemy forces, trying to put them down and stop evil from triumphing. Each unit on the map represents a small squad of up to 15 soldiers at most, with some exceptions to especially powerful ones or heroes that are singular entities. Both sides move all of their units in turns, and battle results are calculated automatically based on the unit types, which of them was an attacker and which was on defense, their special skills, levels and terrain the combat was set on. As in most games in a genre, having the right mix of units available and one that's viable in many different situations is a recipe for success. Winning scenarios rewards you so-called prestige points, which can be spent between missions on new units or research on their newer types. So if you're lacking in a particular area, in air units for instance, you can focus on researching these rather than getting more of the land ones. Please ignore a really bad gameplay in the footage. I've been having some issues with scrolling speed and wanted to go for as many battles in as short time as possible to show off as much of it as I could. So, expect your experience to be much smoother when playing. Fantasy General is excellent, it looks great, it plays great, and most importantly, it's hella fun, both in single-player campaign and single-battle multiplayer skirmishes. Spellcross is one of the most undeservedly so ignored and overlooked turn-based strategies of the 90s. I mean, sure, by 1997 most of us was heavily invested in new Windows-based games, but ignoring gems like this one, just because it came out for DOS, was borderline criminal. Let's be clear here, it's not a generation-defining title or a new genre setter, but it's definitely an excellent in its design and very playable game mixing concepts of Command & Conquer, XCOM and Doom out of all things. I know, weird mix, but so is the game. In a good way though. Spellcross is set in an undisclosed post-apocalyptic future and places you in the shoes of Alexander, a colonel in the Alliance forces trapped behind the enemy lines with just a small squad of few men. As you fight your way out of this incredibly uncomfortable position, a very sour pickle if you will reconnect with the rest of the Alliance and join them in the fight against the forces of darkness. The demonic hordes come to Earth through interdimensional gates that the so-called gatekeepers and underlords open to unleash the scourge on the planet. And these monsters, let me tell you, they don't fool around. They're torturing and killing anyone they come across and leaving no souls alive behind. A lot of deep red good though. They do leave a lot of it. They have to be stopped. Because if they won't be, they will unleash a sleeping titan that's been trapped in Earth's core for eons and it will destroy life as we know it. Fortunately you're you, so with your wrinkled, like a 95-year-old man's skin brain, you're more than enough to form a plan, nay a strategy, to push away the invaders and save whatever's left of humanity. The game follows a military campaign struggle against the invading forces and sees you grabbing sectors after sectors, freeing them and securing their funding point support to finance the military efforts. These points can be used to purchase, upgrade or replace lost units, but most importantly to invest in research that will keep you ahead of the curve and capable of forming in a position to the onslaught of enemies. The research, other than granting access to new and more powerful units and components, will also let you learn more about your opponents and will push the plot forwards. Surviving units persist from mission to mission, retaining their experience and equipment, and naturally the longer they stay alive for, the better they get. In combat, units move based on action points, which can be spent on numerous actions, any number of these really, for as long as you have them available. So you can move, attack, perform other special actions or reserve them for opportunity attacks during enemy's turn. As I mentioned initially, Spellcross did not shock the gaming world upon its arrival, but most that it did in a brilliant and very playable way, setting a high bar for future similar games to hope to reach. If you've not played it or even heard of it, make sure to seek it out, it's worth it. Shadowgate starts with our character standing at the entryway to Castle Shadowgate and remembering close to nothing. So same way I start every single morning, slowly acclimating myself to the surrounding reality. What you do recall in detail though is that you've been sent there by the wizard Lakmir and his words telling you that your quest lies within the ancient keep, that you're the last one in the line of kings, so-called seed of prophecy, and that you're the only one capable of stopping the evil warlock from resurrecting the deadliest of titans, Behemoth, who lies asleep in the depths of earth and who will destroy the mankind if awakened. Now, your first instinct is to enter and take this quest head-on to save humanity, but I urge you to stop for a second and think. If you literally recall nothing and find yourself in an odd and unexpected place, then either some kind of a dangerous pill had been added to your mug of beer in the tavern last night, or some foul Jedi mind tricks mindfucker was at play. Either way, it's best to be watchful. So, even if you do follow on with the quest, beware, as the things like that don't happen for no reason. So yeah, to defeat the warlock and stop him from summoning the behemoth, you'll need to find the mystical Staff of Ages. It's a quest and a half and something you'd expect more from an RPG, but in the adventure form, it's as fun, trust me. The keep itself is filled with various monstrosities, mythical and demonic alike, and full of traps to stop any and all adventurers stupid enough to try to stand in the warlock's way. Since you're gonna be traveling through a dark and evil filled fortress, it's crucial that you keep a source of light with you at all times. If I wasn't clear, I meant at all times. Not sometimes, not most of the time, or nearly always, at all times. So note that down. I mean, you're not Batman, you don't live in a Batcave, and are not intimate with an overwhelming and often damp and cold darkness. You're a day creature, a dayman. Hero or no hero, stay in the light, cause outside of it, death awaits. Nope, it doesn't wait, it hunts for you, and all adventurers brave enough to step into it. Come to think of it, death is actually everywhere, and while the light will save you from unnecessary deaths, there's literally dozens of situations in Shadowgate that can kill you. And it's probably the game in which it's easiest to die out of all adventure titles that I've ever played or heard of. In this, it puts early Sierra games to shame. I mean, a single wrong click, a small, seemingly insignificant decision, anything can kill you. And it will. So be careful, save often, and consider all possible outcomes of all of the smallest choices that you'll make. Or don't play the game, one of the two. It may be easier to skip it if you find fun through failure mechanics annoying. I know I do. Before Horrorsoft turned into AdventureSoft and made amazing point-and-clickers, it worked on cult classic RPGs like Elvira series or Waxworks. But even earlier than that, it released a personal nightmare, our today's pick for 1989, which too is actually a horror adventure. The game story starts with your parents sending you a letter inviting you to come over to your home village of Tynam Cross for the weekend. Having nothing better to do and really craving that home-cooked food that no one does better than your mother, you agree. I mean, just imagine all those pies, roasts and soups you'll be munching on all weekend. Yum! A little while later, just as you're about to leave however, you receive another, this time more disturbing letter, claiming that you'll need to stay at Dog and the Duck Lodge as your mother had to leave to visit her sick sister. Sensing that something was amiss, and that the food may still be there in the fridge waiting to be devoured, you decide to go anyway and not change your plans. As you arrive and take a look around the village, it becomes clear that there's something odd happening, and while it's not immediately obvious what it is, I can pretty much tell you that there's devil in the town and he's working on taking it over. He already possessed many of the residents, making them part in bizarre dark sacrifice rituals, So, with both, your father the vicar and mother the master cook mysteriously gone, you're keen on getting to the heart of the thing and figuring out what happened and how to get them back. As you go about it, you realize that you'll have to dispose of some of those evil creatures, those that just can't be helped, like a vampire and a witch, and do all that within 4 days of your long weekend. Personal Nightmare came out in a time of change when most developers either moved already or were in the process of moving from text parsers to modern point-and-click solutions. So the game's devs decided to use both. And you can either use the text parser and keyboard controls for everything, or stick to the mouse and click your way through this terrifying adventure. Personal Nightmare runs in real time and features working day and night cycle, with some events occurring in specific location and at specific times only. And while in true early adventure games format it features many situations in which you can die, most of these deaths happen at night and can be prevented by performing a correct action at the right time, which can get a bit annoying, so make sure to save often. If within the 4 days that you are given the devil is not repelled, possessed citizens killed and the mystery unsolved, the game ends with a failure. So make sure to bring your adventuring A-game for this one, as you will need it. Loom is a 4th LucasArts point-and-click adventure to use the revolutionary at the time SCAM engine. Also, first game to omit the verb-driven interface, replacing it with a very experimental and unusual 4-note tunes. So you have this stuff instrument and you use 4 notes to perform various actions all around the Loom's world. A different tune is played to open something, different to die something else in a particular color, and so on. Some of the notes, however, can be played in reverse order to perform reverse actions. So the color dying tune that I've mentioned can be played in reverse to bleach something. It's a very novel concept that perhaps takes a little while to get used to, but when you do, it's unlike anything else you've experienced and really fun. It's like learning a new language that does not use words but communicates with you with sounds. Anyway, it's not explicitly said where Loom takes place, but we know that it's in the year 8021, so it's somewhat possible that it may be on a future Earth. The game is set in the so-called Age of the Great Guilds, when humans once again try to establish dominion over nature. People band together to form city-states of common trade, each of them focusing on a different trade. You're Bobbin Threadbare, an excellent name for a Muppet I must add, and a young member of humble guild of weavers. Weavers that once prided themselves in being able to perfectly woven any fabric and in time transcended into weaving subtle patterns into the fabric of reality itself, effectively being able to influence it. Having such a huge power at hand, weavers decided not to play God and not to touch the fabric of existence. They did, but not unanimously, and one of them, your late foster mother, weaved one grey thread into it, unexpectedly resulting in her drawing an infant from it instead. As she's found by the weaver elders and ready to accept her fate, she leaves the child, so well, past you, with Hetchel, the old serving woman who takes it upon herself to raise you as her own. Just to be safe, elders ban you from learning the subtle ways of threading until your 17th birthday, that is, when the final decision is to be made whether you can be trusted with weaving. But secretly, in hiding, Hetchel has been teaching you the basics for years. The game starts on your 17th birthday, and all I told you up to this point is beautifully played out in an intro. From this point onward, the events are rather fast and dramatic, involving most weavers being transformed into swans and you learning of your role to play in this world. And it's to save it from so-called the Third Shadow, which is about to cover it. Your adventure will be a long one, we'll see you meet many different guilds and characters and save the reality in the process. But most of all, it will be hella fun, utilizing the note playing mechanic all the way through. Loom took a sidestep, nay side leap from what the other adventure games did at the time, and it all made it a very unique, one-of-a-kind experience that sadly was overlooked by many just because of that. And it's a mistake, as while it starts off slowly, like really slowly, soon enough it manages to weave you into its plot and tie you in glued to the screen to its very end. Also, Loom is one of the few games I'd suggest as best examples of how beautiful the seemingly simple EGA presentation can be if talented artists are working on it. It's a true hidden gem and one well worth playing. Curse for a Corpse is a very fun mystery point-and-click adventure that's very often overlooked and underappreciated. It seems to draw heavily from Agatha Christie's Murder on the Nile, which, truth be told, is an excellent source of quality content. It takes place in 1927 aboard a luxury liner, Karaboudjan III. You assume the role of Raoul de Saint-Pierre, a French police officer who receives personal invitation from the owner, Mr. Nicolas Karaboudjan himself. While this was supposed to be a relaxing week on the sea, you know, sipping drinks at the poolside, gossiping with rich and famous, watching the shows and having the time of your life, it's not in the cards it seems. because the owner, Mr. Nicholas, is mysteriously murdered on the second day, and you, being the only one capable of doing so, have to solve the mystery and find the killer. And since everyone currently on board, late owner's family members included, seems to have some kind of a motive, the investigation will not be an easy one. So, being more of a detective story than a traditional adventure game, Cruise for a Corpse will rely on you examining numerous clues and locations and on tons upon tons of interrogations. I mean, you'll be talking way more than solving any real puzzles in this one. But given the theme and subject, it's appropriate, I think, and the conversations themselves and conclusions that you'll draw from them are sort of a puzzle on their own. So, you will question passengers about their alibis, their motivations and backgrounds, you'll ask them about the other guests on board the liner and what they think of them too. You'll collect evidence and will slowly gather necessary data to complete this game. It's worth pointing out that dialogues are the king in this one. And even if you don't find something useful somewhere, so let's say an item in a drawer, it may mysteriously appear in it when a person interrogated by you mentions it being there. So, it's a much better call to exhaust all the dialogue options you'll have first and then go scouting the locales for items leading to suspects and not vice versa. Cruise for a Corpse runs on a clock, meaning that at the different parts of the day, different characters are in different locations. And yeah, I know I just used different free times in the same sentence, but this fourth is here so that I would sound even more annoying than I usually do. Here you go, mission completed. Anyway, each time you discover a useful lead, be it in terms of information or evidence, the clock advances 10 minutes, letting you know that you're on the right path. Now, it has to be said that detective work is not the most entertaining, and will have you walk back and forth more than once, coming back to same people with new questions and things to ask them about. But because of how the game is structured, you'll encounter many of those oh shit I know moments in which you'll be convinced that you know who the culprit is, just to have it disproved a moment later. The ending is rather surprising and really rewarding too, so if you're at all into adventure games, don't skip this one. Well, you're watching this video so you must care for them at least a little. Also, since I've somehow failed to mention it so far, Cruise for a Corpse's presentation is just incredible. The characters are vector-based and move super smoothly, and locales are interesting and detailed. Did I mention that you should not overlook this game? Well, don't. It's a good one. Amazon Guardians of Eden is a point-and-click adventure and one of the first titles in the genre to use SVGA graphics and digitized sounds. The game is a definition of a terribly acted out, campy B-movie adventure and is designed to feel like it. I mean, all the dialogues, cutscenes it's filled with, and even cliffhangers at the end of each and every chapter just scream B-movie. And it's great, cause I'm a bad movie connoisseur and when you're in a mood for a B, there's no A that you'd rather watch. Or play, in this particular case. You want to see the actors struggle with their lines, you want to see them awkwardly stand there and don't know what to do with their hands, or even peek at the camera every now and then, breaking the immersion. That's what you're after. And if you're in the right mindset and want to get lost in an overacted, underperformed, crazy scenario to forget about your daily routine and troubles, there's just nothing better. Amazon Guardians of Eden is set in 1957 and tells the story of one Jason Roberts, who you play as I must add, and whose brother was attacked during an expedition into the Amazon. So now Jason sets out on his own expedition to the land where the legends come to life, where mysteries are aplenty, and where dangers hide behind each and every corner. Or well, most trees. There's more trees in the jungle than corners after all. All of that to help his brother and find the long-lost treasure. Because why the hell not? If you're there anyway, you may as well score big, right? 2 for 1, win-win, 2 birds or however else you wanna call it. The controls of Amazon are pretty weird, especially for the time the game released in, as they feel like a stepping stone, a missing link so to speak, between the older parser-based schemes and modern full point-and-click interfaces. So you move Jason with the keyboard only, but use mouse to interact with the environment and for puzzling. Grand majority of these puzzles are inventory-based, although in some cases a correct dialogue choice picks or quick-time actions may be necessary too. Most of these last require godlike reflexes, as if you don't act fast enough, Jason may get killed. The ever-present deaths are a gameplay mechanic that is a leftover from an older epoch of game design and not something I enjoy in particular. But it is what it is. Oh, and you'll be hunting for pixel-sized objects too, so it's that kind of a game. Keep that in mind. The presentation is overall very high quality for the time, with all the characters digitized and placed on beautifully drawn backgrounds, adding to the immersion and atmosphere of this over-the-top story. I forgot to mention that before, but in some points of the game you get to temporarily switch to a female lead too, which is rather fun, so you can't complain about lack of variety in gameplay really. Despite being able to find yourself in an irreversibly stuck position and death lurking seemingly from behind every corner just a mouse click away, Amazon Guardians of Eden is actually really fun. and if you let yourself get drawn into its plot, you'll have a hell of a time. We all love adventures, right? Finding where the dragon's hiding and then beating it into submission with a pair of chopsticks and your wits only. Saving dames in distress from mad, power-hungry dukes with a lazy eye, or seeking long-lost family members somewhere in the Caribbean. Sometimes I even dabble in an occasional detective work with all the back and forth and the walls of text worth of dialogue that it entails. But what if I wanna switch off and just chill out? Well, I seek out something I can just dive into and clickety-click my way into idle peace of mind. And today, thanks to Pavel from FM Simple Games Studio, I have a game like that to share with you all. He gracefully gifted me some Steam keys for his latest, amazingly bizarre, hand-drawn hidden objects game that just looks like the juiciest of juicy juices that you'll ever seen spilling from your screen. It's called 100 Hidden Cthulhu Fish, and it wants nothing more from you than to find all those pesky fishes and relax. They can be here, there, everywhere. Following the theme of the game, I've hidden all 8 Steam keys for it somewhere in this video, and if you wanna grab one for free, you'll have to keep them eyes open and make sure not to blink. I mean, my lawyer's telling me that I can't tell you not to, so you can, but you better not. Anyway, find the keys, try the game, and let's get back to our scheduled retro gaming. Return of the Phantom is a mystery point-and-click adventure based on the book Phantom of the Opera. It's also a feeling we get at work whenever the soulless monster of my boss's wife comes in. It gets unexpectedly cold, the shivers run our spines, and the mysterious creature haunts the premises, bringing bad news and suffering with it, and sucking the life forces out of all of us. I'm gonna tell you a short and totally unnecessary story here about her, so bear with me. She's a multimillionaire and a part owner of a medium-sized manufacturing company, and she's so wealthy she could spend the rest of her life traveling the world, staying in best hotels and living her best demonic life. And she's having some kind of a renovation done on a part of her mansion. It's painting and some other small jobs, whatever. And there's that crew of painters who work there now. She ordered a whole set of new furniture for her bedroom and living room online, and instead of ordering it with handling, she figured that she'll get the painters to bring it all into her house and set it up. And what she planned for, she did. She had them walking up and down the stairs with sofas, cupboards, wardrobes, the whole shebang for a nearly entire day. So, when their foreman heard about it, he went to her and explained that they're contracted to paint and not run around with her furniture, and that he'll have to charge her for the whole day anyway. She said that she will pay them for it, and he shouldn't charge her as they did no painting that day. She'd spoken, and it will be as she said, cause she's the queen, the demonic queen of life. The next day she did. Pay them, that is. She gave the 2 painters she's been using to carry the furniture for a whole day $5. I mean, local equivalent of $5, but $5 nonetheless. And it was $5 for both of them to share. Now, you may think that $5 may be a lot here. You don't know if it's a lot of money in my neck of the woods after all, and perhaps the painters should be happy about it. Well, I'm not sure $5 is a lot anywhere. To put things into perspective, it's like 2 loaves of fresh bread or 2 large bottles of Coke. So nothing. And she deemed appropriate to pay someone for a day worth of work with as much, or as little. Potato potato. She didn't stutter, she didn't stop for a second to consider what she was doing, she just did. In her imaginary world, it was all fine. And you know what? She felt offended when they laughed her out when she handed them that one bill to share. Oh, and to be clear, she's not demented, she's fully functional and knows very well how much things cost. Anyway, let's get back to our game and leave the millionaire demonic beings alone. You're Raoul Montant, a detective who's been asked by his friend Monsieur Brie, yes, like the cheese that's stinky but oh so delicious, who's the manager of the opera, to investigate the crime scene and solve the mystery of the Phantom. Well, to be precise, you're supposed to figure out the reason for the chandelier crashing during one of the performances right into the crowd, but apparently it's the Phantom who's to blame for it. You and I, we know that, we read the title, but in the realm of the game he's still just a mysterious and not necessarily existing suspect. He's considered to be a creature that's said to be haunting the opera for over a century, which in itself raises a series of questions, like why the opera stayed there and not moved to a new location if it's been haunted for so long, how come there hasn't been anything done about it in the last 100 years or so, and who still believes in ghosts and hauntings. Whatever, the reason's probably video game logic. Anyway, you'll naturally be searching for clues and solving puzzles, and believe it or not, but what you did not expect is that it's not only happening in the present, but also in the past too. And slowly, bit by bit, you'll piece the detective mystery in full, learning of everything that took place in the opera. The building, its canals, secret hallways and surrounding area is where most of the game takes place, and it's huge. Which is always nice, as I like my adventure games spanning vast locations, as I feel that I have a lot to discover. The fact that you get to experience it twice, in different time periods, effectively doubles the size of the game world. It also multiplies number of characters you meet and interact with, which is great too. Presentation-wise, Return of the Phantom is pretty good, with what could be called industry standard graphics for the time, but it's not gonna blow your mind. What will though is the story that may seem a bit vague after my short brief initial mention of it, but it's really interestingly told, and the more you play, the more you'll grow curious how will the adventure wrap up in the end. If any of that sounds interesting, then make sure to track down and check out The Return of the Phantom. That was supposed to be a demonic laugh, but we've ended up with these cringe grunts. I'm leaving them in anyway. Dreamweb was probably one of the most unusual and violent, but not gruesome, games for when it released. It was one of the darkest and most atmospheric adventure games played from a nearly never utilized in a genre top-down view. Dystopian Dreamweb's future was neither too torn out of our reality to feel alien, nor too close to it to feel as something we could experience in our daily lives. At least not yet. It was not quite cyberpunk, but not far off either. Technology-filled, rain-soaked noir world of Dreamweb is the best testament to developers' inspirations, which most definitely were drawn from Blade Runner and similar books/movies. And since I'm a fan of all things futuristic cyberpunk and a whole high-tech low-life philosophy of it, I was instantly enchanted. Dreamweb is a mature title full of adult overtones with bloody violence and sexual content all throughout. When it came out, saying that it was shocking and sparked a conversation or two would have been an understatement, if not for the fact that it never gained big enough following to do so. It deserved to be discussed, to be a part of the whole ESRB creation along with titles like Mortal Kombat, Snatcher or Doom, but given that it was an adventure title, released in a time when world was going crazy for the quote-unquote new, so digitized graphics realistic for the time FPS shooters and FMV games, Dreamweb was largely ignored. All that said, the violence and sex were never used in Dreamweb as an encompassing gameplay mechanic or to fill in the gaps in the lacking story. They were not a cheap gimmick. When they were there for a reason, and despite the graphic nature, they never felt out of place or used to shock only. You're no one special in Dreamweb. A bartender named Ryan who's just your average Joe, no better or worse than anyone else, and a virtually invisible person in the crowds of futuristic metropolis. And you've been plagued by the nightmares for months. The dreams were strange, bizarre and repeating itself in a non-healthy feeling way. What's worse, they've been intensifying and you started to have more and more frequent blackouts during days, which were also filled with rather weird visions. And it got progressively worse and worse until one day, or one night really, in one of those troublesome dreams, a strange monk appeared in front of you and told you a story of the so-called 7 evil ones. 7 incredibly evil humans who will work together on destroying the Dreamweb. The monk offers you a chance of salvation, a peaceful and restful dream of normalcy. Become his deliverer, the prophesized one that will kill those 7 who are trying to bring chaos to the world. Tired, mentally exhausted and on the brink of breaking down, you agree. And as soon as you do, you wake up in a puddle of sweat next to your girlfriend and late for work. This is where the game begins. Interestingly enough, Dreamweb shares something with Elder Scrolls titles from Bethesda. Namely, nearly anything in the game can be picked up and carried in inventory, even if its usefulness is questionable or non-existent. Dreamweb was not a title for teens or kids, even if that's what most of the players of it back in the day were. It's a story for grown-ups, by grown-ups and about grown-ups. Morality and consequences of their choices and actions. Today, it would not shock as much as it did when it came out, but today it would be released on Steam and would be most likely more popular, played by YouTubers and Twitch streamers alike. Whatever you want to think about it, it's a game worth completing at least once. Flight of the Amazon Queen is a point-and-click adventure game that's full of quirky humor and funny situations. Kinda like these videos of mine are, with a difference that they're filled with stories of my boss's wife and cringe. Flight of the Amazon Queen was inspired in humor by Monkey Island games and in story by Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark movie, totally not coincidentally, both IPs belonging to LucasArts. And as sources for inspirations go, devs couldn't have picked better, at least back then. The game is set in 1949 and you play as Joe King, a pilot for hire and a proud owner of the Amazon Queen, an airplane that you use for work. It's interesting how those old movies always depicted their heroes to have excitement-filled jobs, right? I mean, a private plane owner working out of a remote location somewhere in a beautiful part of the world? Or an archaeologist/teacher turned adventurer treasure hunter? Or a private investigator with a dark past, heart of gold and near uncontrollable hankering for firewater? Or even an ex-cop turned bounty hunter with ties to both, law and the underworld, and an untouchable arch-enemy/nemesis that he will have to face and defeat at some point? These were the heroes of our youth. Well, whatever. Where were we? So you have a plane and are waiting in a hotel in Rio de Janeiro for your next customer, a famous actress, Miss Faye Russell. As you wait for her in a hotel room, you are ambushed by your competitor's goons and locked in said room. While you manage to free yourself with the help of a showgirl and your former lover Lola and get to the airport on time, this is just a setup for an adventure filled with all kinds of action. Stuff like crash landing in the middle of Amazon jungle, cooperating with an unexpected trader named Bob who lives among the indigenous to the jungle tribe, and saving Princess Azura from Florida, among others. You'll have your hands full of both adventure and fun, and it will hook you from the first joke. Flight of the Amazon Queen's graphics was made entirely in famous Amiga's graphics software Deluxe Paint. A brilliant little piece of programming marvel that I played with myself as a kid too, and I gotta tell you, it was borderline revolutionary at the time. It was like Photoshop of the late 80s, early 90s with a whole fully working frame-by-frame animation module too, which is a testament to how important at the time Amiga was for game development on many more systems than just itself. Flight of the Amazon Queen is a beautiful looking and great sounding title that's a treat for any and all adventure games fans. And given the fact that its puzzles are not overly difficult, but also not trivial either, it's an excellent pick for hardened genre aficionados and newbies alike. Fable is a perfect example of a median point-and-click adventure. Good, but not great. It takes everything that the genre is known for, it doesn't add anything unnecessary or extra, it doesn't force 3D in its presentation or many twists and turns in its story either, but the staple is so well covered, resulting in a very enjoyable and playable experience. Its story is quite interesting too, even if told mainly in the introduction and barely touched throughout the rest of the game. It puts you in the shoes of Quickthorpe, who is given a quest by his village's priest of finding of 4 mystical gemstones. They are said to have magical powers and be able to partly control the nature around them. The priest plans on destroying them, making the world fully habitable to the villagers again. Each gem has a guardian in the form of a different creature and they must be defeated for it to be obtainable. As you go about your quest, you'll learn that the world was once kept in an iron grip by the ancient race of creatures from another world called Mecubar, and they caused catastrophic event as they were leaving the planet, all to destroy the humanity that they left behind. A dick move if you ask me. Now it's up to you to figure out what the gemstones are really used for and can they be a key to saving the world. As much as the plot may seem dark, heavy and gloom, especially taking place in the world that is in complete ruin, struggling to survive, the game is chock full of quirky British humor and for the most part it's actually pretty fun to go through and experience. Interestingly enough, there's actually 2 separate releases of Fable with 2 different endings. The original, international releases ending is very dark and depressing, and proves that all of the work you've put in the game was in vain, and that everything was not really what it seemed. It was criticized by the audiences as being off-putting and not fitting to the rest of the gameplay, so the devs changed it for the North American release to not only be lighter, but also to provide a happy end in game's conclusion. It's hard to tell if that was the right choice, but it is what it is. The puzzles are for the most part inventory-based and pretty fun, hardly ever too difficult to leave you pondering about what to do. The sounds are pretty good too, especially the British narration that fits perfectly and highlights the humor contrast between the light-hearted gameplay and dark overarching story, and the graphics are pretty nice, well animated and in high resolution SVGA, adding a lot to the fun. So, if you're a fan of adventure games, this one's not to miss, even if it's definitely no one's favorite game in the genre. The Last Express is a real-time point-and-click adventure set in 1914, just before the outbreak of the World War. You play as American Dr. Robert Cave, who receives an invitation from a friend to join him on the Orient Express. Without giving it a second thought, you accept and get on the train, and with style too. And I mean it. You're literally jumping on it from your motorcycle, escaping the authorities as a suspect in a murder you did not commit. Naturally, from the moment you accept to the moment you jump on the train, a little time has passed, but I'm simplifying it for the sake of this video. If that all wasn't enough, and your life wasn't full of odd happenings, when you finally get on the train, you find the body of a friend of yours, also killed. So, to escape the suspicion of 2 murders now, you decide to disguise yourself as the dead man. The logic behind this reasoning is totally escaping me, but whatever, it is what it is. And all that is just the beginning of a roller coaster of treachery, lies, political conspiracies, personal interest, romance and murder, all aboard the titular train. Even though The Last Express was not a commercial success upon its release, it gained highly positive reviews from both gamers and industry professionals alike, not in small part thanks to its non-linear story and real-time gameplay. While majority of the game is experienced from the first-person perspective, all of the cutscenes are in third-person view and are stylized like some of these very early and jumping between the frames animated movies of yore. The time keeps running constantly in The Last Express and in real time, albeit multiplied by a factor of 6. Many of the events in the game are scripted and run on a schedule too, so you have to keep track of the in-game time and their on-train locations to be able to witness them as they take place. The game features over 30 individual unique characters, all with their own artificial intelligence and agendas, so when talking to them, you always have to keep in mind that they're after their personal goals first and anything else later. So, unless you intervene and change what the particular person was about to do, either by having them do something else, by changing their minds, or just talking to them when they were planning on doing that thing, they will follow their own schedules. And each and seemingly small change in these may have a lasting impact on the rest of the game. This type of a branching design made The Last Express a really addictive title, though one that also ended up with over 800 pages long script for. There's 30 quote-unquote bad endings, 4 alternate neutral ones, and one that's considered to be the true good ending. The game may have not been a commercial success, but it's definitely worth not only your attention but also a full playthrough. Especially that 1997 was the last year fully commercial professional adventure games were released for DOS, as it was slowly phasing off from minds of devs as the viable gaming platform. Rad Warrior, also known as the Sacred Armor of the Anti-Riot, is a flip-screen action platformer. The world as we know it ended in 2086. Rather late, judging by what's going on in our real world, but I suppose humans of Rad Warrior were more civilized and took longer than we will to destroy themselves. Just before the end, the world was split into 2 factions, East and West. Surprise, surprise. Both of them having developed special anti-radiation battlesuits which, despite the naming, were actually immune to all kinds of conventional damage and not just radiation, making the traditional war smooth. So they struck at each other with weapons of global destruction. This was the end. Millennia later, the descendants of the survivors were a happy and prosperous race living in peace with nature, and everything seemed to be going the right way for once. Well, we'd had no game if something wouldn't have happened so naturally, eventually something did. A mysterious aliens emerged from an old volcano where a pre-war, seemingly abandoned military base was. And as soon as they did, they attacked and near instantly conquered and enslaved largely agriculture and unarmed inhabitants of Earth. They forced them to work in mines and act in the benefit of invaders. You're Tal, one of the captured survivors and one that can't and won't take the oppression any longer. You were instructed by the elders to seek out a legendary battlesuit, the so-called Sacred Armor of Anti-Riot, which, as you can easily guess, is that pre-war anti-radiation suit I've mentioned, and stop the enemies from devastating the lands and killing the populace. It's not going to be as easy as it may have seemed, as the armor will require you to find few extra pieces of gear for it, but ultimately it will be worth it, as they will grant you additional abilities like beam weapon or flight, for instance. You start the game without it, armed with rocks that you can throw at the enemies, your wits and dashing good looks. I mean, people turn heads when they see you gasping in awe. The enemies are a mix of various creatures and the invaders, and while they're theoretically not very difficult to beat, I mean, most of the time a rock to the eye is all that it takes, the way that the game is designed makes it much more challenging than it's necessary. What do I mean by that? Well, the rocks are always thrown at the particular angle and it's not a very well thought out one. Usually either way too high or bit too low to hit them, requiring you to perform some kind of advanced trajectory calculations on the go and setting Tal at the right distance for the throw to land where you'd hope that it would. Which is often possible, but not always, as some enemies go right at you. Still, as a DOS action game from 1988, Rad Warrior is actually pretty decent, even if very 8-bit feeling. The presentation, aside from utilizing terrible CGI, is rather decent, and all the sprites and background objects are distinct and easily recognizable. If you enjoy these old arcade titles, there's a lot to like here. Chucky Egg is a single-screen arcade platformer that originated on ZX Spectrum in 1983. So the PC port, even if released in 1989, is rather late. If you're someone who grew up in the arcade, so with 8-bit micros though, you'll find it instantly enchanting and addicting. Generally speaking, Chucky Egg is rather simple. It's built out of 8 single-screen levels, and see you playing as Henhouse Harry, who has to collect 12 eggs in each of the stages before the time runs out. They are naturally scattered all around the henhouse, and there are hens and duck chasing you. If they catch you, you lose a life and you only have 5 of these. Additional ones are awarded every 10,000 points that you get for collecting eggs. You can raise the scoring by grabbing piles of seed too, which also stop the timer countdown for a little while. The levels are made out of solid platforms that are connected via ladders and elevators. In the first 8 stages, only hands follow you, letting you learn the tropes and master the controls. In the second set of 8, there's the duck instead of hands, and it follows you around the screen at all times, homing onto your location like some kind of deranged natural missile. In third, they're all chasing you at once. Fourth set increases the number of hands, and in fifth, duck and hands move at increased speed. When you beat them all, stages, not the animals naturally, and then the last 41st level, the game is won. Interestingly enough, the level 41 is identical to 33, which is odd, but whatever. It may not sound like fun from this rather dry description, but trust me, if you yourself was spawned into existence in the 80s, or have an unhealthy love for the games from the decade, this one's as good as they come. And we'll see you running around the hen houses like crazy, grabbing the eggs, no doubt in preparation for the Guinness Book of World Records' biggest scrambled eggs cook-off record attempt. And that needs a lot of eggs. Like at least 492 eggs. I mean, don't fact check that, trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. On a video at least. Dangerous Dave in the deserted pirate's hideout is one of John Romero's first games, way before he became famous as one of id Software's legendary designers and a first game in Dangerous Dave series. I'm sure it's pretty easy to guess that you play as Dave, and he's dangerous. Well, mainly to himself, slipping off the platforms to his demise whenever he gets a chance, but whatever, it comes to. Dave's also a master skateboarder, a legendary skater or whatever you'd call a person like that. I was never much into the subculture, and it's difficult for me to dress my thoughts in words with this one, being a foreigner and all. You know, the point is he has a skateboard, and he's so good at it in fact, that he managed to earn 10 golden trophies in various tournaments. So you know, he's like young and much cooler Tony Hawk, also known as Dangerous Hawk. Or not, it's hard to follow all these folks with their cool sounding names. Anyway, your arch-nemesis, Clyde Cooper, a much less cooler named kid, stole your trophies and scattered them around the pirate's hideout. I know what you're thinking, how in the hell a young teen would know pirates, let alone where their secret hideout is. But that, my dear viewer, is really easy to explain. And please, let me shed some light on it. The reason for it all is, you guessed it right, game logic. Anyway, Dangerous Dave plays a little bit like Super Mario games do, short of scrolling, which flicks the screen back and forth as you get close to its border. So, you run around the mostly horizontally arranged stages, avoiding various baddies and seeking trophies, collecting numerous treasures along the way. While these do nothing in terms of level progression, they award points, and every 20,000 you get an additional life, and there is no such thing as too many lives in an action platformer, even one that caps them at 4 like Dave does. Unlike Mario though, you're armed with a gun and some enemies shoot too. But most importantly, you're not going left to right, but can backtrack if needed, as the level exits are often somewhere in the middle of the stage. But since they open only after you collect the trophy, some backtracking may be needed here. Come to think of it, it doesn't play like Mario at all. Whatever. Some bonuses and trophies may be stashed high up, much higher than you could ever jump to, so finding and using a limited in fuel jetpack may be required to beat some of the stages. So keep that in mind, that having a little jetpack fuel left, just in case, is always a good call. Similarly to Mario though, Dave features some hidden levels, and discovering them is as rewarding as it was finding them in Nintendo's Classic. Overall, while not as polished as some later games in this video, Dangerous Dave is definitely one well worth a playthrough. To no one's surprise, being the 4th game in this genre-themed video, Prehistoric is a flip-screen platformer, and as the title may suggest, it takes place in the prehistoric times, somewhere between the first and last dinosaurs. You play as a generic type of a caveman, one hailing from a T-bone tribe no less. You know, like the steak, but from a dino and not a cow. Genesis of the tribe's naming aside, you have a problem. I mean, not you, but tribe you. What is it, you may wonder? Well, the times are tough, the food is scarce, and T-bones are in dire need of some real-life T-bones. So, being the stand-up caveman that you are, an upright Homo sapiens joke intended, and also having nothing better to do, you grab your trusty club and head off to hunt for food. Some of the foods can be found and picked up, you know, fruit, berries, an odd chicken leg and the likes, but let's be honest with ourselves here. When you're hungry, you want fresh meats. All kinds of meats. Light, dark, fatty, lean, you don't discriminate. Steaks, burgers, sausages, bacon, you know, the good stuff. Meat is something very rarely lying around though, and you gotta hunt for it. So, bash them animals that you'll meet with your club to completion. Whoa, that sounds all kinds of wrong. Anyway, no subtext intended, the more you bash, the more meat you get, and the more food you're able to collect. That said, animals are not just waiting there to be beaten and then devoured, and they defend themselves. And while some attack you at melee range, trying to get that bite or scratch in, naturally to change your mind and explain the many reasons to go vegan, there are those that throw the projectiles too, explaining vegan philosophies from afar. Those attacks and reasoning fall on deaf ears though, and you're all about the meat. And I totally get that, cause my favorite sandwich is BLT, hold the L and hold the T. Prehistoric is a rather interesting title, though an unforgiving one. Most of the jumps that you'll be taking need to be pixel perfectly aimed, the enemies often attack so fast, especially when entering caverns, that you're left with what feels like a fraction of a second to react, so you always have to be at your A-game not to keep dying left and right. Other than the club, you'll get to find bombs, extra lives and time, improved jumps, and better weapons. And while they're all fantastic, especially the jump, trust me, you'll love it when you get it, the weapons don't persist between the levels, which is just all kinds of nasty video game design choice. But it is what it is. And what Prehistoric is a rather fun and unique action platformer that's as entertaining as it's frustrating to play, so a mixed bag. Elf is a flip-screen platformer with some adventuring elements. You play as Cornelius the Elf. I know, it sounds rather generic, but you're anything but. And you must save your beloved Eliza that had been kidnapped by the Met Necrolius, and conveniently for him, and us gamers too for that matter, she's been hidden by him 8 worlds away. You know, so you'd had a long-ass adventure cut out for you before you get to them. So, with nothing more than your magical ring capable of shooting projectiles and your dashing good looks, you set off to save Eliza. As you chase the evil madman around the game's world, annihilating any and all creatures that, for whatever the reason, seem to be bent on hurting you, pewing your way through them to your ultimate goal, you'll collect various herbs and small animals that then you can later on trade in shops for different useful upgrades, like extra speed, stronger attacks, magic spells, or unique devices helping you on your quest. One of them being a flying machine, for instance. You'll also meet plenty of NPCs that will be more than happy to send you on numerous errands around the game world, and it will mostly be different manner of fetch quests, kinda similar to those we'd seen in earlier DZ games. Were this really necessary in a game like Elf? Nope, not at all, but they're definitely a nice addition and make it more interesting and unique as compared to other titles in the genre. Oh, how you treat those NPCs, so whether you help them or hurt them, is kinda logged by the game and kept underneath all the gameplay as a sorta invisible karma meter, and depending whether you were good or bad throughout the game, the ending changes. So you know, it's an interesting mechanic and one that makes Elf more replayable than other games are. Elf is unusual and a game that grows on you, meaning that when you first play it, it may seem much less fun than it actually can be, as it demands a little time investment and patience to let it find its way into your heart. If you give it time though, it may end up being something you'll actually enjoy completing. Jetpack Christmas Special is a single-screen arcade platformer and a special freeware version of its bigger sibling Jetpack. You could think of this Xmas version and the original alike as a new take on the classic load runner formula. So, the levels are always of a single screen in size and require you to collect all presents controlling Santa before the door to the next stage opens, and you have to do it avoiding obstacles and the enemies. These enemies are not just monks like in famous classic, well, not at all like monks actually, but come in various shapes and sizes, and most importantly behavioral patterns. Some will chase you blindly as you're used to, while others move randomly in predefined locations. And there are those too that are scripted to move continuously or even just once over a particular path, which may require working around and / or performing Indiana Jones-like boulder escapes. So you know, fun. The difficulty level grows steadily, and while the first few levels may not be too demanding, the challenge grows with your progression, and soon enough you'll find yourself sweating working out ways to complete some of these more punishing stages. Fortunately, your character, let's call him Nicholas Klaus, has a jetpack and a so-called phase shifter. And while the first requires no explanation and is just precisely what it sounds like, the second allows you to tunnel through certain walls, which will come in handy more than once, for puzzling or to escape from a near certain death. Other than the platforms and Christmas presents, there are also ladders, force fields, jagged rocks, ice surfaces, teleport paths, conveyor belts, and a whole manner of other features that will help or impede your progress considerably. Cause yeah, a conveyor belt may very well be a huge help, as it can be an annoyance. Jetpack runs on fuel, so keeping a steady supply will require you to pick up tanks of it, but if I'm to be honest, more often than not, they're on your way to somewhere else anyway, so it's hardly ever going to be requiring you to do a lot of extra legwork to get there. Jetpack Christmas Special, same as the original Jetpack, comes with a built-in level editor, which can extend its life by a lot and allows up to 8 players to experience it alternating on a single system. If you don't mind a little bit expanded but still an 8-bit design formula in your games, then Jetpack Christmas Special is as good as they come. Blackthorn is a side-view action platformer that's very similar in its underlying gameplay mechanics to Flashback, but focused more on fun and bloody combat rather than story and puzzling. And since we're on the subject of story, you play as Kyle Blackthorn, an ass-kicking bad mofo that's afraid of nothing and no one. Now, cause 20 years earlier, as you were just a small kid, your father, King Vlaros Blackthorn, sent you off the planet Tool to Earth to stay in hiding. And you did, as you were afraid of everything, even the sound candy bar rappers make. Why would your father do that though? Well, evil forces of Sarlacc were taking over the planet Tool, and there was nothing that your father could do other than saving you. Since you grew up on Earth, and in one of those capital of violent crime cities no less, you've been trained, nay, seasoned by life to deal with whatever it throws your way. So, being a grown-up tough daddy now, you packed up your favorite shotgun, gave the last kiss to your best girl, put on your best heavy boots and your whitest of white t-shirts, and head off home, real home, Tool, to retake it. You may be under impression that one double-barrel shotgun and a t-shirt is not much, but Kyle is a one-man army, and way more dangerous than anything Sarlacc could throw his way, even when armed with just a t-shirt. Also, getting married to the idea of going through your adventure with just these two is a mistake, as soon enough you'll come across other weapons and some random items that will come in handy in this quest, one way or another. So, you'll be fighting off hordes of evil aliens, saving hostages, and solving simple puzzles. As a side note, you can also shoot hostages, cause they're chained to the walls and can't do nothing about it, but you and you don't hurt the innocent, even if you can. I really like the cover mechanic in Blackthorn, as it allows both you and the enemies to hide in the background layer to avoid getting shot. It introduces a lot tactics to the otherwise simple shooting gameplay and makes it feel deeper than your typical run and gunners are. Slower, more methodical, but also more fun. The game's rather gory, so I obviously loved it back in the day. But the fact that it ran really well, looked great and played awesome added a lot to the fun factor too. Somehow, Blackthorn never reached the heights of popularity of Prince of Persia or Flashback, even though it should. As for me at least, it always felt more engaging and action-packed than they were. If you never had a chance to experience it, this one's a no-brainer and a lot of fun. Track it down, load it up and get lost in hours of cool alien blasting. Cold Dreams is a rather fun and often overlooked flip-screen action platformer that features some of the most fun in its subgenre puzzles. According to its story, it's also a Predator-like scenario, like the 1980s movie Predator that saw an alien creature come to Earth to hunt humans for prey, just to get its ass handled to it by the mountain of muscles, Arnie Schwarzenegger himself. Well, it may not be the exact way the movie told its story, but for the sake of this video, let's assume that it did. So, Cold Dreams is the opposite scenario, as in, a humanoid warrior travels to a distant red planet going by the name of Swanda to prove his skills and prowess as a fearless warrior. The planet is said to have a legendary underground maze of caverns, defended by an army worth of monsters and holding tons of treasures and secrets just waiting there to be discovered. That maze is where you're going. It's worth pointing out that so far, all that went to the planet to prove their strength and honor had stayed there and never came back. Not living in peace and harmony with nature though, but as corpses rotting away somewhere. Which could be argued is also in peace and harmony with nature, so... Anyway, the planet split into 3 subworlds, each composed out of numerous rooms. While you go through them avoiding numerous hazards and battling it out with the enemies, you'll also have to do a lot of puzzling. And while most of it is traditional for the genre key finding, there's quite a few different and unique ones. Like for instance, cutting down the tree on one screen so that it could fall down few screens down and form a natural bridge over an unusually long gap. You also get to employ help from small robotic companion at some point, which can be set to follow you, wait or be controlled remotely. And given his size, he'll be more than useful in some of the puzzles and to get to hard to reach places. It can be equipped with ammo to protect itself when you're controlling it and can go into unreachable areas. Other than all that, there are naturally various pickups in the game, so stuff like life boosters, bombs and shields for instance, and all these can be carried and used at will or when necessary. There's 5 different weapons in Cold Dreams 2, and they are more or less useful against particular kinds of enemies, so learning what works where is a must for a comfortable and low on devs gameplay. These weapons are often used in puzzling too, so that tree I told you about for instance, the one that would be used to quote-unquote build a bridge, can only be cut with the use of an axe. Now, by 1995, flip-screen platformers were a dying breed. There weren't many of these on the market and they were of very different and not always great quality. Fortunately, Cold Dreams is rather good, so if you enjoy your Metroidvanias with a sci-fi twist, it's an excellent title to waste some time on. Quadrax is a Slovak single-screen puzzle platformer that was huge in the country of its origin, but virtually unknown anywhere else, which is surprising as it's excellent. The story bit is rather simple and lacks detail, but fortunately it more than makes up for it with gameplay. So there's these two adventurers who went on a treasure hunting and found an ancient temple, like as old as the oldest of old structures that still remain hidden in the dense Amazon jungle. You know, those old pyramids partially reclaimed by nature? That old. Now, to be clear, it's not stated anywhere that Quadrax is set in the Amazon. In fact, it's seemingly in Africa. I was just using it as an example. The temple is hard to place location-wise as the themes of its rooms change often, but let's assume that some ancient civilization that was very advanced and now is long gone left it in the jungle, be it Amazon or in Africa. And these two are all about the treasures. Now, to get through all 100 levels Quadrax is composed of and succeed, you'll need to be on your puzzling A-game most of the time, as some of these later stages will really tickle that brainstem of yours. I'm not saying that they're needlessly toying with your sanity being overly difficult for no reason, I'm saying that they get gradually more demanding and can really get your noggin going, thinking of order of actions to perform and what to do to complete them. They're good tough, and not annoying tough is what I'm saying. The levels are naturally filled with all manner of traps and obstacles that have to be navigated around, and tons upon tons of things to switch, items to move, turn on or off, elevators, teleports, different kinds of blocks to interact with, you know, your typical puzzle fare. And you can control both adventurers separately, but at the same time switching between them at will to perform various tasks all around the levels. If you've played The Lost Vikings, you know exactly what I mean, with a difference that they don't have any special skills and are only often required to be at two different locations at the same time doing different things. Now, how many times did I say different in one sentence again? Too many seems to me. We should make out a drinking game out of it. So, whenever I say titular, you take a sip. When I say different or various, you take two, but if you hear me say excellent, now that's at least three. Also, I'm in no way trying to influence your decisions here, not advocating alcohol consumption either, it was just a silly joke. Oh, YouTube gods, please forgive me for I have misspoken. Anyway, where were we? Quadrax. So, there's no time limit in any of the stages, but the abundance of dangers, traps or great heights to fall from can kill you. Luckily, there's no enemies, so the game is really all about figuring out solutions to more and more demanding puzzles. If you like those kinds of experiences, this one's excellent. I've said it, I did, you know what to do, and it looks pretty darn good too. Not great, nowhere near what our PCs were capable of in 1996, but decent enough not to detract from play. Sounds are nearly non-existent, so there's that. One bad thing in a sea of good. Check it out, it's worth it. You know how I sometimes leave best for last? To end the episode on a high note with a hidden gem type of a game? Or something that has unusual or interesting gameplay mechanic? Or a particularly great written game worth experiencing? Well, in a video like this one, where I show a B-lister games and one for each year, it would be difficult, especially in our topical genre. So, I give you the worst for last. And while the worst for last is often overlooked and considered to be the lesser of two choices, I feel that just because the game is not particularly great doesn't mean that it's not interesting or worth seeing. And our today's pick, Big, or BIG, definitely is. Big is a very late Polish flip-screen action platform that looks like it really wanted to be the next Flashback. It did a lot to fill in the shoes, but something went wrong along the way and it failed to land. Instead, it circled around the airport for hours and touched the ground in an emergency landing, losing both wings, undercarriage and one engine in the process. On the surface, Big has it all. Your character can walk, run, crouch, jump, use melee and ranged weapons and even crawl. He can tiptoe his way around the levels too, not that you'd even need to, but you can. There's 8 types of weapons in Big and they're all manner of instrument of destruction, from sword to bazooka and anything in between. Was such a variety needed? Not really, but it's a nice touch. The game features other useful items too, so a magnetic belt extending your jump length, masking field, which is just your portable camouflage module, time accelerator, exactly what it says on the tin, and energy shield, so a personal shielding unit. You know, to tank those enemy shots with it and not your guts. The enemies are quite varied as well, different humans sporting different weapons and few types of robots too. All of them sharing the same motivation though, to express you away from this existence into the realm of the dead so that you would not have to suffer too long playing this game. Other than all that, there's a whole set of traditional adventuring and puzzling elements, so conversations with NPCs, switches, levers, computer terminals, elevators, teleports and magnetic cards, and you'll be either seeking or using this all the time. Graphics are a mixed bag of average and not great. for 1997 at least, and more often than not they feel like a miss. Using digitized characters on badly drawn backgrounds is rarely a recipe for success, and yet that's what the devs banked on. Some foreground and background objects look out of place, but all of it, even while not great, is not terrible, and the character animations are actually pretty darn good. I mean, not AAA good, but comparable to those aforementioned Flashback. Story is just the most ridiculous B-movie type of a tale that you've heard, which means that to me it's fantastic. It's short, it's simple, and sets up the game just fine. A group of crazed terrorists called Apocalypse attacked a convoy carrying nuclear warheads, stole them, and now plan to use them to initiate a global and potentially world-ending conflict. To prevent the extermination of the human race, the president sends his best agent, you, straight into the heart of the enemy's base in a foreign country to get to the warhead storage facility and initiate their self-destruction protocol. So, effectively, to potentially kill or irradiate millions to prevent the deaths of billions. Morality of such choice is an interesting subject to ponder about. Now, I'm sure that by now you've pretty clear idea what makes Big a rather bad game. The video recording shows me failing time after time again in going through the first part of the first stage. The controls are a nightmare, the gameplay lacks direction and clear objectives, and the responsiveness is just atrocious. I gave it a good half an hour never having played it before, and all I did is die, and die. And then I died some more and even more. I kept dying everywhere. Well, on these 2-3 screens that is, I never got any further. And you know what? It doesn't get better. Big doesn't deliver what it said to deliver and feels flat and uninspired. Avoid it if you can. While you could say that Sidewinder is nothing special today and just your average kind of a shooter, you have to remember when it released, and that when it didn't sport still popular at the time nightmare-inducing CGA presentation. Instead, it ran in full 16-color EGA and looked rather well, for the time at least. For all intents and purposes, it's your everyday shooter in which you go through 6 increasingly more demanding levels, pushing a little ship upwards, shooting the enemies first and asking questions later. Well, since most of the bodies seem to die in a fiery blaze exploding into a firework of microparticles, there's not that much questioning going on. But on an odd chance that one would survive a meeting with your high-velocity projectiles, that's when you'll be asking questions. While Sidewinder is a vertically scrolling shooter, there is some degree of side-scrolling when you reach the edges of the screen. It's worth to keep that in mind if you're playing for the high score, as the enemies tend to hide there too. Each level starts and ends with a tunnel traveling section, and each has a bit different graphically theme, be it space or woodland and anything in between, keeping the game fresh all throughout. The enemies are rather varied and both land and air, but other than their looks and movement patterns, they hardly differ from one another, which is not a biggie, given when Sidewinder released and that it was a very 8-bit feeling title. I mean, naturally, it didn't release on any of the 8-bit systems, but design-wise, it felt very simple. There are no power-ups in Sidewinder, and all you have to deal with the enemies is your twin shot. For most others it would be an issue, a fight against overwhelming odds, but for you, it's just another Wednesday afternoon before dinner. The game features no bosses at all, which is a bit disappointing if you ask me, because I like to have that big bad at the end of the stage, making me memorize its patterns to even stand the chance of progressing, but whatever. It is what it is. And Sidewinder, instead of the bosses, serves you large ground structure with turrets and more enemies when you're nearing the end of the level. It's okay too, just not as fun. When all levels are completed, the game carries on from the first again, meaning that skilled enough player could play it near indefinitely. I don't see that happening though, seeing how stiff the controls are and how enemies are homing straight at you. Story-wise, after years of devastating intergalactic war, a stalemate was reached and neither of the sides seemed to have an advantage. At least, until the Starkiller came. Seemingly from nowhere, a gigantic ship the size of the planet with cannons as big as Manhattan, many of them I must add, appeared in our system, threatening the existence of our entire species. So, as per usual in situations like that, we pulled an ace out of our collective sleeve, and that ace happens to be you. So don't fail us, please. Ajax, also known as Typhoon, is a rather unspectacular vertically scrolling shoot-em-up based on arcade original of the same name. Guess what the background story of Ajax is. Come on, give it a go. Don't be shy, I'll wait. Did you say aliens invaded Earth again? You did? Great, cause that's what happened. I mean, it's not great cause it happened, but great cause you got it right. And you know that it's you who'll have to deal with it all now, right? So, sitting behind the remote controls of a helicopter gunship, you'll have to repel the aliens invaders and their forces through 8 levels that the game is built of, preferably surviving the whole process. I mean, you're you, so your chances of survival are at least twice as high as those of an entire alien armada, but be careful anyway, we need you. You're armed with air-to-air weapons and bombs, and you'll have to turn all the flying aliens into natural air-delivered manure and their on-ground structures into pockets of scrap metal and spare parts to be sold by those less fortunate to scrap yards. Or is it just here, and not a worldwide phenomenon? Anyway, there are 4 weapons used in air-to-air combat, and it's Vulcan Cannon, Freeway Shot, Triple, yes, they're not the same, and Laser. As in most shooters though, only one of these can be equipped at a time. There are no replacement weapons for bombing of ground targets, but you can upgrade their power and speed. Ajax also features a limited supply of smart bombs used for clearing large clusters of enemies. Enemies that come in pre-arranged, pre-baked, very AI-organized patterns that never change. So, it falls back on the genre standard of requiring you to memorize everything to go further and further with each consecutive playthrough. It's not unusual, especially in those early games, and truth be told, it makes Ajax a very pick-up-and-play type of a game, where you don't have to adapt to intelligent opponents and can rely on your memory only. Regular or muscle, both work as well. Each level ends with a boss fight, and these are rather fun and challenging. In fact, the entire game seems to be more difficult than the arcade original, which at times makes it a tad frustrating. Constantly being under fire from both air and ground target enemies, with your copter incapable of taking any serious beating. While the arcade original of Ajax was really fun, impressive looking for the time it released in, and one of the best shooters out there, this 1989's PC port is seriously let down by its graphics, which while using EGA were not very flashy and rather simple. On top of that, Ajax ran disappointingly choppy and seemingly for no reason too, which is not a good look for a shooter. Don't get me wrong though, it's not a bad game, but it's average at best, at least on PC. Operation Harrier is a decent overhead, always scrolling shoot 'em up. The levels, here called missions, are not your typical kill everything fare we're used to with box standard shoot 'em ups and have objectives. It's usually a destruction of a particular target, and it can be a whole manner of air, sea and land vehicles. For instance, an enemy aircraft carrier or power plant. You're equipped with air-to-air and air-to-everything else than air missiles and cannon, and you'll be using those all the freaking time. Mainly to explain the omnipresent enemies that the skies are yours and you're the hawk in the region. Hawk that defends and watches it like a, well, hawk. I fell for my own trap. How silly. So you will protect the air as if there was no tomorrow. There's always something to do in Operation Harrier, even if it's a disappointingly short game. Either your main mission objectives or entire squadrons of enemies unlucky enough to have flown your way. There's always going to be something to annihilate. If you add to it that the game feels unlike regular shooters, and also not like simulators either, but more like something in between the two, it makes for a rather interesting and fun experience, even if not overly long and only spanning a handful of missions. So, if you decide to give it your entire afternoon, you may find yourself completing all of Operation Harrier's missions faster than you anticipated. Sure, you can chase down the remaining enemies after, but it's hardly as fun, and repeating the same missions, restarting the game is not really something you'd like to do with this one twice in a row. There are a few things though that add to the fun factor, or annoyance level, depends on which camp you find yourself in. Namely, you have to keep an eye on your fuel levels, armament and damage all throughout each mission, and if necessary, return to a friendly base for rearming, refuel and repairs. Some will enjoy this added touch of realism, others may find it to be a busy work where none was actually needed. It's worth pointing out that with each mission, Operation Harrier gets more and more demanding, so if you ever feel overwhelmed by being chased by the enemy craft and targeted by numerous AA missile sites, you can switch to map view and travel this way, avoiding all the dangerous areas until you're at your intended target location. I wouldn't call it cheating, but it's definitely cheesing, so keep that in mind. Operation Harrier's biggest selling point and issue, both rolled into one, is definitely its graphics, and especially the rotation. It's an interesting effect of having the background rotate around your plane instead your plane on the background, and while it's neat, it can also prove to be a bit disorienting to some gamers. 1991's Battlestorm is a port from Amiga and an always scrolling shoot 'em up. After years of traveling and exploring the space, seeking new civilizations and species, going where no man has gone before, you're finally ready to come back home, to Earth. And you did. But to your surprise, it's not a beautiful blue marble full of life, hopes and dreams that you left, but a beautiful blue marble, cause you know, some things don't change, invaded and taken over by the aggressive alien forces. And that change is one for the books. and while it was unexpected, you're you, and it's not your first interstellar rodeo, so naturally you jump into the best, heaviest armed state-of-the-art craft that you have access to and vouch to eradicate the invaders, even if it's going to be one by one. And as you predicted, it actually is, literally one by one. I mean, they come in large numbers, but you're alone and can only do as much all by yourself. As video game stories go, this one's not the best, but Battlestorm is a shooter, so who cares? It's composed out of 4 levels, each divided into 2 smaller sub-stages for a total of 8, and you'll get to fight and destroy various errand ground enemies before taking on the titular Battlestorm, alien headquarters and their guardians. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Battlestorm is demanding, and when I say so, I'm not throwing these words in the air, it really is. So if I could suggest something, it would be to start at the lower side of the difficulty, so that you'd get time to accustom yourself to how it plays before moving to the more demanding choices. Interestingly enough, not all stages are always scrolling, some are horizontal only, while others move in vertical fashion. It may seem odd at first, but it adds a lot to the variety, and there's no such thing as too much variety in gameplay. We've already established that Battlestorm is difficult, so to combat the odds criminally stacked against you, you have pickups. And there are many. Strong lasers and homing missiles, for instance, with likes of fire rate and movement speed mixed for good measure. And you should make your priority to always pick them up if you get a chance. Don't think you'll come back for one, cause you just need to dispose of that group of enemies or that annoying fighter that's been on your tail for a while or whatever. If you know where a pickup is, and you will, as the pop-up messages will let you know, go and get it. They will be crucial for your survival. And Earth's future too. Enemies come in large groups and waves, and taken care of, they are closely followed by the bomb-dropping mothership, and eventually a boss that will chase you around the playfield, sponging them shots of yours as if they were nothing. It's not all great though, I mean gameplay-wise it's all fine, nothing to complain about, but the porting itself, and especially the presentation, is of questionable quality. On its original platform, Amiga, Battlestorm used only 32 colors, and they were everywhere, on your craft, on enemies and in the backgrounds, it looked great. They were mixed like a tiny work of art, that they kinda were. And on PC, even using VGA capable of 256 colors at once, the game looks bland and monochromatic. Like 3 shades of grey on 4 of brown, and another few bit darker shades of grey with some red here and there only. I'm not sure what happened there during porting, but it's disappointing to say the least. Galactic is a liar, is a cheat, and also a bad boy of a game. Pretty fun romp in space too, but we'll get to that in a minute. Why is it a liar, you may wonder? Also, how can a game be a liar? Well, I'm happy to answer. So Galactic tries to make you think, nay, feel that it's a vertically scrolling shooter. That you travel in the universe at breakneck speeds, pewing enemies into eternal quiet of the vacuum of space, level by level, stage by stage, reg by reg. When in fact it's a static screen shooter like Galaga or Galaxians, just using the background particles flowing downwards to simulate the feeling of movement. And these particles are just the most annoying thing ever, as they get mixed up with enemy shots easily, making Galactics unnecessarily more difficult than it should have been. I'm all for gradual increase of difficulty as you advance through the game, but not via bad stylistic choices. That I don't like. Anyway, it may be a reoccurring theme today, given the subgenre that we're into, but naturally, aliens have attacked the Earth. In fact, they announced it, along with their desire to enslave us. They even dared boasting that nothing can stand in their way. How naive of them. Well, also, how correct. Nothing can stop them. Someone can though. You. As soon as you come back from shooting all the baddies in Battlestorm, that is. Gameplay-wise, Galactics is most similar to Galaxian, with enemy ships coming in groups and diving at you, and shooting missiles every now and then too. You know, that you would not feel too comfortable while trying to repel them. Fortunately, you don't die from one hit in Galactics and have a deflector shield, a marvel of Star Trek-inspired ingenuity, which can take quite a few shots before it gives in. And beware, as well thanks to it you're more resistant on an immediate basis, you still only have one life. The continues are not limited though, so the choice to carry on and cheat the death so to speak is entirely up to you. There's few different pickups in Galactics, so rapid fire, twin and triple shots, bombs for those "oh shit I'm about to die" moments, extra missiles as a separate secondary weapon, and energy tanks for your shield. And to get them, you have this interesting addition in the form of grappling arm, which can extend entire screen length onto pickups to grab and bring them back to your ship. It's an unusual choice and fun for a little while. It gets tedious with time though, and soon enough you'll want your pickups to just fall downwards like any other game. Overall, there's no reason to dance around the subject, the gameplay is rather simple in Galactics, the enemies are plenty but not very distinct from one another, and the fun factor holds for a couple of hours or so. After that, if you're still playing, you're more than likely thinking of switching games already. Major Striker, as opposed to Minor Striker, which was my nickname in high school, don't ask why, I'm embarrassed, is Apogee's Masters of the Shareware, another successful attempt at vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. And as with most of their games, this one too, whether there was a reason for it or not, has a story. Because why the hell not? So, 8 years after the end of the Third World War, aliens known only as Cretons attacked the Earth. And we were so close, you know, if they were only called cretins, it could have been so much easier. They wouldn't be capable of any advanced tactics. But to no avail, it seems. So, the plan was formed to hit them where it hurts the most, and no, it's not in their alien balls, which coincidentally they carry on their backs, but within their own star system, at the hearts of their trio of homeworlds. You, my indestructible fearless viewer, play as Major Harrison Stryker and are tasked by the lovely Admiral Yoshira of going to aliens' 3 main planets and destroying their military installations. So, appropriately to your surname, it's a last strike type of a mission. If you fail, we're doomed and there will be no more bacon. So keep in mind that your potential failure will effectively erase this salty delicacy from the universe forever. And that is something we cannot allow and also worth fighting for. Major Striker is composed out of 3 thematically unique and fun-to-move worlds, filled with numerous alien bodies and installations to destroy. It features many different weapon upgrades and shields and a whole plethora of power-ups, changing how your ship behaves, influencing the gameplay itself or adding bombs to your arsenal. The 3 difficulty levels available to pick between in the game are considerably different from one another, changing the number of enemies dramatically and also access to available power-ups. The bigger the challenge, the more points you can get though, so if you're aiming for the score run, always pick the highest. Major Striker is a tough game, so it's best to train on lower difficulties first before moving to more demanding ones. The graphics are as good as they can be on EGA, featuring lush backgrounds and various unique sprites for enemies and foreground objects alike. Oh, and 3-level parallax scrolling, so something that was more often expected in VGA titles and not 16-color EGA games. If you're a fan of shooters, Major Striker is a no-brainer. The game, not the soldier. The soldier's rather smart, good-looking and popular with the ladies, human and alien alike, and not only because it's you playing as him, even if it's a major factor. Still, the game is great, check it out. First Flying Tigers, coincidentally also released in 1994, was not a great game. It kinda sucked. I mean, I've seen and played worse, much worse even, but it seems to have failed on nearly all fronts. Graphics, sound, gameplay and variety all were subpar and disappointing. Now this second game must be much better, right? Well, and rarely anything good starts with well. But this time it's actually not that terrible. Sure, Flying Tigers 2 ain't gonna win any awards, nor it did when it released, but it wasn't as underwhelming as its older sibling was. It's still a low-budget mid-effort type of affair, but at the very least it seems to be working, most of the time. You're once again behind the steering wheel, nope, not the case here, behind the flying stick of an experimental high-tech craft known as the Flying Tiger, and fighting against techno terrorists, no less. Even more so, ones that vouch to destroy any and all Flying Tigers. Why? Who knows? Also, who cares? It's a shooter, its budget was a crate of beer, 2 stale pizzas and a pack of Kleenex tissues, half of them used, so let's leave it at that and focus on the gameplay. It's a bog-standard vertically scrolling shoot-em-up in which you devour hundreds if not thousands of mostly different enemy planes, with an occasional ground installation falling to your onslaught of bullets from time to time. As in most games in the genre, you'll get to find and pick up weapon upgrades, but unlike the standard, they also heal you a little in Flying Tigers too. Yellow-colored bonuses change the type of your main weapon, while the blue ones replace the secondary one, giving you a choice between lasers, missiles and flaming napalm. Fortunately, you can shoot at the bonuses to have them flip between the available options so that you can pick what you'd like to grab. You're scored on the number of enemy planes and vehicles destroyed, and let me tell you, whatever your number says at the end of the level, it's not enough. At least not based on how enemies keep pushing at you, clearly having something against pilot as handsome as yourself. Every 4 levels you encounter bosses, yes plural, and these are mostly special, very powerful and resistant planes. Mostly, but not only, as you'll get to face zeppelins and warships too, and even volcanoes at some point. I know, don't ask, it's stupid, but it's also stupidly fun to see something so otherworldly as the enemy. I just can't dislike it. It's great. So, Second Flying Tigers is much better than the first, still not great as compared to Raptor, Tyrian and other A-listers, but as a budget kind of a game, it's actually pretty decent. Baryon is a definition of a hidden gem. Why it ended up being virtually unknown and forgotten by the gaming world is something I do not understand in the slightest. And it's also a vertically scrolling shoot-em-up and one of the best shareware games in the genre. It features two different ships to choose from, each with its own unique set of upgradable weapons, missiles, both regular and homing, with the earlier being stronger and latter more convenient, and a bomb and a shield, which hopefully are more than self-explanatory. It's chock full of many different and unique enemies, and they seem to be having something against you, something personal no less, as they're going at you all the time from all sides relentlessly, as if their own life meant nothing to them. They're kamikazing their way into you as often as they're trying to shoot you. If you play your cards right, however, I meant if you aim your shots right and use bombs wisely, that's precisely what their lives will be. Nothing. A pile of smoking debris somewhere, forgotten by you the moment that the shot connected. That said, don't underestimate Baryon, as it's definitely not one of the easier shooters out there. On the contrary, it will test both your reaction speed and how well you can adapt to ever-changing on-screen action. Come to think of it, the difficulty and unforgiving nature of Baryon is what may have been one of the factors of its obscurity. I've no data to support this claim, it's just how I feel. Shareware version consists of one level only, which I feel is not enough to familiarize yourself with the title to the point of being able to decide if Baryon is something you'd like to invest your money in. Fortunately, it was more of an issue in 1995 than it is now, so it's just an observation and shouldn't influence your opinion about it. Full commercial release version has 6 levels, and while it's not a lot either, coupled with the challenge that the game offers, it should provide for a few evenings of fun mixed with frustration, in different measures entirely dependent on how good of a gamer you are. And I'm not great. So, lengthwise it's not a big title, but in terms of quality, it's stellar. I'd risk saying that it's not far off from everyone's favorite Tyrian. Not as good, but pretty damn close. Baryon's presentation is exceptional, the enemies and stages are all unique and beautifully designed, there's tons upon tons of explosions on screen at once, and the graphics could be summarized as clean but detailed, which is the best way they can be in a shooter. Sounds are pretty decent, some of them very heavy, perhaps a bit too much, but in the end it all adds up to the fun factor. If you manage to find Baryon somewhere for a decent price or on a random abandonware site and are into shoot-em-ups, then it's probably the best title in today's video. Seek and Destroy explains its premise best with its own title, because that's precisely what you'll be doing in it, seeking your targets and then showering them with kisses and hugs like a little puppy, or destroying them, one of the two. Who am I to tell you what to do when you get to them? It's also a port of Amiga's 1993's original and technically interesting always scrolling shoot-em-up. It's a similar tech to that in our today's earlier title, Operation Harrier, but used better I think, and much better feeling during gameplay. Desert Strike is closest title that I could compare Seek and Destroy to, with a difference of it being top-down, much faster, rotating and much less structured. It's also not limited to desert-based locations and features missions in jungle, snowy regions and over ocean too. It lets you pick one of two vehicles, either a copter or a huge-ass tri-barrel tank, and pew your enemies into non-existence, fast and nimble or slow and accurately, respectively. In most of 14 available missions, split into smaller individual stages, you'll be able to pick which you'd like to use, although some phases force use of a specific machine. As you turn your enemies into irrelevant members of your, by either rockets or high-caliber projectiles, you find and gather medals. These can be used between the stages to purchase free levels of upgrades for weapons and better your vehicles too. It's also when you decide how to split your fuel, armor and speed ratios to min-max your vehicle for the challenges ahead. It's not something you'd expect from such an old title, and yet it's there, and it's surprisingly complex. Missions, however, are not, and in most cases revert to requiring what the title states only. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it, it's just a shoot-em-up after all, just that the game as polished as this one could really benefit from a bit more variety. Fortunately, Seek and Destroy more than makes up for it all with playability, and it's as fun as it looks on the footage. Well, I'm a bit rusty, so it may seem more chaotic than fun, but despite that, I assure you, it's pretty darn cool, even if a bit hectic. In the end, Seek and Destroy's technically interesting approach to movement and fast action is what makes it fun. And as much as I liked it, having played it today, it's clear to me that I'm nowhere near as good at it as I remember. Still, it's a worthy addition to any shoot-em-ups fans collection. Alien Phobia is an outlier in this video, for many reasons. And since I've nothing better to do now, do you? I totally ignored the fact that you might be busy. Oh, nothing. Thought so. So I'm gonna list them all here. First of all, it's not a vehicular shooter like all the others, but instead you play as a nondescript soldier. A veteran at an advanced age, judging by the speed he paces around the screen, and he's sporting a huge-ass gun. So he's a deadly machine, you may think, one capable of killing dozens, maybe hundreds of aliens at a time. Right? You know, with the unlimited ammo that he's got there and all? Well, yes and also no. Yes, that's probably doable, and no, you're watching me playing. So you know, a gamer with a very special subset of skills, none of which have anything to do with gaming. Also, why the hell the soldier shoots at an angle and not straight ahead? I mean, how am I supposed to be plowing my way through soon-to-be-dead alien scum if I shoot sideways while going forwards? What gives, man? Well, terrible design ideas and even worse gamers aside, let's talk about what else is different about Alien Phobia. It's played in a single screen, and I know we've had one of these games today already, but this one never clears, never stops, never gives you a second to run down to toilet for a little bit. Nope, it just keeps spitting waves upon waves of aliens at you, hoping that you'll be able to handle it all. And you might. Me, not so much. Also, the more of the decomposing corpses that there are, the slower the game runs. I suppose I could bump up the core speeds of those box a little, but you know, it's not that good looking or sounding game to require me to do so. And finally, Alien Phobia is a survival shooter. So, there's no story. I mean, I'll think of one for you in a minute, so that you'd not feel like the game has no reason to exist, but in reality, there's none. So all you have to do is survive for as long as you can, and your score is the number of alien corpses that you leave behind. And that's pretty much it. Oh, there's an HP bar in the game, so luckily it's not one hit, one kill kind of a thing, but trust me, it goes down fast as soon as there's more than 20-ish of these bastards running around you. Alien Phobia, it's not great, it's not bad, it's a title for an old game or two every time you can't decide what to play next, and in essence, just a 3-minute palette cleaner before making the final call on a bigger, better and longer lasting title. I did promise you a story, didn't I? Imagine the world in which all Pokémon trainers lost their ability to successfully catch and train Pokémon, and with time died off from an old age. Terrible, I know, especially because now all the Poké creatures, as I will call them from now on for many different reasons, none of which has anything to do with the Big N and their legal teams, are running rampant and humping like radioactive rabbits, creating new and deadlier hybrids. Soon enough, they've become the alpha species of our planet, and we're the ones that they hunt and train now. Yep, you and I, buddy, you and I. Well, not me, cause you know, I'm here recording the videos, but definitely you. Yep, tough luck. Oh, okay, not you either it seems, cause you're you, and you're not gonna be caught by no Poké creature. So others are caught, trained and sent against each other in battles. So you've got those different breeds of humans that the Poké creatures catch and level up. There's the hobo human, his skill is the ability to turn anything he finds into a nickel, and buff himself with an armor made out of trash cans. There's the X-Cap human that has a taser, and when buffed by a donut throw skill of Baker human, he can grow twice in size and double its strength. There's a lot of strategy to it, you know? It's not just a game for Poké Creatures kids, trust me. Overall, there's like 180 or 190 more of these humans. One of them is the Reserves Vet human. He's been in military reserves all his life, never saw live combat, and spent more of his time playing League of Legends than training. Now he's 65 and the star of the game. The game itself depicts a training grounds for it, where a human trainer, so one of the superior Poké creatures, can use his level 20 upgraded and still followed Reserves Vet human to train and grind levels. Crappy story, I know, but what can you expect from a crappy storyteller? The end. HKM is a rather early versus fighter, and yes, I'm avoiding saying the entire title for YouTube reasons. Such are the times we live in. Unlike nearly all the rest of the pack that we'll get to talk about here today, it does not feature a two-player mode and only offers a single-player campaign. Still, as a 1988 release, it's surprisingly interesting and well done. You're Kwon, and you're the titular HKM, a true badass and a master fighter. You've like 5 or 6 black belts, one that's rainbow colored and one made of leather to hold your pants in place. And muscles. Yep, you've got those too, and they're big. So big in fact, that no regular sized shirt fits you, so you spend most of your time running around topless, sporting a spotless white and era-appropriate headband. Those muscles, however, are not just for show, and you like the deadliest of the deadliest hand-to-hand fighters. At least that's what you claim. And since no one knows that though, and you're as insecure as they come, seeking a constant validation of anyone and everyone, you want to, nay, you have to show everyone that you're the best fighter out there. So you embark on a stupid-ass quest of your own making. to travel around the world and beat the living shit out of the best martial artists around it. But being an average Joe, or average Kwon in this particular case, you'll be visiting many different locales, showing off your prowess by beating up random people. So, you'll beat up a Russian soldier, you'll set 2 ladies straight, you'll down a bullfighter, well, bull for that matter too, cause, you know, why not go for the 2 birds, so to speak. You'll punch the life out of Oktoberfest German beer trader, you'll mow a French waiter, and definitely not for pretending not to be able to speak English, you'll chase and defeat Arabic ninja, and finally, Dwayne Johnson type of a mountain of muscles as the final boss. Oh, there's dog there mixed in too, cause it was 80s and no one cared. Pretty interesting cast of victims, don't you think? Still, if you play your cards right, or actually make sure to have your punches and kicks lined, you'll be committing successful hate crimes all around the world. The moves you have at your disposal may not be in dozens, but there's few decent ones, and for 1988 EGA fighter, HKM is a rather decent, even if not a good game. The graphics are, well, interesting, and while not mind-blowing or state-of-the-art for the graphical chipset, they're hardly something to pick on. And the sounds, well, let's leave the sounds at peace, they're not something worth mentioning or omnipresent, only ever audible sometimes with PC speakers' signature beeps and bops. Tongue of the Fat Man, aka Fatman, aka Mondus Fight Palace, aka Slaughter Sport, is a game with more titles than it needed, and as weird as all of them sound. Anyway, it's a late 80s versus fighting game with a gimmick. Said gimmick being the fact that you choose not between the specific named characters, but between the racers. So there's humanoids, cyber droids, cryoplasts, Amazoid, bee-huskers, razors, mammoths, Paftians, celluloids, and lastly, colonoids. Origin of that last species name is not something that I'd ever wanna learn, though I have my dark suspicions which I'm convinced are entirely different to their origin included in the game. I'd rather let your imagination wander though than explain it, or better yet, let your mind erase any note of the name altogether. Each of the races has their own 15 basic unique moves and 1 special, and all play a little different. You start with only 3 of them to choose from, but as you progress through the game, defeating other, they will be unlocked to be picked for the future encounters. The final boss is a titular fat man named Mondu, and yep, he is a bit on a heavier side. It's not his fault though, he's big boned, that's all. And his special ability is the so-called tongue lash, where his belly opens up as if an alien was about to jump out of it and sprawls a tongue tweak that jabs the enemy. So you. Despite him being the last character you play against in single-player campaign, he's not as hard to put down as some of the earlier ones can be. So yeah, that's 80s game design and balancing at its finest. I shouldn't complain though really, as the game supports VGA and looks really nice for the year it released in, and even if the presentation's not everything, it's definitely better than I expected. There are 24 different items in the game and they can be purchased between the matches, for money earned fighting or for betting on the fights, and up to 4 of these can be taken into the ring. Each of them is a singular use only perhaps, but they can easily make or break the game. Tongue of the Fat Man features 3 bars for each player, 1 for health, 1 for crowd favor, and the most important one, the red, for those noobs like myself who try to complete fighting games with just 1 or 2 moves. In short, if you try to spam the same technique, its effectiveness will decrease and at some point the attack will just do a tiny fraction of its original damage. So you have to mix them up and not rely on just a couple of attacks only. You can lose up to 3 times, which will cost you $100 to revive, but after this you can lose up to 3 times. Each of them will cost you $100 to revive, but after the 3rd loss, that's it and you're down forever. Tongue of the Fat Man is easily one of the weirdest versus fighting games I've ever seen, and definitely a title fans of the genre should play at least once. No Exit is trash. Wow, what a start. But it kinda is, I'm afraid. It's a single and multiplayer versus fighting game and one of the most bizarre titles we'll talk about today. It's also one of those very early, at least in its design philosophy titles, like International Karate, that lacks variety in attack moves and serves a very basic but decently looking gameplay with an interesting premise. So, graphically it's a rather nice, even if not impressive looking fighter, failing at nearly everything else. So you're this generic looking green-haired dude who's taking part in series of fights with near identically looking other generic dudes, which raise a series of questions. Is that some kind of a fashion trend of the future, the green pants, bare chest and all? Or are they just clones of one another, all collectively deciding on wearing the same kind of trousers and no tops? The questions may be out there, but answers aren't. So it's always you against your near look-alike and you're fighting it out using same boring ass attacks. Even more so, as you can clearly see, I can only make one. That said, there's a couple of things that make No Exit at least worth a try, if not a playthrough. And it's the ability to customize your character's balance of stats, trading off efficiency against vivacity and resistance against strength, which, while not much, allows you to preset your character to more suit your playstyle. So if you get hit often, invest in resistance, but if you're the one hitting strong, go for strength. The second unique feature is the so-called destructive mode, which you can enable up to 3 times, and it transforms your fighter into a monster or drastically deformed person, depends on the degree of particular transformation, and in that form you're not only hitting like a truck, but also are more resistant and it's easier for you to topple your opponent. It's an interesting mechanic, one that, as far as I noticed, the opposing fighter has no access to. When used at the right time, it may be a decisive factor in a particular battle. Beyond all this, there's nothing special or interesting about No Exit, the moves are rather limited in range of choices, not very flashy or explosive, and you don't feel the weight behind them. The graphics don't woo with anything either being just okay, and animations are pretty choppy. It's a game to have a go at once with a friend for shits and giggles, and then forget about forever. Choose an Enemy is not only oddly named versus fighter, but also the weirdest game in the entire video. It's a first-person perspective fighter and the second single-player only game we'll talk about today. It features terribly digitized graphics for backgrounds, fighters and, well, your girlfriend, all 3 of them, but you know what, let me highlight game's story here, cause it's short and stupid, just the way I like them. Someone attacks your girlfriend and you, being the good boyfriend that you are, have to protect her. That's it. Yep, deep stuff, eh? Anyway, get that. You get to pick who attacks your girlfriend. There's 3 enemies in the game, differing in their difficulty, technique, power, background scenery, looks and their hilarious stories, and you choose which of them will be the one going for her. Odd. Or a master plan to secure her love forever. We'll never know. Still, the enemies are Ivan Zubrovka, who according to his background is not very fast, takes 2 of your teeth with each of his successful attacks and is always under the influence of at least an entire bottle of vodka, which must have been the genesis for his nickname and skill, or lack thereof. Then there's the Pupola Bamba, who I must add looks as if he was suffering from a constant constipation. You know, he has that Max Payne look on his face. He's pretty fast and attacks a lot, but only takes 1 teeth when his hits land. Also, he's apparently an avid weed user, so there's that too. And finally, the star of the show, Fritz Ditz. I swear those names are something else. Ever since he was a kid, he wanted to be the king of the street. And yes, you heard that right, singular. Perhaps it's the Sesame Street that he was on about, or perhaps some other. It's a secret game devs will take to their graves. He punches out 2 of your teeth with each attack and doesn't drink or do drugs, so he changes his tactics constantly and is the fastest one of them all. Interesting cast of fighters, don't you think? What is the deal with all those teeth I keep mentioning, you may wonder? Well, the HP for you and your opponent is presented as a set of upper and lower teeth, and each successful hit takes few away. The fight ends either when all of the teeth of one of the fighters are gone, and so are the years of him eating solid foods, or when the time runs out. And then the number of leftover mowers decides the winner. There's only 3 moves in choose an enemy, and that's to launch the game, to ignore the game, or to uninstall the game. No, wait, these are not the droids that I'm looking for. I mean, moves that I'm looking for. And there are left hit, right hit, and a setback to avoid getting hit yourself. And using all these, you have to put down all 3 rather unusual gentlemen. The playability of Choose an Enemy is questionable, let alone replayability of it. But it's worth experiencing at least once to see how a terrible version of TKO or Punch-Out with digitized graphics would look like. Yeah! In the year 2073, New York is a dark, rundown and dangerous city. It is roamed by the deadly, genetically engineered mutant monsters, escapees from the AMX Corp labs where they were experimented on. Now, bent on killing anyone and destroying anything in their way, in revenge for pain, suffering and disfigurement that they suffered, they roam the city causing mayhem. The police and army are powerless to stop them, so it is decided that the champion is needed to stand against them. A fighter, likes of which we've not seen before, and one capable to saving the city and its citizens. So, a tournament is arranged and the strongest fighters from around the world came, seeking fame, glory and money. And the winner will also find honor as being our last chance, our violent fighter against the evil. That whole segment was supposed to be read in a movie-like voice, you know, like in the trailers, but I failed at it so many times. I mean, I just gave up. Anyway, as versus fighting games stories go, this one's pretty bad. I mean, so bad that it's good bad, but bad nonetheless. It's also just a story, and if I haven't told it to you, you'd not waste a second seeking it out and would just launch the game. And you know what? Good. Because that's what we're here for anyway. Violent Fighter features 8 unique combatants from around the world, each of them looking differently, representing their own martial arts techniques and sporting few unique attacks. So there's Keter, yes as in Peter but with a key, like for the door, instead of P, and he's an American boxer. Liz, from undisclosed country in Asia, is a master of also undisclosed martial arts, and she wants to open a grocery store with her prize money. Dream big, girl, dream big. Then there's Ali from Asia, and he wants to donate the money to the poor kids in his country so that they could get the education that they desperately need. And we kinda hope that he'll win. And survive. Both. Heights, as in plural from height, is the Australian name, and he drugs himself with mysterious quote-unquote vitamins and acts like an animal. Nobody knows why. Cyber 2 is a cyborg made by Professor Eaton, and he's 2, so there had to be one at some point, and the professor wants to spend the money on the Model 3, so yeah, it all checks out, science funding. Homa, an alien who crash-landed on Earth, a powerful being that plans to spend the money on a spaceship. Now, little does he know that we can't make those, not even in the game's lore, but whatever. Killer C from South America, and yes, C as in large body of water, is an amphibious creature fighting with his tongue and tail mainly. And finally, purple cyborg named Clyde, product of AMX Corp, he's made by the same company that's responsible for the monsters, so there's no money on the line for him. Pretty colorful cast, don't you think? And I just noticed I've asked the very same question 3rd time in a row. I'm repeating myself, that's problematic. Anyway, so the game sees you fighting all 7 other fighters, then the one that you've chosen, and then the monsters that serve as the bosses, so to speak. And they're the Fire King, Kalemus, and Mega Claw. Sadly, as fun as all those sound, Violent Fighter is not a great game. And it feels like a cheap take on the Street Fighter 2. And plays kinda like it too. It's not as bad as couple others we've spoke about today already, but it's definitely not a title that will be in your permanent rotation. It's a good game to jump in from time to time if you're bored, but would be much more playable if it could be enjoyed against a friend too. Sango Fighter is a versus fighting game set in China in the Three Kingdoms era with characters loosely based on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms novel. Towards the end of the Han Dynasty, China was controlled by the Emperor Ling, who was in turn influenced by 10 of his quote-unquote servants in the royal palace. The situation was a perfect breeding ground for crime and corruption to spread around the country. Seeing what took place in the country, the emperor ordered 10 dukes to take it on themselves to restore the peace in the land. Instead, they got involved in infighting in hopes of taking the power over the entire country for themselves. Eventually, Duke Cao Cao came on top, took the emperor captive and became de facto leader of China. As fighting game stories go, this one's not that bad, even if largely unnecessary. You can play Sango Fighter as either 1 versus 1 type of a game or in a story mode. First is self-explanatory and will see you either trying your skills against the CPU in singular bouts or a soon-to-be ex-friend showing him or her your superiority in competitive games. Or if you're of a similar skill to me, showing them another game that they can whoop your ass in. Story mode sees you taking 5 fighters against Cao Cao's forces in series of fights, all to overthrow the evil duke and restore the land to its former glory. Sadly, you've no choice on whom to choose. I mean, I get that, there's a lore reason for it, as they're all fighters under Liu Bei's wing, fighting for him against Cao Cao, but a little more freedom would be appreciated. There are 12 characters that you can play as in the versus mode, and they are all uniquely looking and representing their own signature styles of combat. They look great too, drawn in huge and detailed sprites that are animated as smoothly as Ryan Reynolds as Jin Goes Down, or so I heard, and are a pleasure to watch in motion. Sango Fighter's presentation is breathtaking for 1993 on PC, it's definitely above the standard and even more so above what was expected from a B-lister. It shines all the way through, utilizing lush and detailed backgrounds, huge ash sprites and appropriate sound design for all the kicks, punches and special attacks. Sango Fighter is excellent, and if you're a fan of a genre, you should not skip it. Even if it released in the same year that Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat dropped on PC, so I was pretty much dead on arrival. 1989 gave us one of those sci-fi movies that were so bad that they ended up being pretty damn good. Robot Jogs, a futuristic story of East versus West in which there are no regular wars anymore and all the conflicts between both blocks are solved with use of giant mechs operated by pilots, the titular Robot Jogs. and 1994 gave us What Must Fall 2097, a versus fighting video game that's not officially based on the movie but kinda looks like it. With a slight but fundamental difference, OMF 2097 is not so bad that it's good, it's just straight up great and incredibly innovative. So much so that there's no similar game on the market to this very day, and it doesn't look like we're ever going to get one. Anyway, what's so special about it, you may wonder? Well, wonder no more. It's a mech fighting game taking place in ginormous cage-like arenas, and the twist is that you can not only pick one of the 10 different mechs to play as, but also one of 10 entirely unique pilots that sit in them and control them as an extension of their own bodies. So the recipe for success is to pick the best combo, the best duo of both that would complement each other and come on top of each and every fight. And since OMF 2097 is so well balanced, the best choice is very situational and depends on the challenge ahead of you. Both pilots and robots can be improved between the fights, role-playing style, and despite it sounding from my dry description here like an unnecessary addition, a gimmick even, it's actually incredibly well thought out and executed mechanic that adds a lot to the fun factor. And the main reason why I'm so surprised that OMF 2097 was not more popular and didn't become a household name. I mean, sure, it has a near fanatical-like cult following within the ranks of those gamers who had a chance to play it in 1994, but sadly, that's still a tiny subset of all potential players that it could have grabbed. All arenas present in the game short of one feature hazards that can damage the mechs if you're not careful, and even potentially decide on which side will become victorious. And these dangers are aplenty and different. So stuff like suddenly popping out spikes, jet plane attacks or electricity jolts are nothing out of ordinary. Each of the mechs have their own set of basic moves, 3 or 4 special attacks that deal extra damage and are appropriately creative and flashy, and 2 finishers of scrap and destruction, you know, equivalents of fatalities from Mortal Kombat. There are 2 gameplay modes in OMF 2097, 1 player and tournament, and both have a story. First puts you in the shoes of an employee of war, so World Aeronautics and Robotics, taking part in their inter-company competition to decide who will be selected to oversee the establishment of the first Earth base on Jupiter's moon Ganymede. In second, in a grim version of our future, mech combat has become the prime and most popular entertainment on Earth, and you're the new competitor that must fight for the prize money and improve your mech as you go up in the standings to eventually become the world champion. If you enjoy fighting games and never played One Must Fall 2097, I can pretty much guarantee that it's one of the most original and unusual games that you've ever laid your paws on. Upon its release and promotional period,
Savage Warriors
advertised its novel at the time technology called 3D Biomotion. It seemingly simulated 3D bones and joints on characters covered in 2D sprites, effectively making them appear 3D-ish. While they may not be real 3D, they appear so, and it's a nice change from all the other 2D versus fighters that were available on the market back then. It's an interesting idea and technology, even if one that was nowhere near enough to rescue
Savage Warriors
from trailing on the path of mediocrity. The elusive mythical being known only as the Master brings in 10 great warriors torn out of their own times to pit them against each other to see who's the best and worthy of challenging the Master himself. So you'll be able to pick between the likes of Nephis born in Egypt more than 3000 years ago, Fergus, who's an Irish warrior from the 10th century, and World War II veteran Hank from USA, to name a few. Each of the warriors is unique, and not only in how it looks, but in a style it fights in, and special moves too. Other than the Master, who's the final boss of the game and your ultimate challenge, and the other 9 fighters, there's also 5 secret characters that you may get to fight against at certain points in the story, but they're not playable themselves. Interestingly enough, few of the stages that you fight on allow for grabbing off and hanging from things like a tree branch, hooks or other similar things, all to deliver attacks from the above. And as much as it's an interesting novelty, its use case scenarios are rather limited, if not straight up non-existent. Because while you can perform series of deadly and odd-looking kicks while suspended, you don't get to use any of the ranged attacks and can just end up hanging there with your opponent patiently waiting for you to get back down or mauling you from afar with one projectile attack after another, taking their sweet time with you, roasting you like a rotisserie chicken.
Savage Warriors
Features replays, which is one of the more annoying ideas in fighters if you ask me. They interrupt the flow of the game and add very little, so you won't get to see any in this recording. They can be played at a much more attractive, more 3D feeling camera angle though, and are a nice to some, even if unnecessary touch to spice up the gameplay and give your fingers a second of a breather.
Savage Warriors
Presentation is pretty nice. The backgrounds are beautifully hand-painted, they look magnificent for the time and aged much better than some of the early 3D pre-rendered ones that other games used, and the gameplay is run entirely in high-resolution SVGA, which makes it sharp and pleasant to the eye. Sounds, while not world-shattering, seem to be quite good and well-fitting to the on-screen action. Controls are, well, they're not the worst I've seen, but not great either. There's no way to remap them though, so if you're not someone who gets easily accustomed to changes, they alone may make Savage Warriors unplayable to you. The enemy AI leave a bit to be desired, proving once more that versus fighters are best played, well, in versus against someone else. So, if you have that someone, Savage Warriors may be worth a try, but I wouldn't go out of your way to track it down, it's not worth it. The Eye of the Typhoon may be the most obscure game in this whole video, as it never had an official Western release and only ever came out in South Korea. It's a 2D one-on-one versus fighter with 12 playable characters and 2 in-game bosses. The characters are Hoya, who's the main hero of the game's storyline, Roy, a rugged Western adventurer, Sori, who's kunoichi, so a female ninja, the best kind of ninja I must add, Cho Hong, a female warrior, imagine Xena, but a budget version of her, Wang Chang, Chinese mahjong player, cause as we all know mahjong is the deadliest of all martial arts, Mui, a mysterious jungle warrior, Nelson, a gentleman fighting with a whip, so a definitive S on the SM scale, Tlaloc, who's an Aztec warrior, Dalma, old tiny fighter using a magical stick which just sounds all kinds of perverse, Musai Taro, a ninja, also known as Nat Kunoichi, Natasha, a huge Russian female fighter, I heard that she wrestled a bear once and won, and Jarkil, a masked dancer, a man who misunderstood the meaning of dance battles when entering the tournament, and Powell is a sub-boss, with Mahesvara being the final opponent of the game and sporting 2 separate forms, one female and one male. Pretty wide roster of a real tongue twisters of names. Each of the playable fighters have basic punches and kicks and their own unique special attacks. It's a pretty standard fare for the genre really, and while it's not bad in any shape or form, it's just not surprising in any way and feels rather generic. What is unusual about the Eye of the Typhoon though? At least when it comes to fighting games on PC, is that it uses similar zooming effect to that in Art of Fighting on Neo Geo and in the arcades. So it zooms in and out of the camera depending on how close the opposing characters are from each other. Interestingly enough, there's also a taunt in the game, but there's no in-game mechanic attached to it, probably an oversight in development, and it has no use other than the aesthetic, and to leave you open for attacks obviously, so it's best to ignore it altogether. The Eye of Typhoon can be played in single player, 1v1 or 2v2 modes, and it's pretty fun. It's not good enough to challenge juggernauts of the genre like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo or Mortal Kombat, but it's plenty fun to stand on its own legs. Story-wise, many years ago during the times of one of the Elden Eastern dynasties, a martial art known as the Eye of the Typhoon was very popular. As time went by, however, it was gradually less and less practiced and eventually entirely forgotten, to the point of it becoming a myth among modern martial artists, a mystical technique that there was no proof of ever existing, like the aforementioned dancing or mahjong playing. As Western countries started practicing various fighting styles and perfecting them, the long-forgotten style resurfaced somehow amidst it all, and everyone jumped on the hype train to master the technique. Hence, the tournament was born, to test the knowledge of best fighters from around the world in it. The plot, as you see, is super silly, but as in most games in a genre, it's also unimportant in the scope of what the game's all about. And if you're a fan of fighters, this one's definitely worth tracking down and playing. Time Warriors is a 3D versus fighting game that pits 8 fighters from different time periods and places of origin against each other. You could say that they're taken out of their time, that they're the, well, Time Warriors. The characters you can pick are Arvan the Celt, armed with a longsword, Hysis the Egyptian with 2 sabers, Moloch the Barbarian wielding his battle axe, Sultan Isbal, armed with scimitar, Shodan the Samurai, armed with a katana, Olaf the Viking wielding a warhammer, Spartan Apoklis using double-edged sword, and Chinese Dong with his staff. Now that I've said it, I realize it would have sounded much better if I said Dong the Chinese or Dong from China, but it's a bit late now and I'll leave it the way it is, so Chinese Dong, as opposed to European or Pan-American Dong. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Time Warriors features 4 button controls, 2 for kicks and 2 for weapon attacks, and one set is fast and light, and the other slower but stronger. There are combos too, but they're not pre-baked, a series of very specific combinations of key presses and are performed by repeating key presses fast or chaining of sequential moves. Some may find it annoying, not being able to memorize devastating combos and having to come up with your own, but I feel it's a better choice as it allows for a more in-the-moment reactive kind of comboing in response to the on-screen action. Action that there's very little in this game. I mean, you can see, right? Whenever you take damage, you gather magical points, and when you have plenty enough of them, you can unleash a particularly devastating attack that can be a decisive factor whether you'll win or lose. While Time Warriors isn't particularly great looking, it's also not FX Fighter, so it sits somewhere between it and Virtua Fighter 2. Looking decent, but not great. Same could be said about the sound, sadly. They're there, they're fit, but that's all I can say about them really. Gameplay, however, I've few cents to say about it. It's utterly disappointing. The characters move as if they were trailing through mud, the controls, which are rather finicky, don't help either, and the moves and attacks are boring and uninspired, and for the life of me, I'm unable to perform any special attacks. It's as if the devs decided that going for the most generic feeling and badly controlling game was the right call to make. It wasn't, and Time Warriors remains largely unknown, deservedly so. So if you're not a hardcore fan of the genre, better stick to something else. Chances are that if it's not Shaq Fu, Rise of the Robots or Brutal Pulse of Fury, that what you land on will be a better game. Corporation is a sci-fi cyberpunk first-person shooter and RPG mixture, and while it's very system-shocky in its design, the combat is pure arcade shooting and solely based on your shooting prowess. In the 21st century, so well, now, a huge-ass technological corporation known as UCC, so Universal Cybernetics Corporation, is secretly working on an incredibly deadly project for the military purposes. A genetically engineered mutant robot hybrid that's faster, stronger, and deadlier than anything else. Well, short of you, cause you're the fastest and strongest in the known universe, but second best is real scary too. Unfortunately, what UCC did not predict while playing God is that on one of those days a freak power outage would happen and allow the creature to escape. It didn't wait for an invitation, took its chances, and ran away. It hovers around the city now, using its technological advancements and skill, killing innocents left and right like a Grim Reaper that lost his list of souls to take and just takes them all, you know, just in case. The creatures, unstoppable. UCC naturally denies the claims of such monstrosity ever existing and wash their hands of the whole situation. You play as a special investigator assigned to figure out what happened, stop the monstrosity, and bring UCC to justice, proving that they were responsible for the catastrophe and deaths of countless victims. The game runs in real time in full 360 degrees rotation fluid movement and for the most part looks and plays like any other shooter when not puzzling, which is a noteworthy achievement as it released before Wolfenstein 3 did it. The main difference between it and the genre standard is that you're not shooting at the dead center of the screen, with your crosshair firmly planted there, but can move it around freely and shoot wherever you point it at. The enemies are quite varied and in most cases either robots belonging to UCC or humans, both acting as guards on UCC properties. Which should not come as a surprise since you're looking for their involvement in the situation, so you're exploring their complexes. Corporation features very early but pretty decently working lighting system too, which lights up some areas more than other, depending on the light sources, and you can even use this mechanic to your advantage. For instance, by blowing up the fuse box, which should turn off the lights, cameras and security in particular area. What's more, fun and small RPG tidbits like this one are spread all throughout the game, so you'll find yourself seeking different solutions to all environmental puzzles you'll come across. I mean, doors for instance, standing in your way to progress, stopping you in your investigation. What do you do with them? Well, in most other games you'd look for a key, keycard or a code. And that's how it is in Corporation too. But very often you'll also get to bash them down if you're capable or hack your way through them. The attention and care put into details like that and ability to solve problems in different ways made this 1991's largely unknown underdog an excellent title and one definitely worth experiencing. I mean, sure, by today's 2024 standards, everything about Corporation's design seems ancient, but in 1991 it was years ahead of the competition in near everything that it did. Yes, plural. In many ways, Terminator 2029 is a typical Bethesda game. What do I mean by that? Well, it's very playable, decently but not over the top looking and sounding, and ridden with bugs. Like more than that under the bridge mod press that's been there ever since you can remember, since you were a kid, and always emanates a choking stench of piss whenever you pass by. Granted, none of the bugs are game-breaking, but they're there, and while we can patch them out in a fraction of a second today, thanks to the internet no less, back then patches often meant either complete re-releases of games or additional discs that had to be sent out to players, which generated considerable costs for the developer. So, in majority of cases, bugs were either ignored or fixed with add-ons/expansions that were sold separately and not given away. And that's precisely the case with Terminator 2029. All that aside, it's surprise surprise 2029. You're one of the Resistance fighters, subordinates of John Connor, and with help of your advanced combat armor, fitted with numerous powerful weapons, you're on a mission to destroy the Terminator plague. So, you'll be fighting your way through the ruins of futuristic LA, putting down different models of deadly machines, anything from regular Terminators through hunter-killers, eradicators, all the way to the Scorpions and anything in between. Each level plays out in more or less the same way. You receive a task from your command center, then you head on to the enemy territory to try to complete the objective, spitting high-caliber cries for humanity's freedom left and right to finally return to base to bathe in a sea of glory. The objectives are quite varied and can be, but are not limited to, protecting the target from enemy attacks, finding and rescuing of survivors and hostages. As you progress through the game, you'll advance in the ranks starting low, then becoming captain, major and eventually lieutenant colonel. Weapons, ammo and useful items can be equipped before each mission or found and collected during it from destroyed enemies and dead soldiers. And I know that all that sounds hella cool, being able to relive the future war part of the storyline that was always only implied in the movies, but there are few things you should be aware of. First of all, while Terminator 2029 is a first-person shooter and is as action-packed as you'd expect it to be, it feels a bit more like those early dungeon-crawling RPGs than an explosive and ultra-fast shooter. And all because the movement is step-based and the turning is only by 90 degrees at the time. It's not unplayable, not the case here whatsoever, but does take you out of the experience a little. And secondly, it features no on-screen weapons, which is kinda understandable given how it's controlled, and all you get is a free movement crosshair to aim your shots with. It's fine and all, but just makes the game feel a generation behind all the others that we're covering today. Blakestone Aliens of Gold is the first game in the sci-fi FPS series of Blakestone Games. It takes place in the year 2140 and you play as Blake Stone, a futuristic equivalent of James Bond and a secret agent for British intelligence sent out on a mission to investigate and stop the nefarious dealings of a brilliant but mad scientist Dr. Pyrrhus Goldfire. He is a genius working in the genetics and biology fields who plans to conquer the Earth and bring it under his rule using brainwashed human followers, genetically modified aliens and bioengineered mutants. So a dream team of buddies. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to destroy 6 of Goldfire's secret installations and his forces before they can assault the Earth. The game is split into 6 episodes of 11 levels each. 9 of the 11 are your standard campaign levels, while the remaining 2 are secret and need to be discovered. And since we were on the secrets, there are quite a few hidden areas in the game accessible by the genre standard technique of wall hugging. So, going along it like a drunk seeking balance on his way home after a night of drinking, seeking hidden entrances unlockable by an invisible switches. It may sound like a busy work and more trouble than it's worth it today, but back then, everyone was into finding secrets. People shared them by word of mouth, via gaming mags or BBSs, and finding one no one knew about was not only an achievement, but also something that would make you instantly better in the eyes of your gamer peers. For the most part, Blakestone is a pretty straightforward shooter. You just go through all the stages with an objective to find the red keycard to open the lift to the next floor. And all the enemies that you'll kill and treasures that you'll find are only there to provide bonuses. 9th level always pits you against Dr. Goldfire himself, and defeating him awards the red keycard too. So, if you think about it, even there the objective remains the same. As you go through the levels de-alienifying them one bullet to the head at a time, yup, I know there was no such word before, there is one now though, you'll come across some very rudimentary puzzling, in the form of progress stopping doors unlockable by appropriately colored keycards. It's not very challenging, but something that would become a genre staple very soon after, and is still present in modern shooters too. Defeated enemies leave tokens behind, which can be used in vending machines in exchange for healing foods. There's 5 weapons in the game, and while each next is more powerful than the last, I feel that the first, most basic silent pistol is the most prominent, as it allows you to shoot the aliens without making sound, alerting others that you're there and causing mayhem within their slimy ranks. I don't know why I said it, I've no proof that they're slimy at all, whatever. Breakstone also features an auto map, which is always helpful, and friendly NPCs willing to give you clues and power-ups provided you don't kill them at first sight. While the game uses Wolfenstein 3D's engine, it never gained the same popularity, which is odd, as it was not a worse game at all. Cyclones is a futuristic sci-fi FPS. The Earth was attacked and devastated by aliens. Yup, again. And this time before the events of the game even started. Anyway, titular Cyclones are the cybernetic clones that the aliens used as the invading force, cannon fodder, and the manpower to overwhelm the humanity. You play as Havoc, a lone warrior, a one-man army, a tough guy, and the biggest cojones owner this side of the Milky Way. Also, which you'll learn soon enough after game starts, an ex-Cyclone yourself used by the aliens to do their bidding. So now, angry for having been manipulated to perform the evil deeds, like more of them than you can imagine, you swear to take the revenge, protect humanity, and rid the Earth of the alien scum, preferably in this particular order. Cyclones is a title that, while being overlooked and overshadowed by a much more high-profile competition, actually did few things others didn't. At least not as well. It also failed at few basic things that others managed to pull off with ease. So it's a mixed bag of a game and a rather interesting title to cover. First of all, it split movement from shooting, meaning that you can move in one direction and shoot in another. It's something that we're used to now and don't even consider it not being a standard, but back in 1994, most games still used I shoot the way I walk approach, with an exception of strafing, which only a handful of games featured anyway. And Cyclones had a full independence of both baked in from the get-go. Sure, it perhaps wasn't as well designed as it is today, but it was still more ergonomic than what most other games used. Today, the crosshair's firmly stuck in the middle of the screen and glued to the mouse movements, as it's the easiest and closest to live control that you can get on a mouse-keyboard combo. Cyclones did not park the crosshair in the middle and just allowed you to move it all around the screen and shoot where it was aiming. So it was a mid-step between the classic and modern control schemes. Cyclones also included a tutorial stage, which was basically unheard of, and not only in a genre, but something that did not really show up in most games at the time. Full 3D maps with stairs, floors and everything else it entailed, and optional missions that could be undertaken, but didn't have to, for the story to carry on. Cyclones also contained one of the earliest iterations of stealth missions in the genre, in which your objective was to avoid shooting the enemies rather than taking them head-on guns blazing. Power-ups, when collected, went into your inventory instead of being used then and there, which meant that you could use them when needed and not when the game wanted you to. So, as you can see, Cyclones broke few previously unbroken rules of FPS games design and changed the genre forever. In the same time, it disappointed with a rather generic story, average level and weapon design, and enemies that were not very interesting and always seemed to have a leg up on you in terms of firepower, making the game more difficult than it needed to be. If you're a fan of FPS games, Cyclones is a must-play and you should not skip it, at the very least to see where many of the mechanics that we take for granted now originated from. If you're not though, then you may be watching a wrong video, as there's 6 more of these to follow. Cybermage Darklight Awakening is yet again, in today's video at least, a sci-fi cyberpunk FPS. It is set in 2044, long after the world governments have fallen apart and the corporations took it upon themselves to keep peace. It's not difficult to guess that while the peace may be the objective that they talk about, it's definitely not the first, nor second or third priority for them. And that it's the profit that's the king. And while the corpos keep the world in their iron grip, the rebels, anti-corpo folks, fight them at any opportunity that they get to free the planet from under their corrupting and exploitive influence. The game's story starts with our protagonist, Soyu, sacrificing himself and dying while saving the life of a stranger. To repay the debt, one that no price could be put on, the stranger takes your body to his lab and revives you using secret and experimental process, embedding a mysterious and magical darklight crystal in your forehead. It not only keeps you alive, but also grants you unexplainable magic powers. As you awake, the lab is being attacked by the forces of the so-called Necrom, another being able to control the powers of Darklight, and your evil counterpart. The Yang to your Ink, the Bizarro Superman to your Man of Steel, the Salt to your Pepper, you get the gist. You must escape the complex, learn the true extent of your powers and how to control them, and eventually face the Necrom and defeat him. Cybermatch may still be an FPS from the first generation of games in the genre, but it's excellent. The graphics, the sounds are all fantastic and very atmospheric, fitting the dark dystopian future setting perfectly. The enemies are varied and anything from fantasy-like looking creatures to futuristic soldiers and robots. And the weapons, well, they're fun. But what's most fun are the powers that you get to use. And they complement the hardware weaponry quite well. Powers use energy called Man-Ra, which regenerates over time, effectively making these powers an unlimited ammo weapons, as all that they require is time. When you kill organic enemies, they release their souls, which when picked up give bonuses to your health or Man-Ra, by either refilling them or by increasing their max cap. Money found scattered around the levels can be used in gun shops to get better and stronger weapons and ammo, and some levels allow for use of different vehicles, like tanks or flying cars for instance. Some friendly NPCs are present in the game too, and they are often keen to share the information that they have with you. The locations that you'll get to visit on your adventure will be dark, gritty and gloom, and will include cities, slums, war zones, trenches, gardens and the likes. In general, the level design of Cybermage is fantastic and perhaps the best out of any FPS of its era. Sure, they're very linear and it's near impossible to get lost in, short of a very specific one level that is, but they are arranged in a way that makes it impossible to get bored while playing. Cybermage plays like an FPS, but feels like a mix of FPS and RPG. If it would only lean a tiny bit more towards the latter, we could have ended up with a System Shock-like hit here. Witchhaven 2 Blood Vengeance, same as its predecessor, is a medieval fantasy-themed first-person shooter. You're once again a noble knight Grondoval, a hero of the first game, and once again on a mission against evil. In last game you defeated the Witch Queen Ilwyrene, and this time you have to face even more powerful and nefarious Great Witch Sirar Argoth, sister of the villain of the first game, bent on avenging her death. She wants to make you pay, and she'll stop at nothing to make you pay. So, in first sweep of moves against you, she emptied your medieval bank account. Now, little did she know, before attempting it, that you have no money there, and all that you keep there was a box of old rusty nails, so one of the most dangerous weapons of medieval times, a sexy drawing of a half-dressed nymph, charcoal on parchment no less, expensive stuff you know, and a cursed monkey paw with a pin attached to it saying "Ask me about Loon." The curse will prove fatal to her eventually, as you will find her and put her down at the end of your adventure. But as she was stealing it, she didn't know it yet. Second, and a much worse thing that she did, was abduction of your beloved Elizabeth to spill her blood and enact the titular blood vengeance. Now, this cannot fly. As much as you can live without those nails, incredibly detailed and graphic drawing of that long-legged nymph and a monkey paw, especially that you suspect it may not have come from a real monkey, cause there's no monkeys where you live, you cannot let witch keep or harm your Elizabeth. So you embark on a full of blood-spilling quest of cutting down through witches summoned goons and monsters, all to save your darling. Witchhaven 2 Blood Vengeance brought a whole slew of updates and improvements to the original, and while not everyone will agree with the assessment, I believe it to be a better game. You can now equip and use shields in your offhand, tanking some of these enemy attacks with ease, and even use two weapons at once, one in each hand, like some kind of a medieval badass superhero. And since we're on the weapons, there's tons of different ones, and they can even be enchanted to offer higher damage output, which is always fun. Magic naturally makes a comeback and is as useful as it's always been. The levels are very well designed and are a pleasure to push through, leaving a trail of blood and bodies behind. Story, sadly, is mostly told by manual, and bits and pieces we get in a game are not much, so most of the killings that you'll do, if you've not read it, seem a bit unfounded. Still, a shooter is a shooter is a shooter, so more than likely, if you launch the game, you're not gonna be pondering of the reason behind it all, and will just keep fighting for as long as you can. The graphics, sounds and spooky atmosphere are all superb, and complement the setting and fast and hectic action very well, making for an enjoyable romp all the way through. Alpha Storm is a game that's hard to classify, as on the surface it appears to be just your run-of-the-mill FPS, but it's so much more than just that. It's also a spaceship simulation set in semi-sandbox universe, basically a Star Trek if all was not good in the universe, and it's divided into two sections. First is your space traversal and exploration, for which you can equip your ship with various helpful devices and weapon systems. These can be all sorts of lasers, engines, cloaking devices, radars, or even radar jammers among others. You know, stuff you've seen in Star Trek and other sci-fi classics. All these come in differing in class variants, so there's a lot here to work towards and change during the course of your adventure. The second and more appropriate to theme of today's video section of the game is the first-person shooting, which takes place on planetary bases whenever you take the enemy ships or space stations shields down, teleport onto them and want to clear them of the enemy forces. Or if they are unlucky and make a mistake of deciding to board your ship, because that can happen too, and the punishment for that is death. Well, death is all that you spread around really, but you know, it had to be noted that attacking you is always a grave mistake. When boarding enemy vessels, you can find and steal various pieces of hardware that then can be used on your ship. You know, how you would in space if no laws applied to you, or if you elected to ignore them. The universe of Alpha Storm is rather large, several dozens of systems in size actually, and they can all be visited. They're not as empty as you would expect them to be as compared to our solar system, but heavily populated by three factions: the Imperials, the Pirates and the Vargs. Sadly, for whatever the reason, all of them are hostile, so joining any of the factions is out of question. Which is a bit sad and limiting role-playing wise, but not a game breaker, especially that Alpha Storm is actually a shooter. I mentioned that your ship can be boarded too, right? So, same as you can steal components from enemy ships, they can steal those from yours too. Even more so, some of the ship's systems can be damaged during combat and will need to be replaced. So keeping your craft in tip-top form is a must all throughout the game and never-ending work in progress. While the gameplay is quite fun and unique compared to all other titles that released in the same time, the story is... oh my, I don't know. It's rather bad and mostly illogical. But not so bad that it's ironically good, it's just stupid and inconsistent. The evil race of aliens came and wants to eradicate all life in the galaxy, leaving nothing but empty voids where star systems that they attacked were. So, you're trying to stop them, and to do so you'll need to find two artifacts: Nova Bomb and Stasis Device. And in the same time, while seemingly you do it all for good, to save the world, the universe even, you annihilate all the other species that you come across, same as that evil does that you supposedly were to counter. So perhaps it's you who's the scourge of the universe? In the end, Alpha Storm is fun if you play it for what it is and not focus on the story too much. Redneck Rampage writes again is an acquired taste, like that cheese with maggots I keep hearing about but would never want to try, or natto, slimy fermented soybeans delicacy from Japan that's supposedly the healthiest thing in the world but tastes like rotten bread pieces suspended in slime made out of mud water. Yuck. So, if you like the first game, you'll love the second, but in all other cases, better check it out as it's not something everyone would enjoy. It seems to base its entire appeal in equal parts on decent shooting experience and southern US stereotypes. Once again, it features same two redneck protagonists, Leonard and Baba, and takes place directly after the events of the first game. So, after dealing with the mind-bending clone-spawning slimy aliens, our duo of heroes escapes the alien armies in a stolen UFO. Or just FO, since if they're in it and controlling it, it's hardly a U. Well, controlling is a big word for what they do with it, especially that Baba and Leonard destroyed the craft, crash landing in the middle of nowhere in the nondescript rural location. So now they must fight their way back to their beloved home of Hickstone, fighting against what seems like an army of alien-made clones. Rise Again is composed out of 14 levels set in many new locations, one of them being Disgraceland, a job on real-life Elvis's home, and they're all populated with some new characters and few new enemies. Grand majority of the bodies is recycled from the previous game, which is a bit disappointing but also understandable, as not only the game released in under a year, but also the whole premise of it was to put down an army of clones. So it's lore appropriate that some may still be running around somewhere. To complete the level, you have to do both. Kill all the enemies and find your brother Baba, since you always play as Leonard again, and whack him with a crowbar, knocking him out, thus ending the stage. It's an interesting choice replacing Duke Nukem's nuke button with putting your brother to sleep by means of crowbar-delivered Z's to carry on. Naturally, same as in the original, the game is filled to the brim with funny locations and jabs at the pop culture, and the occasional commentaries and observation Leo throws into the air while shooting his way through the levels are hilarious too. They all repeat soon enough, but the first few times you'll definitely chuckle at their stupidity. While for the most part, second Redneck Rampage is the same as the first, there are few new weapons in the game, and addition of vehicles is definitely the biggest and most fun change. There's only two of them, a swamp boat with mortar launchers on the front and a motorcycle with a machine gun. They're not accessible at all times, but when you get to use them, they are quite fun to mess around in. While arguably Redneck Rampage Rise Again is not a great game, it's very decent in its own right, and a lot of fun if you allow yourself to suspend the disbelief and just roll with it. I've not played World War II GI, and it's not because there's something inherently wrong with it, but because by 1999 I was already heavily invested in Windows and didn't look back, especially at what I then considered to be inferior systems. So everything you'll hear about it is what I found online, mixed with a short play session to try to record the footage for the video. As you can see in the top right, I failed, because World War II GI is so difficult you wouldn't believe. Anyway, it takes place during the invasion of Normandy. You're in the shoes of one of the GIs, the so-called galvanized iron troops, special US military unit sent to wipe out numerous German Wehrmacht and SS soldiers. The missions will take you through the whole campaign, starting with Normandy beach landing, all the way through various different in-objective operations in French villages and towns, to attacks on German military installations, and even Saving Private Ryan kind of a mission too, which apparently is very fun, but also really demanding, even more so than the rest of the game is. The weapons are quite varied and cover a large chunk of the armament found on both sides of the conflict at the time, and unlike in most games of the era, GI actually allows for picking up of dropped enemy weapons. The most interesting mechanic of it though, and also one of its biggest issues, is a morale meter, which in theory should be a great addition as it monitors how you quote-unquote feel about your own mission progress, and it is then in turn reflected in your skills. Well, in this particular case, accuracy. So if you do great, your accuracy is pinpoint and most of your shots connect and enemies drop left and right all around you, like autumn leaves. But if you get a shot a couple of times and still standing, the opposite happens. So you're spreading them bullets like a drunk that somehow managed to find a gun and is using it for the first time in his life. So, if the system would work as intended, it would be just fine. But it's also connected to your buddies, your fellow soldiers. And if your allies get shot, your morale suffers the consequences too, making World War II GI unnecessarily demanding title, as these boys are not the sharpest tools in the shed, and often tank the enemy shots for no reason. Presentation-wise, the graphics are a bit disappointing for 1999, but by then you couldn't expect too much more from those anymore. And when it comes to sounds, they're okay but not great. While Duke Nukem's 3D's build engine used to make World War II GI was a great tool upon its original release, by 1999 it was already an ancient tech and we had other full 3D solutions on the market readily available. If the game looks like something you'd enjoy though, then by all means ignore all I said about the engine and difficulty, as it's largely irrelevant, and check World War II GI out. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Wolfendoom. Yep, you heard that right. I may have unloaded a few bricks on the previous game's engine for being old and all, but this, well, this is on another level. And not in a good way. Wolfendoom is built on Wolfenstein 3D's engine. Yep, the engine that broke the world few years earlier, stealing hearts of millions. In 2000 though, it was beyond ancient. It was archaic. The game takes place in a joint Doom and Wolfenstein universe, placing you in the shoes of BJ Blazkowicz Jr., a military consultant for the UAC Corporation who accidentally finds himself involved in an interdimensional shenanigans. To be precise, a superb turbo-ultra-secret experiments that have been conducted in UAC somehow resulted in opening of the 6 portals to the Doom dimension. Scary stuff really, especially if you played the game and know what's there and how badly it wants out. Not to mention what it does when it actually gets here. So now, naturally, as usual when someone F's up, you're the one sent to clean up. You're like an interdimensional and armed to the teeth janitor that specializes in one kind of trash only, the demonic. You have to travel through each of these godforsaken portals and close them from within to prevent the monsters from invading the Earth. Each portal is its own episode and each will see you eliminating countless Doom monsters. Same as in both Doom and Wolfenstein, you get to pick up various better and more powerful weapons like plasma rifle and a chain gun along the way, and collect power-ups and keycards for doors for that mandatory environmental puzzling that the early FPS has gotten us used to. Wolfendoom may not be the best in anything that it does, heck, it may even be unnecessary release itself, especially by 2000, but it's completely free, and as such, it definitely deserves a mention, especially that most probably never heard about it. Nearly no new games were released for those by then, and FPS titles were no exception, so having one and for free was definitely a treat for those who still dip their toes in their DOS gaming. Now, before you complain about me dumping on those here, I only meant the years after it ceased getting decent commercial titles. In its golden time, so mid and early 90s and before, it was hell of a system and one of the most important and innovative platforms in gaming, overall and for me personally. Turbo Cup Challenge is an unusual game for the late 80s as it was based on and endorsed by the famous French Paris-Dakar racer Reminisce, whose name I've no doubt butchered here, so excuse me for that. I did my best using Google Translate to get the pronunciation right, but I'm not sure how accurate it is. Anyway, the game is an arcade racer that, funny enough, has nothing to do with Paris-Dakar other than featuring Rooney's car. In fact, his car is all you'll get to ever see in terms of vehicles, as all of your opponents are also driving race-modified Porsche 944 Turbo. So yeah, here's variety out of the door. But let's not dump on the game already, especially that other than the lack of different vehicles and terrible, awful, nearly CGI looking presentation, it's actually pretty fun. It features 4 unique and based on real-life French tracks, so Paul Picard, Nogaro, Ménicout, Dijon Renoir. Yes, like that Dijon mustard you like to take on your hot dogs. Before you start racing on any of the tracks against a pack of 21 opponents, however, you have to take a qualifying lap, which is just their pro forma really, as you always qualify. When racing, you need to keep an eye on the opponents and roadside objects, as ramming into any of them will spin your car and cost you priceless seconds. That said, if you hit any of your opponent's side on, it can actually help you get ahead of them, so it's a bit of a risk and reward type of a situation here. If I'm to be honest, Turbo Cup reminds me the most of those very old racers that were built in some of those Chinese Tetris handheld knockoffs. There were Tetris clones predominantly, but also had few other games included, made out of blocks too. And while Turbo Cup naturally looks better than any racer that has its cars made out of 6 or 7 square blocks only, gameplay wise they are very similar. So it's a fun little racer, not too easy, not too demanding, and a great little game to lose a few minutes in every now and then. Vet is a racing/simulation game putting a wonderful Chevrolet Corvette at the forefront and taking place on streets of San Francisco. In fact, a big part of the city is recreated and remade with the game's simple 3D engine to offer as close to life San Francisco experience as it was possible using the tech available in 1989. So, many of the famous and iconic San Francisco landmarks are naturally represented quite faithfully, as in being flat-shaded objects sticking out like a sore thumb. Golden Gate Bridge, Bay Bridge and Fisherman's Wharf, to name a few. 4 different models of Corvettes are available to choose from: Stock 89 Corvette, ZR1, Callaway's Twin Turbo and Sledgehammer. And I know nothing about Corvettes, so all this sounds to me like tropical diseases named after people who got them first. Your opponents speed around the city in 4 European cars: Porsche 928, Lamborghini Countach, Ferrari F40 and Testarossa. Arguably a more varied choice that's sadly not available to you in any shape or form. Another thing that comes in force in Vet, other than the cars for you and CPU, is the number of courses to race on. But if you're not in the mood for a challenge, you can just tour the city in the aptly named Tour mode, for fun, for the simple polygonal sides. Since races take place on the streets of San Francisco, if you go too fast you may be pulled over by the cops. But unless you've hit or run over a pedestrian, or a combination of the two, which would be an excellent albeit not very funny pun here, it's not an automatic game over. You do have to try to talk your way out of the ticket though, which is an interesting experience, especially for the year that the game came out in. So you have a list of those excuses that you can use and you need to try to convince the police officer to let you go. And believe it or not, they actually sometimes work. It's worth keeping in mind that your car is susceptible to damage, which in turn influences its engine power and handling. So whenever you are in need for repairs, you can seek out and visit one of the many gas stations to have it bring back the car to its tip-top shape. I should really question why it's the gas stations that offer the repair services, but it's much easier and more convenient to just blame it all on the game logic and carry on with my day. At the time of its release, Vet was praised by the few gaming mags that covered it for its unprecedented realism of driving and the quality of dashboards of all 4 models of cars. Vet is not a groundbreaking game or the best racer out there, so don't approach it with this mindset and too high expectations. But it's decent and unlike anything else game, that's design-wise at least closer to the likes of Stunt Car Racer and Stunts mixed with a little test drive, rather than Need for Speed or Lotus series of games. Super Off-Road is a top-down view multiplayer arcade off-road racer in which you, and preferably 2 others, race each other and CPU over 8 different indoor off-road tracks filled with numerous obstacles. Since the game displays the entire track on the screen at once, it's an ideal choice for those weekend home couch game nights that are filled with tons of unhealthy snacks, gallons of even less healthy beverages, and seriously and mentally scarring competitive edge, likes of which you've not seen. But the fun, oh my, the fun is hella healthy. Take it from me, I'm a doctor of all sciences after all. I mean, laughter is the best medicine apparently, so having fun and laughing maniacally when overtaking your clearly inferior opponent must be like a vaccine shot against all diseases, right? Anyway, Super Off-Road does not aim to be a simulation or any kind of representation of a real-life sport, it banks on pure fun, and it is. Fun, that is. It features ungodly long championship season that you can compete in, and the 8 included tracks naturally repeat often. It's a bit of a waste cause I'd like to see more variety here, but it is what it is. Placing first earns you points and money that can be spent on upgrades or to buy more nitro. Car expansions available are top speed increase, grip and acceleration, and are one of the earliest iterations of purchasable upgrades in video game racers. The goal of Super Off-Road is rather simple, and it's to complete the championship season with the most money earned. There's no reason to dance around the subject, while the game is pretty cool when played with others, as it delivers that high pressure, half racing, half elbowing your friend off the keyboard to gain an advantage fun. Alone, it's not so much. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not novel and involving enough to see you go through dozens of races on a very limited number of courses. If you have a friend there with you, it's gonna be hella fun. But if you're alone, treat Super Off-Road as a game to fire up between others when you just can't decide what to play next and want a short breather to clear your head. Grand Prix 500, the second, is a very competent arcade motorcycle racer offering nice, colorful VGA presentation and buttersmooth animations, which was not a given in 1991 when EGA was still the king for the new releases. There's 4 differently performing bikes to choose from and 12 real-life Grand Prix racing tracks available. You can play in either practice, single race or a full season mode, which are exactly what their names suggest and need no extra explanation. And Grand Prix 500 the second can be enjoyed alone or against a friend in split-screen mode. Now, I don't have to tell you that racing against someone is always more fun than competing against the CPU. Why? Because you're facing someone who reacts to what's happening in a more natural, more unpredictable, more human way, and even more importantly, you have tons of other fun tools at your disposal than your skill only. You can trash talk a friend, heck, you should trash talk a friend to get that emotional edge to make him/her make mistakes. You can use your elbows, to a degree that is, we don't want no noses bursting with red during racing. You can get in front of the screen, covering it with your large, superhero-like muscular physique. Everything's allowed, really. And you can bet your sweet ass that you're not the only one trying to get that little bit of a leg up. All in good fun though. When played alone, top half of the screen shows overhead view of the entire track, which is helpful in knowing where you've placed in relation to your opponents and the layout of the next few corners. I mean, you're you, a master gamer, a hackerman, an Omega player even, so you'd be fine without it taking them corners like a boss. But the rest of us, yeah, we can and do appreciate a large track layout. That said, it could have been tad like a tiny itty bit smaller so that the more of the racing would be visible. Whatever. In the 2-player mode, top screen is used by the second gamer and the track map is a miniature visible on a sidebar only. While Grand Prix 500 the second is really fun, it is only if you like light arcade racers and don't care much about realism, physics, inertia, gear ratios, corner approach angle and such. It's an arcade racer and that's all that it is and will ever be. If you're looking for a simulation, something that would represent the sport as close to life as possible, better look somewhere else. Those of you who had an Amiga in the early 90s know Lamborghini American Challenge very well. And yes, it's Lamborghini and not Lamborghini. In essence, it's the same game as more popular Crazy Cars 3, but with an addition of split-screen multiplayer and a built-in speed synchronization, meaning that how it runs was not directly tied to the speed of the CPU. So it would not run faster on faster CPUs, but the same intended way on all supported configurations. Anyway, it's all about illegal races with this one. So you play as a talented wannabe, one who wants to make it big in this surprisingly violence-less underworld activity. And all you have is your clearly stolen Lamborghini Diablo and a knack for pushing the pedal to the metal. If you were to be a superhero, your name would be Daddy Heavy Leg, or Stone-Legged Speedster, or Yabba Dabba Foot, or something else down the lines. Anyway, the game is split into leagues and you naturally start in the low one and need to acquire a sum of $50,000 to get promoted. So, what do you do to earn the money? I'd suggest selling that Diablo and still having a good 200,000 in change lying around, but I suppose that's not the option here. So, you bet for the races. Yup, simple as that. While it will take you a little while to earn the required amount of money, the game is so fun you won't mind if you're not me, speeding like a maniac, breaking all the laws and getting first to the finish line. Or not, because there are caps, and since these races are illegal and you're breaking the law, it's only natural that whenever they're there to witness, they will chase you. Relentlessly, I must add. And you will break that speed limit all the time as there's no way to win the races driving slower. It's a part of fun though, and soon enough running away from cops, overtaking the opponents and passing by other slow driving cars on the road will become a second nature and a Tetris-like maneuvering puzzling fun to fit between them all at great speeds. Fortunately, you're not left with your unquestionable skills only and can support yourself with some very useful tools, like speed-ups, turbo boosters, police detectors and radar jammers, all readily available in the shop. Oh, and the night vision goggles too, and they're helpful during those long night chases. Lamborghini does not only support a day-night cycle, but also different weather conditions too, for that added touch of realism that no one asked for and also no one complains about. Everything about Lamborghini American Challenge is great. The graphics, the sounds, handling, sensation of speed, feeling of progression when you upgrade your machine and earn ranks, it's all there and it's hella addictive. But there's one thing I don't particularly enjoy about it, and you might have noticed as I've mentioned it in passing already. It's grinding. It takes quite some time to amass the money required to get promoted, which means running an ungodly number of races and winning them. I mean, the racing is fun and all, but I'd like to see it balanced out with a big higher payouts. That's me though, so don't let it sway your opinion, and it's also the only bad thing that I have to say about it. Everything else is rock solid. Slicks and Slides is some of the most fun you could have in shareware multiplayer racing on PC in 1993, period. I should really end it here, shouldn't I? It would be more impactful, and yet I carry on talking. It's a disease. Help me, save me from me. Anyway, Slicks and Slides is a top-down arcade racer, which should not come as a surprise as you're watching the footage. It features over 20 tracks and tons of different vehicles to race with, from motorbikes through regular cars to tanks and flying saucers among others, and a power-up system allowing you to upgrade your vehicle's stats, so you know, handling, acceleration, speed, stuff that matters. If that wasn't enough, you get to purchase and use missiles, mines, rifles, shotguns and other means of destruction, supplementing your, I'm sure mastered after the first half an hour of playing, near constant ramming of the opponent off their path. Shortcuts are present in most tracks, and it's good to learn their best approach vectors fast, as they will let you get a second or two ahead of the rest of the drivers. Look at me, talking about approach vectors like some kind of a brainiac. I'm so nearly proud of myself. Anyway, the most prominent thing about this whole Slicks and Slides ordeal is most definitely fast-paced, crazy and chaotic multiplayer action, preferably with all of you cramped at a single keyboard, elbowing each other as much as you try to push your friends' cars off the road. It's a barrel of laughs, especially if you're the pusher and not the pushee. Slicks and Slides can be also played in single player, but doing so is a waste of a perfect party game. Because all the tracks are devilishly fun designed, custom crafted to not only put your driving skills to the test, but also create tons of opportunities for all the cars to seek shortcuts or battle it out, fighting for each fraction of a second as if there was no tomorrow. It's nowhere near as cool if you're playing against always perfect driving and predictable CPU opponents. All I told you up to this point is included in the shareware version of the game. When you pull the trigger and pay for it, which funny enough you can still do for a mere $5, you not only get access to tons more tracks, but also an excellent track editor, which extends the life of this gem near indefinitely. Slicks and Slides' graphics and sounds are rather simple and appropriate to the on-screen action. The first is clean and high color, so that keeping an eye on your car is always easy and comfortable, even if you're pushing the proverbial pedal to the metal. And the second sounds fitting, and that's as much as we could hope for a sound design in 1993's shareware release. Oh, I failed to mention it before, but the controls take a little getting used to, so even if some corners keep sending you spinning initially, or you feel that they're a bit too sensitive, give them a minute, they will grow on you soon and will feel like a second nature in no time. To summarize, if you have someone to play those classics with, then Slicks and Slides is amazing. But if you don't, it won't prove as addicting, I'm afraid. Wacky Wheels is wacky. It's a fun, fast and funky kart racing game, very similar and clearly inspired by Super Mario Kart. And as inspirations go, one could pick much worse. And in the world of arcade karting games, Mario's definitely one of, if not the best game. Instead of Nintendo's characters though, the game decided on cartoon animals. And we've got a panda, moose, pelican, raccoon, shark, camel, elephant and tiger to pick from. A pretty fun set, and each and every one of them looks, animates and acts uniquely for that added touch of originality. They're a fine bunch and a pleasure to use in races, though one has to wonder why hasn't Apogee, a publisher of the game, requested some of its iconic characters to be included. I mean, Duke Nukem, Commander Keen or even Blakestone would be all fun choices to play as and more in line with their library of games. Though now that I think about it, I believe it was the right call having animals and not these, as the way that the game is now, everyone can play it, old and young, and I'm not sure that we'd want our kids, if we had them that is, have playing as Duke that's constantly spitting one-liners about period blood or decapitations. Best of both worlds would be having them as unlockable extra characters, I think. Anyway, it is what it is, so let's not get too much into the what-ifs. Wacky Wheels can be played alone and in multiplayer, and that second either in two-player split screen or over the LAN connection. There's fair share of courses available, and while they all differ in the layout and decoration, they're all flat, very SNES Mario-like, which is a bit disappointing as I expected much more from PC back then. It has to be said though that the hardware requirements were very modest and it comfortably ran quite fast even on a basic 386, which is not something that could be said about many games in 1994. There are a few fun weapons, like hedgehog bullets and bombs, and power-ups like turbo and oil spills to use throughout the race, and they're all fun and work as intended, making for a very exciting, even if short-lived experience. Why short-lived? Well, and it's a bit of a controversial opinion, but I believe that PC gamers required a bit more than console gamers did back then, and a certain level of depth was something that they were after. Wacky Wheels, while very fun and easy to pick up title, is definitely not deep. And no, I'm not dumping on consoles here, in fact I have quite a few of these and love them. I just feel that what I said here earlier was correct. Feel free to disagree, preferably in the comments below. Overall, Wacky Wheels is a fun, fast and action-packed game that's easy to get into and can provide a certain dose of replayability given you have someone to play it against. Alone, it's probably a complete a championship once and forget about it kind of a title. The cover of Big Red Racing says it all, and it's as quintessential representation of the 90s in a video game form as you could hope of getting. It's adrenaline-fueled, action-packed Mario Kart-like racer with a touch of off-road, bits and pieces borrowed from other racing games and a lot of crazy to boot. It's the Sonic the Hedgehog of racers, it's cool, rad, hype and whatever else you would have called it back then, but most of all, it's actually really fun. Not fun for when it released, but overall, even today. It features 24 entirely unique tracks split over 6 cups encompassing the globe, moon, Mars and Venus, each of which has distinctively unique look and feel and offers a selection of 2 vehicles to pick between. There are many more obviously in the game, and they can be really crazy and unexpected for the genre, like spaceships, snowmobiles, jeeps, helicopters and hovercrafts to name a few, but there's always only 2 to pick from for each race. There's an in-cockpit view or a wide selection of behind-the-vehicle cameras so that everyone can enjoy Big Red Racing the way they like best. And while the vehicles themselves don't look especially great in this early 3D title, and tracks could use a bit more variety in terms of what's around them in the background and roadside objects, the game itself is a riot. And you're not gonna get bored or feel as if there was something missing or that it lacked content. Big Red Racing is incredibly fun and an excellent example of a game that grew old well and is as playable today as it was over 25 years ago. Oh, and obviously Big Red Racing features a whole plethora of multiplayer options over modem and network too, but where it shines is its split screen mode in which you can enjoy it with or against a friend in rotating selection of vehicles and on over-the-top tracks. Big Red Racing is one of those games that would have really benefited from a modern reimagination with polished presentation and sounds and re-release on Xbox Game Pass for instance, where it would have quickly become a hit. Fatal fumes is what fills the room whenever my boss's wife comes to work and starts talking. The poisonous venom stench of hate and prejudice that she spits out is suffocating, and the number of races and minorities she considers subhuman seems to be growing every time I have the displeasure of spending some time with her. What's worse, she seems to have made it her life's mission to turn everyone and make them share the same beliefs, which is really, really annoying and also tiring. Fortunately, Fatal Fumes is also a multiplayer top-down sharer arcade racer. It features 35 different built-in tracks, 12 different vehicles and a chance to race against 11 opponents. There are no weapons, power-ups and add-ons in it though, it's all about racing, about taking the corners the best, most optimal way and pushing to the finish line before anyone else. By 1996, Fatal Fumes' presentation felt dated. running in low resolution when most of its competition long opted for SVGA output. Technical deficiencies aside, what makes Fatal Fumes still worth a look and playthrough are the two things. First of all, a level editor, which not only allows you to create your own courses for as long as you desire or have the will to, making them ice, desert or country themed, and adding numerous and varied features or hazards like jumps or puddles of water for instance. But also, and that's the biggest feature of the editor I can think of, not found in many other similar tools for the time, was the free level editing, meaning that the tracks could have drivable surfaces at 3 different heights, effectively making creation of tracks with roads that could go one over another possible. It may not seem like a lot now, in 2024, but in 1996 it was the bomb, as your creations could have additional depth to them. And yes, terrible pun intended. The second thing that makes Fatal Fumes stand out is its playability. Yeah, it's simple, and yeah, you can hardly overtake the opponent by a screen's length the way you could in Micro Machines for points, but the racing itself, provided you're playing against another person, is fun in its simplest pure form. And that's the most we can hope to get from any game really. Fatal Fumes is not a great looking game. The sounds are there and are okay, but also nothing out of ordinary, and the CPU drivers are nothing more than you'd expect from any average racer. But if you get a friend involved, and there's 2 of you racing, and on the tracks of your own creation, it's easily a game to take up a whole afternoon. Incredibly creatively named, and yes, that's a sarcasm, GT Racing 97 is a pretty fun arcade racer. While it may not be as good as Screamer 2 or the Need for Speed, and was largely ignored by most gamers because of these two classics, it's good enough to stand on its own and provide quite a few hours of fun. Especially that similarly to Screamer, it features a split-screen 2-player mode, which may need a bit beefier machine than single-player, but if your PC could handle it back then, it no doubt was a fun time. And trust me, compared to the earlier two, GT Racing 97 had a very reasonable hardware requirements. It features 9 cars to choose from, and while they're sporting stupid sounding names like Cougar, Terminator or Blue Blood to name a few, a keen eye will quickly pick up on what they actually are, and find their favorite Porsche 911, Lamborghini Diablo or Ferrari Testarossa among them. All of them naturally differ in how they handle, but the top speed seems to be for the most part very similar, and somewhere around 300 kph. The tracks come from 8 countries and are divided into 3 continents. Only Canada and Brazil are available at the start though, and you need to unlock the others by beating the championship that consists of number of races in different countries. There are 3 difficulty levels to choose from, but you should never go for the lowest, as I'd consider it more of a tutorial than a real choice. Why? Well, the racers don't try to overtake each other at all, there's no traffic whatsoever, and the maximum speed of all cars is severely limited. The other 2 modes are all fine and work well, though as per usual playing against a friend is the most fun. Interestingly enough, there are 3 kinds of car damage in the game, all indicated separately as body, engine and wheels. So while GT Racing 97 is definitely not a simulator, it does not allow for all-out crazy maneuvers, and you have to keep all 3 parameters in check during all races. Presentation-wise, GT is decent. The graphics are colorful, roadside objects are a mix of 2D and 3D decorations, and the feeling of speed is definitely there, so there is nothing to complain about in the looks department. Sounds are a bit meh, the cars seem to make that weird noises, but not to the point of being annoying or distracting. They're just not what you expect them to be, at least to me. To summarize, there's really nothing special about GT Racing 97. It's a good, a bit above average racer that is quite fun, and if you don't have access to bigger and better games in the genre, you will not be disappointed with it either. Quadra Alien is a rather unique real-time puzzle game, similar but not identical to Sokoban. The background story is pretty interesting, even if simple. Astra is the last of mankind's huge fission reactors that are used to power our space stations all throughout the solar system. The evil aliens known only as Quadra Alien have captured it, and since it's not being technically maintained, the contamination levels within it keep rising, and if nothing is done in time, total reactor failure will be imminent. Our last chance to stop the contamination are the 6 remotely controlled droids stationed on the Astra. We plan to use them to clean the contamination and remove the alien broodmother, by force if needed. Quadra Alien is composed out of 19 increasingly difficult stages, and I mean it. The last few are a nightmare, and the first few are no joke either. And each of them has to be solved using only 2 of your 6 droids. The general idea here is to clean the contamination, but doing so may require performing various side activities too, like activation of Geiger counter, absorption of radioactivity, or detonation of explosives, to name a few. The trick, the whole premise of the puzzling, is a twofold. First of all, the spheres that you'll be pushing around in Sokoban style to clear the paths through the levels are magnetically charged, meaning that they can attract or repel each other, so you have to carefully move them around, keeping in mind that each mistake may start a chain reaction of movements, which can result in the play area getting jumbled. So being fast in Quadrillion is important, but being careful is even more so. Second thing that is quite tricky in puzzling are the droids themselves. There's 6 of them in total, and each of them has a different set of special skills. So one may have a higher capacity to carry contaminated materials, the other may have extended range of movements, and a different one may be magnetically charged, same as the spheres are for instance. And picking the best two for each stage is part of the challenge. Quadrillion, while being fun, as fun in fact as some of those best puzzlers are, it's also very difficult. Way too difficult for me. Like as difficult as passing of a kidney stone is. A third one, after the first two already went through. Fortunately, you can restart each level as many times as you'd like, and when you do, the contamination that's already been cleared stays removed, making it easier to complete them. Unfortunately though, in a true yin-yang manner, you have a set time to complete the entire game, measured by the core reactor's temperature. You can sorta control it to a certain degree by sending water barrels to it or reducing the entropy level, not so much so though that would let you effectively halt its progress. I love puzzle games. I mean, not as much as I love RPGs, turn-based tactical strategies, or preferably a mixture of both, or even better, meaningful and impactful choices in my games. But puzzlers, I prefer not to have them run on a timer, as I easily get overwhelmed and annoyed. So if you're not like me, Quadrillion may be a game for you. I know it's barely a second game that I'm covering today, but I can tell you right now that Full Serant is the most unusual and original concept in the entire video. And why am I so confident that it is? Because it's the most unique puzzler that you've ever seen. It also touches on the adventure and has a pretty great little story of its own. In essence, however, it's a blend of storytelling with puzzling, done masterfully, and with attention to details likes of which you were most definitely not used to in 1989. Heck, the creativity of this one is only matched by a handful of other games to this very day. In short, it's a collection of group of different puzzles intertwined with overarching plot, in which each next part of it is uncovered by solving groups of smaller mental challenges. So as you progress further and further in the game, you will slowly and gradually realize that all the unique different riddles that you went through and the story that you've been devouring with interest piece by piece are actually just a set of tiny cogs in a much bigger machine. In a single huge-ass secret and hidden great puzzle that's being leaving hints and double meaning suggestions for its solutions all throughout your adventure. And it's up to you to backtrack to all you've learned along the way to find a way to solve this final challenge. All the characters that you'll read about, their stories and adventures, it's all a part of an overarching task that needs completing. Fortunately, your brain's as wrinkled as an old leather jacket, so it may take some time, you will eventually manage to figure it all out. I'm not gonna spoil it though, so keep in mind that everything you learn playing Full Serant is important, and may have more than one immediately noticeable surface. Smaller puzzles that you'll be working on along the way are rather diverse and often unique to this game only. Some are straight up mazes, others are a whole manner of different word or number problems, there are graphical and purely logical ones too, there's a card game even, there's so many. Full Serant is the puzzliest of puzzles in this video, and a straight up genius game that deserved to be more popular than it ever was. Story-wise, you're the Fool, as in a tarot card called Fool, and you're sent on an epic quest by the Sun card to find 14 lost treasures of the world. Your adventure will take you through 4 unique worlds, stylized into different tarot suits, and you'll meet many interesting and quirky characters along the way. All of them are naturally different tarot cards, and all will either share crucial information with you or ask you to help them with additional tasks. It's a one-of-a-kind concept and one worth experiencing. If you're into the genre at all but have time for only one game, go for Full Serant and ignore the rest from this video, because this is the star of the show, and it's one of the best criminally overlooked games in the entire history of gaming. Klax is an action puzzler, and one with pretty simple and yet surprisingly addictive gameplay mechanics. It's also a port from the arcades, where it originated, and it's conceptually a mix between Tetris and Columns. The game board is divided into 2 halves, top and bottom. Top is composed out of 5 lanes that the colorful blocks fall from continuously, bottom houses the paddle that you control directly and 5 storage areas for said blocks. The idea here is simple. All you have to do is arrange blocks in such a way that they would form rows, columns and diagonals of at least 3 of the same color. When they do, they are removed from the screen, freeing more space in the storage area. Oh, it's worth mentioning that diagonals reward the most points, but are the most difficult to pull off in a safe manner. But you can also, if you manage to that is, create combos, meaning rows, columns and / or diagonals all at once, that when removed award the most points. Both in the game and virtual, you reward yourself for being such a smart brainiac. Klax is built out of 99 progressively more demanding levels, increasingly gradually in block dropping speed and number of colors. Many levels have no extra requirements and just focus on point scoring, but as you progress and beat them one by one, like the puzzling boss that you are, additional objectives will become more and more common, like having to make a certain number of columns or rows, or getting a particular number of points, or even surviving a set number of blocks. It might not seem like much when spoken about, but when you're actually playing Klax and everything seems to be happening so fast all at once, having to fulfill even a simple task is a lot. Not for you, cause you're borderline genius, but for most of us, mere mortals, it definitely is. Fortunately, you can store up to 5 blocks on your paddle before having to drop them somewhere, so in those latter, more difficult stages especially, it will become crucial to plan ahead and strategize when and where to drop each of them. So as you see, technically speaking, Klax is simple and takes but a second to figure out how to play it, but mastering the game is an entirely different thing, and only most agile and sharp minds will be able to go through the entire game with ease. Klax is a pretty cool little game, and the fun that you'll have along the way is definitely worth the time. Lexicross was probably one of, if not the most unusually designed games of 1991 when it released. For all intents and purposes, it's a futuristic TV game show-like kind of affair, with gameplay elements borrowed from Scrabble, Wheel of Fortune, and in some parts Battleship 2. Saying that gameplay itself is unique is an understatement, but it's interesting, and when you get used to it, it's actually hella entertaining too. Each player or player and CPU has a grid of hidden tiles that conceal various words. Players take turns revealing said tiles in an attempt to uncover letters that would form words or bonuses. Alternatively, they may spin the wheel to guess a letter. Whoever manages to guess the right word or form the complete sentence, quote or saying first, wins the game. It's helpful to keep in mind that clues are usually in the same team as the solution, so considering them carefully is a key to success. For instance, an eye, neighborhood and clock may all be hints for a watch. It's a little out of the box, but you get the idea. The gameplay premise may sound bizarre and unnecessarily convoluted, but after a round or two, not only everything will become crystal clear, but also playing it will be quite fun too, especially against a friend, provided that both of you enjoy word games, that is. Since there's over 600 word puzzles in Lexicross, its staying power and replayability is quite high and will no doubt keep you occupied for a while if you manage to find a friend keen on playing it. The whole campy and parodic TV show vibe that it emanates is also rather refreshing and makes you feel as if you were competing on TV, working your way to an award, which in case of this particular title is only superiority over the other competitor or his/her over you. Graphics and sounds of Lexicross are pretty good, even if gameplay itself is for the most part static and requires little fast movement or animations. Still, they're a pleasure to witness and complement the over-the-top crazy futuristic TV game show vibe pretty well. If you're in the market for a light-hearted, easy to get into but challenging to master puzzler, Lexicross is the one that you're after. Despite its rather cute and colorful presentation, Stone Age is a pretty darn demanding puzzler. It's very easy to get into, but mastering it and completing all 100 levels is something else, and something only the most swollen brains will be able to tackle. The overarching idea behind each stage is quite simple: to guide the little dinosaur straight to the exit. It's much easier said than done though, as if it wouldn't be, then we'd have no game now, would we? So, not all blocks are walkable, not all are regular, and there are those that have special characteristics. So, some may move in one direction only, some contain colored keys required to get past locked off areas, some crumble after you've walked over them. The point is, there's plenty different ones, and they are gradually introduced as you progress through the game, so that they don't really add too much to the already rather high difficulty. Running out of time naturally costs you a life, and losing all lives ends the game. And hence, if you're a puzzling fanatic and don't feel like you'll be able to complete all 100 in one sitting, I mean, who would? Then it's best to make sure to write down all the codes to the levels that you've completed, so that you would not have to start from the first one when playing Stone Age next. The game has 2 difficulty modes, but they don't really change the layout and challenge of the puzzles at all, just how much time you have to complete the stages. It's not a lot, but also not nothing, and may prove those few seconds extra enough to beat a particularly punishing level. The graphics and sounds are all fine and complement the theme of the game quite well and never get in the way, which is important in a puzzler where triumph of form over content can easily break otherwise fun gaming experience. Toddlers, or as I like to call them Spider Lemmings, is an arcade puzzle game similar to, well, the aforementioned Lemmings, with a mix of a boulder dash here and there for good measure. Similar, but not identical, and nearly as good as these classics were. The gameplay premise and the objective is very akin to that of Lemmings, to guide a group of silly sausages from where they start to the exit in the form of a single doorway. All of them, however, somehow, sometime, in unknown and unexplained circumstances have been beaten by radioactive spiders one by one. So they can all walk on walls and ceilings. You know, like spiders. But fortunately, that's all they do. Walk. No spider lines, cocoons or multiple eyes here. Your job is to make sure that they're on the right path. The levels are hardly ever just a trip from point A on the left to point B on the right like in Lemmings though, and most often than not, the exit is somewhere in the middle of the screen and you'll have to stretch that brain muscle of yours a lot to get them there safely. If that wasn't enough, you have no special skills at your disposal, no intricate machinery that could help you, nothing. And all you can do is remove and create blocks, and that's what you'll be doing given your limited choice in the matter. Placing and destroying them strategically to create a path for the pack of dummies. There's a limit to number of blocks you can use in each stage, and while it may sometimes, especially in the latter levels, feel a bit restricting, you can always pick up blocks you've placed before and reuse them. So keep that in mind. If that was all that there is to say about Toddlers, however, it would be a game worth of 10-15 level stops and no more. But it has 175 of them, so what makes them interesting then? Well, there's a lot of various dangers and hazards, and you are introduced to them gradually, learning how they work, usually over a couple or so of levels each, so that you get plenty enough time to familiarize yourself with them. In the same time, the game gradually becomes more and more challenging. But wait, that's not all. Because there are Toddlers of different political views, left and right wing, liberals and conservatives if you will. Oh boy, how they cannot mix at all. Keep them separate at all times or they will go for each other. You, however, are a good boy, a good man, or a woman for that matter too, and you do not pick sides. You pick life and you want to save them all. And you have to do so while keeping them as far from one another as possible. All that combined and more that I'll let you discover on your own makes Toddlers not an easy game. It's really fun and rewarding though, and will keep that noggin of yours steaming all the way through. Best of all, if you manage to find someone else to play it with in simultaneous multiplayer, then not only it gets that easier, but also instantly becomes one of the best multiplayer puzzle games ever conceived this side of Milky Way. Exit, also known as Zonked, is a fun, colorful puzzler that's a little similar to Sokoban and a port from the Amiga. In fact, I couldn't find a working copy, so you're watching a YouTube footage of it here captured on the Amiga. Sorry. It is played from a top-down perspective and puts you in shoes of a young dude named Bill who's been kidnapped by the aliens and took aboard their ship. There, they dropped him, so you, in a maze to study like a lab rat to learn about humanity, all because they wanted to prepare for the invasion of Earth. The game is divided into 120 levels, split into 8 different ships, each of featuring its own team and unique obstacles and challenges. The goal of each level is to create a path to the exit, all the while moving all the blocks into appropriate holes without getting them stuck against walls or obstacles. Each kind of a block has its own weight, characteristics and properties, and these have to be kept in mind while moving them around. Tiles that you move the blocks around on are of various kinds too, and other than the obstacles, also form a part of the puzzling problem in Exit. So, there are ice tiles that the blocks keep moving on in a chosen direction until they reach a regular tile or an unmovable obstacle, glue tiles that keep most blocks in place and turn them into stationary objects, tiles that drop the blocks through and then bring them back out turned by the 90 degrees, electrical tiles, they electrocute you, which is never fun, well, unless you turn the electricity off that is, but they are also used in powering up of other objects, so it's worth to keep that in mind. You drown in water tiles, unless you build a bridge over them with blocks, and all of that is just a small subset of all special tiles and obstacles found in Exit. Blocks themselves are of numerous kinds too, so there are those that slide on everything, even glue, and they do until they hit a wall or an obstacle. There are those that are made out of ice and gradually melt with time, radioactive blocks that deplete your energy whenever you're around them, and teleport and electromagnet ones that require electric tiles under them to operate. And naturally, same as with aforementioned tiles and obstacles, there are many more of these than those that I just mentioned. Part of fun of Exit, however, is figuring out what particular block or tile does when encountering them first. So I will not spoil it for you. Other than all these, there are 3 pickups in the game: hearts, pills and wheels. First replenishes your energy, second clearly being a steroid-based muscle enhancer, lets you push much heavier blocks than you could have otherwise. And the last you can attach to blocks to move them faster along one axis. Exit is one of the last games released by the legendary Psygnosis before they moved exclusively to PlayStation, and it's a very polished sounds and graphics-wise release, definitely up to their very high standards. It's not the easiest of puzzlers out there, but it's hella entertaining, and figuring out solutions to some of those more challenging levels is really rewarding. Zoop is a fun action puzzler that plays a little like a mixture of plotting and Tetris. I know, it doesn't say a lot when put like that, but I'll try to explain the best I can. The game board has a 4x4 grid square in the middle and 4 lines of colorful blocks approaching the square in real time from all sides of it all at once. Treat that square like your home and those blocks going towards it like the zombie invaders you have to get rid of, or otherwise your family will be devoured alive. Not the literal case here perhaps, but that's as simple of an explanation as I can come up with. So, it's easy to guess, but your task is to eliminate all the pieces that keep moving towards the middle of the screen, while making sure that none cross the square's borders. You control a single triangular block piece inside that can move around it freely and can quote-unquote throw itself at any other block in the lines surrounding the square. The goal is to form lines and columns of blocks in the same color to remove them before they reach your home base. So if you throw your piece at any other outside and they match in color, they are removed. If they don't match, then they swap colors. Thus, you have a rotating in color cursor under control, allowing you to remove blocks approaching from all sides. Whenever a certain quota of clears is reached, the game speeds up, raising the overall challenge. So, the better you do, the tougher it will be, and the more Zoop will lean towards the action and less towards the puzzling. It's understandable though, as that's precisely as it was with an all-time classic, Tetris. Fortunately, at some point you also start encountering special pieces that would be helpful and will save your progress more than once. For instance, a lightning bolt piece, which when activated will remove all blocks around it in a 3x3 grid, and a gear-shaped one that will clear the entire line of all the pieces. They are helpful and all, but they don't really counter the one and only problem Zoop has. While it's really fun initially, the difficulty ramps up so fast that soon enough you'll begin to feel that all you're being awarded for getting better are the more punishing speed and number of blocks, and that you've no hope for a breather at all, which kinda fits the whole zombie apocalypse theme from before. Anyway, all that makes for a fun and innovative at the first play and really stressful at consecutive ones game that seems to have had an excellent idea and graphics to realize what it aimed for, but failed entirely in the balancing department. And that comes down to only gamers with hands as fast as their brains are being the only ones capable of enjoying Zoop for longer than 5 minutes. Quadrax is a Slovak single-screen puzzle platformer that was huge in the country of its origin, but virtually unknown anywhere else, which is surprising as it's excellent. The story bit is rather simple and lacks detail, but fortunately it more than makes up for it with gameplay. So there's these two adventurers who are treasure hunting. You know, how you do when you've tons of money and nothing to do. And believe it or not, they found an ancient temple, like as old as the oldest of old structures that still remain hidden in the dense Amazon jungle. You know, those old pyramids partially reclaimed by nature? That old. Now, to be clear, it's not stated anywhere that Quadrax is set in the Amazon. In fact, it's seemingly in Africa. I was just using it as an example. The temple is hard to place location-wise, as the themes of its rooms change often. But let's assume that some ancient civilization that was very advanced and now is long gone left it in a jungle. And these two are all about treasures. Now, to get through all 100 levels Quadrax is composed of and succeed, you'll need to be on your puzzling A-game most of the time, as some of these latter stages will really tickle that brainstem of yours. I'm not saying that they're needlessly toying with your sanity being overly difficult for no reason, I'm saying that they get gradually more demanding and can really get your noggin going, thinking of order of actions to perform and what to do to complete them. They're good tough, not annoying tough is what I'm saying. The levels are naturally filled with all manner of traps and obstacles that have to be navigated around, and tons upon tons of things to switch, items to move, turn on or off, elevators, teleports, different kinds of blocks to interact with, you know, your typical puzzle fare. And you control both adventurers separately, switching between them at will to perform various tasks all around the levels. If you've played The Lost Vikings, you know exactly what I mean, with the difference that they don't have any special skills and are only often required to be at 2 separate locations at the same time doing different things. There's no time limit in any of the stages, but the abundance of dangers, traps or great heights to fall from can kill you. Luckily, there's no enemies, so the game is really all about figuring out solutions to more and more demanding puzzles. If you like those kinds of experiences, this one's excellent and will let you tackle it all at your own pace. Which is something I always appreciated, as I hate timers in games with a passion of a fingerless court stenographer. Presentation-wise, Quadrax is pretty good, in terms of graphics at least, as everything is detailed, super smoothly animated and nice looking, even if rather simple. Sounds though are near non-existent, so there's that, one bad in a sea of good. Check it out, it's worth it. Morph, aka Supermorph, aka Metamorphosis, aka Megamorph, has more names than James Bond had villains. Don't fact check that, just go with it, I wouldn't lie to you on a day as beautiful as today. Anyway, it's a puzzler in platform as clothing that plays a little like a mixture of Lemmings, Bill's Tomato Game and Fury of the Fairies, that last being my definite favorite of them all. It's not a copycat type of a game, however, and while it's clearly inspired by bits and pieces taken from the greats, it does its own thing and does it pretty damn good. But before we delve into gameplay, let's give its story a minute. You're Maurice Rolfe. Or you were Maurice Rolfe actually, as following the unfortunate chain of events caused by your scientist uncle's teleportation accident, you're a jumble of sentient and unstable molecules only. Yup, you don't look great. And no deal of makeup or cosmetic procedures will change that. So naturally, you must find a way to help your crazy uncle fix his teleporter so that he could recall you from the transporter buffer and bring back to your original teenage form. Oh wait, transporter buffers were a thing of Star Trek and your uncle is most definitely not up to Starfleet standards. So, yeah, then you just have to help him and hope for the best. Not much else is left there for you. Fortunately, you're not just a puddle of stinky, fleshy, slimy goo, but can transform into 4 different states of a gas cloud that can float upwards, but has to avoid fans which can suck it in, bouncy ball which does exactly what you expect it to, but is susceptible to fire and spikes damage, liquid puddle that can squeeze through tight gaps but can't jump or climb slopes and will dissolve in any other liquids. And finally, a solid ball that can break through numerous omnipresent barriers blocking your progress. Using these 4 forms, you have to traverse through dozens of puzzling platformer stages going around a variety of hazards and obstacles, seeking parts of the broken teleporter to recover them and bring back to your good-for-nothing uncle. What's worth keeping in mind though is that you have a limited number of transformations available to beat each stage, and exceeding them prevents you from completing the level. Fortunately, some of the stages feature bonus transformations, so sometimes, even though you think you won't be able to carry on, the game throws you a bone of a chance which you should grab as hard as you can and as strong as a corgi would grab one. Now, no idea why I used corgi here, but here we are, it's done, and I'm definitely not re-recording it. Many of the obstacles have more than one solution and a way to either solve or pass them, so even if you think that you're out of morphs and stuck somewhere, give it a minute, walk around the area and look around, it's worth it. Trust me, because quite often the devs took into account transformations being used up too fast. Morph looks and sounds fantastic, and plays pretty good too, but it's so demanding you wouldn't believe. So if you're a fan of puzzlers, and especially those more colorful and mixed with other genres, this one's as good as some of the best of them are. If you manage to contain the controls, that is. The very first time I played Life and Death was at school. It was already a rather old game then, but it was one of the few that were installed in our computer classrooms. I think the others were one of the Dooms, Deluxe Ski Jumping, and some kind of a generic Super Mario knockoff. Whatever. Life and Death, being the simulation of a surgeon, was mesmerizing. I mean, I was not aware that such games existed, and yet, not only they did, but were also very deep, detailed and realistic. Now, saying that I've performed 100 times more accidental in-game killings than successful surgeries would be an understatement. But I was young, I didn't have access to the manual, and while my English was decent, there were bits and pieces here and there, especially the names of various conditions, that sounded like names of spells from AD&D to me. Well, come to think of it, they probably still do. I mean, stuff like appendicitis or aneurotic aorta do sound like something that should end with the enemy freezing or exploding in a fiery blaze. Maybe both, I'm not versed in magic. Well, if not operated, they probably do still explode actually. Anyway, as you see in the video, I'm no better now than I was years ago. In Life and Death, you play as a resident abdominal surgeon at the fictional hospital of Toolworks General, and you must diagnose and treat many different conditions. Some may even require that you perform the aforementioned surgery, which is not something that's been done before in gaming and only once to my knowledge after, in Life and Death's own sequel. The diagnosis is composed mainly of prodding, poking and pressing on the patient's abdomen and observing his or her reactions. An interview and figuring out what the symptoms are is quite important too, though poking is the fun part. So using the 2 tools at your disposal, you'll have to figure out what's wrong. And based on that, decide if further tests like ultrasound or x-ray are required, or can you turn to medication prescription or even arrange for a surgery. If you make a mistake here, you're kicked from the hospital, straight back to the school, but you'll be given hints on what went wrong if it does, so that you would know where to perform better with your next patient. Now, as much as you may be lucky with your first few patients and they may only need to be put on a series of terribly tasting and sour drugs, eventually you will have to operate. Now this is the most gruesome, bloody, but also involving part of the game, as you'll need to adhere to all the procedures, making sure to preserve the hygiene of all the equipment and be very, very careful with your patient. It's a time-consuming and very difficult part of the game, but if you manage to save someone's life, even if it's in-game only, it feels really rewarding. Life and Death was unlike any other game I've seen when it released, and no wonder, as it was not just a creation of gaming fanatics but was actually made in conjunction with a real surgeon, meaning that all the diagnosis, medicine and treatments were accurate for the time of its release. In fact, if you are good at the game, you are capable of recognizing the symptoms of different conditions if any of your friends and family displayed them in real life. So, was it a good game? Yes, but a punishing one too, which is fitting I suppose, as surgery in real life is quite difficult as well. We may just be a biological machines, but we're also ones that are easy to break. Hidden Agenda is a government simulation game set in a fictional post-revolutionary Central American country of Camerica. You play as a newly elected president after a country has been liberated from the rule of a corrupt dictator farsant and clique of his faithful subordinates. Your goal is to create a cabinet and begin the near-impossible task of rebuilding the country from ground up. The game begins with a press conference where you're asked a series of questions that will help to establish which social class your government is likely to favor. After that setup, everything is in your hands and you'll have a mountain of work cut out for you. The game is divided into seasons during which you need to make numerous decisions, often based on proposals of your advisors. You'll contact important individuals and representatives of all main political parties, making sure to keep all of them happy or in the worst case content, as they are crucial in your rebuilding efforts. While global changes may be your target, you have to be very careful what and how you modify, as upsetting some of the bigger players may have them turn on you and even put you at risk of military commanders directly opposing you or insurrection. Because while the ideals in the country may have changed and you are aiming for the full-on democracy, some habits that certain people at the government formed over the years are difficult to beat or weed out. Choices have consequences is what I'm saying here, and weighing their possible repercussions is a must. Many of the encounters with different kinds of people will present you with problems and dilemmas to solve, and some may require deep reforms to make sure that people will be happy and the country will grow and prosper. I wouldn't count on either happening straight away, as visible changes to how the country operates and how things are run may take a long while to implement. Most decisions can be put away for a little while so that you have time to gather all the data and suggestions, all to make an informed decision, but every now and then you'll be put in a position where an immediate action will be needed, and sometimes you may be picking between the two evils, as no option may be optimal or in the best interest of the country, but a choice between them will be needed to keep peace and the political machine running. What's best about Hidden Agenda though is that it's entirely open-ended, heavily randomized, and virtually no two playthroughs should ever be the same. So in one game you may be trying to keep the military in check, and in another work to sustain the country that seems to be bleeding money. If you enjoy these kinds of experiences, then there was hardly any better in the late 80s and early 90s on PC. And Hidden Agenda is a hella fun game if you give it time to learn all its ins and outs. Balance of the Planet is a game. Not necessarily a very fun and entertaining one, as it tackles a serious subject and is based on a lot of research and raw data, but one nonetheless. And it's a fascinating project in all of its aspects. Its development was an interesting one too, as Mr. Chris Crawford, the creator of Balance of the Planet, was approached by Joe Miller from Epix, by 1989 well known for their excellent sports/Olympic titles, to work on an environmental game to coincide with the release of the movie Voice of the Planet. As he was working on the game and dug deep into research, even creating a very comprehensive and nested hypertext system, clearly describing hundreds of correlations between various ecological and economic concepts, he realized that for it all to work, he would have to put a price on a human life, as in decide how many lives a particular economic change or technology was worth, in depths from air pollution, change of sea level, disasters, etc. Now, it's not something that's easily tackled if you're a serious man, and Chris Crawford was definitely one. So, after long deliberations, he came to the conclusion that whatever choice he would make going forward, he'd still face some kind of scrutiny for them. Eventually, he published the game himself, not tying it to Epix in any way. The ecological system of balance of power is broken into 150 single factors connected in cause and effect network. So, whichever the decisions or choices you would make in the game, the consequences, be it positive or negative, would be clearly predictable to a certain degree, and thus seeing and understanding how all those intertwined variables influence each other is what most of the gameplay is all about, showing a player how much or how little each of their decisions mean. It's worth noting that common misconception placing balance of the planet on a similar ground, nay, level as SimLife, is a mistake, as they both are entirely different concepts, while still being ecologically centered. You take no direct actions in balance of the planet and instead decide upon implementation of numerous different policies governing the globe. For instance, allowing forests to be cleared changes the level of CO2 in the air, which affects the global warming. Global warming in turn melts the ice caps and increases the sea levels. On the contrary, if you decide on raising taxes on coal, then CO2 emissions will lower, but the strain on other forms of energy production will rise exponentially. So, investing in renewable energies may seemingly be the best choice, and while it appears to be a logical solution and problem solved in 1 to 3, in reality, the amount of money needed to be drowned in this to reach similar power output levels would put a multiple years long strain on your budget and left no money to spend on other expenses. It's a gross oversimplification of the underlying systems obviously, but I'm sure you get the gist. Like I said initially, balance of power is not fun, but it's really involving and interesting to work out. You may even find yourself unable to put it away for a game or two because it's like a huge puzzle of rewards and punishments that need balancing, but feels like it's impossible to achieve, kinda like our real planet currently is. Jones in the fast lane is great. No, really, I mean it, and that's how I'm starting it. And if there's more of you, 4 even, then it's fantastic. Yep, it really is. Alright, it's probably best that I said something about it though and not just praise it to the moon, not basing those praises on anything concrete, right? So, it's basically a person's life simulator presented in a turn-based board format. The board represents the city that you live in and different places on it, locations, services or opportunities around it. At the beginning of the game you have to pick your goals that you'll be striving to achieve, and they can be centered around money, happiness, education or career. The higher you set them to, the longer the game will take. Wealth is achieved by having a certain amount of money in the bank, shares and cash in hand. Happiness is achieved by other goals, acquiring goods and taking time off work. Education is reached by completing the available university qualifications, and the number of these required to get is dependent on how high you've set that particular goal. Career is completed by climbing the ranks of your chosen occupation to reach the management position. Each of the goals will take a while to get, but it will be so fun along the way, you wouldn't believe. Each turn represents a week of your life, and within each, every action that you take eats up a portion of the available time. You can move around the board in either direction and as far as you'd like to, provided that you have enough spare time to do so, because even movement takes time. Which kinda makes sense for anyone who's ever been stuck in a traffic jam, especially if you really needed to pee. It's nearly always advisable to start with seeking employment, as you'll need money not only for many of the actions that you'll perform during your life, but also for the end of the week, when on weekends, oh what a weekend event plays out, using up a portion of it on entertainment activities. Funny enough, if you purchase something new during the week, the weekend event is likely to be based off that purchase. If you deposit your money at the end of the working week in the bank though, you'll have no left to spare and the event won't take place. Initially, when you have no education or work experience, there's not much to choose in terms of jobs and only the lowest paid entry positions are available. But as the time passes, you'll get experience and enroll in various courses, you'll be able to get promoted or switch to higher paying industries. Some of the jobs come with their own requirements which need to be met for the employment to be possible, like having to own an expensive clothing and such. I know, I've been talking about work a lot, but believe it or not, it's not mandatory and you don't have to work per se. But you do need to have money to be able to support yourself, at least as much as it's required to pay rent and buy food. Because you should eat at the very least once per week, as if you won't, a hunger will set in and it will limit your available weekly time quota. Like I said though, technically speaking, work isn't something you have to do, it's your choice. You may purchase a lottery ticket and win, which is unlikely but not impossible, or you can trade on the stock market, which is a bit less unlikely to bring in cash, but also not a foolproof solution. One way or another, if you get into money, whichever the way you do that, a lot of opportunities open up. You can buy many useful and luxury items and appliances, you can switch apartments, and generally speaking do what I initially said that you will, so simulate a life within the game's environment. As much fun as it all is, it's so much better with others. And if you get someone, even one person, to play Jones in the fast lane with you, it's probably the most straight up fun you can have out of all the games in today's video. While getting to your pre-chosen goal is barrel of laughs and all, it has to be noted that the game also has many negative fail states, like being pickpocketed, robbed, or the bank may have a glitch in their system that removes any trace of your savings from it. How convenient for the bankers, right? You may lose your job, the economy may change and influence prices of everything as much as your wages. Jones in the Fast Lane is an outstanding multiplayer party game which can provide many hours of fun, and I love everything about it. From the interesting and unique premise, through beautiful digitized graphics, to excellent sound design and lip sync in the CD version. All of it is great. All that said, I have one small, minor, little, tiny, itty-bitty complaint about single-player mode though. Namely, you can't lose in it. Regardless how down you're on luck and how poor you are, there's always a way out of it all. Which, you know, is fine in multiplayer when you don't want to lose a player mid-game because of few terrible random events, but in single, you should be able to fail. Still, it's most likely the best game in the video, play it. SimLife, which full title is actually SimLife the Genetic Playground, is an interesting and very eco-centric title. It's more of a Earth's life simulation than the game. The idea of being able to create, to spawn life on a dry rock and simulate its evolution and progress from simple organisms and plants all the way to more advanced, mixed and often otherworldly species through thousands of years is rather appealing. Especially that there's a whole slew of biological and environmental issues that you will encounter and that will put life of this at risk along the way. But the idea of something and then the execution of it are two different things. The idea of Matrix sequels was a fun one, but the sequels themselves, well, not so much. I'm sure there's gonna be someone in the comments once again reminding me that I did not understand them and that's why I didn't like them, but I did understand them well, I assure you. They were just not fun for me, and more of a jumbled mess than a well-structured story. Anyway, SimLife is kinda similar. It's a bag full of excellent and creative ideas mixed with varying in terms of quality execution, unfinished design concepts and few missed opportunities. Said bag had then been shaken, however, like a lot, and only few random items of all that were inside fell out. And that's how SimLife was spawned. I think. I have no proof of that really. It doesn't mean that it's a bad product, cause it's most definitely not. It only means that it's an unusual one and that you should limit your expectations of it not to be disappointed. There are few scenarios available, or problems if you will, that you can try to solve, like a big ecological puzzle. Desert to Forest, which is a title that kinda explains the scenario pretty well, so transform dry and dead land into a lush green one. Battle of the Sexes requires you to make sure that the population of species composed in grand majority of females survives. Feast and Famine is a lesson in food chain where you have a majority of herbivores and plants and need to find a way of saving the environment, whatever means possible. Carnivora is an expansion on the previous scenario that adds carnivores to the equation. Terrible Lizard is a kind of a what-if scenario that can give you a clue of what happened to the dinosaurs. A clue though, but not an answer. And finally, March of the Mutants, which is all about creating the most bizarre, but also most likely to survive unusual hybrids of creatures. These sound fun and all, but SimLife has no real goal, no real endpoint, and you can just play it forever. Toying with genes and plants and animals, and customizing them to the environment, planet's current at the time ecosystem, and the specifics of its at the time food chain. And believe it or not, but all I said is like a tip of an iceberg. It's like a speck of ice on top of the frozen mountain of it. That's how big the game is. And no wonder, as it came with a 200 pages strong manual and a very useful built-in tutorial that gives you a rundown of the basics of its operation, while all the more advanced and deep concepts you'll need to learn on your own experimenting. SimLife can be fun, but there's only a very limited subset of gamers that will enjoy it more than the idea of it. Because while it sounds amazing, with a near limitless scope of possibilities when spoken about, the gameplay is not an action-packed, colorful romp you'd expect from a game where one kind of carnivores can rule the planet by devouring all other creatures. In SimLife, the quote-unquote action are the tiles disappearing after being walked over by other tiles. All presented in a very junky, utilitarian-looking graphics that I feel are just there to cover the series of Excel sheets running below it. It's fun if you're into it, and it's super boring if you're not. Dino Park Tycoon, as it's easy to guess, is a dinosaur park simulation, so a virtual Jurassic Park in the palm of your hand. Nope, again, in your imagination. No, that's not it. On your small flickering screen. Yep, I'll let this one slide, not editing it, not on a weekend. But it's all on a micro scale and with less killings. Like, none at all. The goal here is to build a prosperous and entertaining amusement park centered around dinosaurs. So, a zoo for creatures long gone. You start with $5,000 and it has to be enough for the rent, cages, dinos, advertisements, stuff and everything else. Even for candy bars, sodas and your illustrious vacation trips. Cause you know, as a hard-working park owner, you're most definitely going to be vacationing at least twice a year. Not sure that there's such a word, don't care either. Let's stop here for a second. It's 2024. Tell me, what can you get for $5,000 today? Not all that, that's what. Anyway, you'll have to get appropriate land, fence it and prepare separate areas for different kinds of dinos. There are different degrees of strength of the fences depending which dinosaurs are going to be kept within them, and they naturally differ in price. When all that's done, dinos are placed within their enclosures, food is bought for them and stuff hired, it's time to secure other concessions such as bathrooms, gift shops, parking lots and the likes. Advertisements are also crucial in making sure that there's a steady supply of heads willing to see the big lizards and money going to your pocket. There's few ways other than the tickets to earn money, directly or indirectly by increasing the visitors count, and chief among them are the rotation of different dinos to keep the park attractive, selling of dinosaur babies, which sounds terrible but such is life, hiring of tour guides or increasing number of the aforementioned concession stands. You can also increase the profit by decreasing the spending, so to speak, so instead of buying the food for herbivores for instance, you may want to invest in seeds and try planting them to have the renewable source of feed for them. As the time passes by, you'll be able to expand your park and make it even more impressive than it already was. And you also face different kinds of semi-randomized issues to deal with, like seasonal decrease in visitors, employee illnesses or escaping dinosaurs to name a few. All in all, as a light management game, Dino Park Tycoon is rather fun, though nowhere near as deep as the giants of the economical simulation subgenre, and its underlying mechanics are not very sophisticated. It's a great tool to teach kids basic finance and management skills though, or to sink some hours having fun. In fact, since we're on the kids, there were actually two versions of the game released. One was released to public schools across US and Canada, and differed from the retail version only by offering a larger starting budget of $20,000 and having extra background info on dinos and sample classroom activities for teachers. All in all, it's a fun little title worth checking out. The Clue is by far the most unusual and perhaps ambitious title of 1994 and one of the more important games in the history, even if it's largely ignored, forgotten or even worse, unknown. It's a very complex but brilliantly executed mix of simulation with bits of strategy, management and adventure. In short, it lets you live out your wildest Ocean 13 dreams of being a master thief, international burglar with skill and team to pull off even the biggest and most daring heists. You're Matt Stuyvesant, a man of Polish descent and soon to be a criminal mastermind. Well, that's not very Polish sounding name, but whatever. I'd change mine too if I was to dance with the mistress of thievery. So you arrive in London with nothing but the clothes on your back, few pounds to your name and a dream. A big, nay, grand dream, but just a dream nonetheless. And you'll stop at nothing until you see it fulfilled. As with most best simulation management games of the era, The Clue 2 is a masterwork of a German developer. But by now, I'm sure it's not a surprise to anyone watching these videos of mine that I have a lot of love for German games from the 90s. And to clarify, I'm not German, don't speak the language, so I'm not trying to push my own agenda here. Anyway, in The Clue you start small with minor burglaries for little profit, going bigger and bigger with each job until you finally tackle the ultimate grab of the game in the form of royal crown jewels. A priceless treasure that no one's been ever capable of stealing. The Clue is a game that requires heaps of patience as you have to assemble a team for each job, get appropriate tools and then carefully and thoroughly plan out the heist. Step by step, literally. I'm not exaggerating. All the entry points, tools used on different lockboxes, each and every second of a heist needs to be pre-planned to be carried out flawlessly. It's not easy at all. But if you do give it time, remember about location surveillance, pick the right team and tools, and plot a perfect theft, The Clue is incredibly rewarding when everything goes as planned. Watching it play out superbly serves satisfaction by the bucket loads even to this day. Lion is a sequel to year prior's Wolf and an excellent wildlife simulation. I'm sure it's not a surprise, but you're in control of a lion on a vast, beautiful and full of life plains of Serengeti. Now, I'm no animal expert, but they look, or at least looked, as the best place to be if you're a lion, as opposed to a zoo or someone's hard, cold stone floor as a skin in front of a fireplace. The game lets you play a singular lion or lioness that has herself and if necessary her cubs only to take care of, or you can control a whole pride of 20 lions as an Omega, nay, Giga Chad lion boss. Either way, you can go through it all in a mission mode where you have particular objectives to fulfill in each of the scenarios, or a simulation mode in which you're literally just simulating a lion's life, going through everything the missions offer and much more. It's a sandbox mode for all intents and purposes, and in my opinion, the main mode of the game, as I think of the missions as of extended tutorial, so to speak. Each of the lions is completely different when it comes to its stats and characteristics, so picking different ones in separate playthroughs may actually offer completely different experiences. Well, run through the same simulation engine naturally, but uniquely feeling. Best thing about Lion though is that none of the initial choices other than your lion's gender lock you in a particular spot. So, for instance, if you play alone as a male lion, you can find the pride of others, challenge its alpha male, and if you win, it will become your pride that will follow you forever or until you challenge and lose. Or you can build a pride of your own without stepping on anyone else's paws. Since the game is all about simulating of wild animals, you'll need to act like one. So your ultimate goal is to survive and breed. To do the first, you'll need to hunt, and there's a whole slew of different animals to go after, from gazelles through zebras all the way to giraffes. Yes, huge as giraffes as tall as the building, and anything in between. And find and drink clean water. Simple as that. But only when spoken about. Playing lion is another thing entirely, as not only hunting takes a little while to master, but you also need to be careful about natural hazards and humans, who as always are the most dangerous out of all predators in the wild. Breeding requires you to find appropriate mate and conceive cubs, which then need to be brought up safely to adulthood and taught everything that there is about being a lion. It's an amazingly captivating title that all fans of the unusual games should appreciate. If you're one, it's a hell of an afternoon that you'll be having if you decide to fire it up. Cyber Judas is a sequel to a little more well-known earlier game, Shadow President, and it's also basically a presidential simulation placing you in the shoes of the man in charge of USA. And as such, you'll be responsible for running of the country and its international politics. So, you'll be handling an ongoing timeline of various events by making decisions and engaging in interactions with foreign states, be it economically, diplomatically, or with use of military. You'll be promoting American and democratic values around the world by investing economic, cultural, and political influence in countries of different ideologies. You'll build military bases in friendly countries located near potential future conflict outbreak locations. You'll fight the terrorism locally and around the world, using sanctions, military presence and operations, and espionage. And you'll keep that finger safely planted on the red button, not pressing but resting, just in case. You're naturally surrounded by a whole cabinet, so the Chief of Staff, the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of the State, the Secretary of Defense, the Economic Advisor, and the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And they're there to advise you and help you run the country. Well, in theory, because the game simulates real-life politics pretty well, and they may have their own agendas and goals, and may try to convince you to take actions that would further their plans. Not saying that they all do, I'm saying that they might. What's more, they may be corrupt and work in secrecy for material gains only and / or foreign powers. So, always listen to what they have to say in terms of advices, but make sure to check all the data available to you and make all the critical decisions yourself. These may be in line with the suggestions from your cabinet, but don't have to be. So, be smart, be critical, and don't let them make you their puppet. Sounds fun, right? But why is it called Cyber Judas, you may wonder? Well, because there is a Judas, a Cyber Judas within your cabinet in the campaign, or one of the campaigns really, and he's really well and fun implemented. He's one of your staff, you've no idea who he is, and he makes everything he can behind the curtains to discredit you and hopefully get you impeached. And he has a whole slew of different options to make your day suck. He can spread misinformation, he can order out assassinations on other cabinet members, he may even gain control of your nuclear arsenal if you're unlucky, and that's just the three of many ways he can keep you on your toes and your blood pressure dangerously high. So you'll need to use your smarts, wits and trace to weed him out and save the presidency and potentially the world. Oh, Trace is that high-tech supercomputer that supplies you with all kinds of accurate worldwide information and helps you track down the Cyber Judas. There are 3 different play modes, or campaigns really, in Cyber Judas, and while they all naturally require you to stay in power, they are pretty different from one another gameplay-wise. So, the Presidential Simulator mode is rather simple. Well, in comparison to the other 2 at least, as it's not really that simple at all. In short, you must lead the country well and avoid electoral defeat, impeachment and assassination. That's it. The Cabinet Wars mode assumes that each of your cabinet members has its own political aspirations and personal agenda, and they will attempt to manipulate you and steer your decisions towards their own gains. Not all their suggestions and advices are for their own benefit only, and you'll need to work mainly based on your moral compass, information that you gather, and judge when and how they're trying to lead you astray. And finally, the Cyber Judas Gambit, the titular mode, sees one member of your cabinet being a traitor of the state and working to undermine you and destroy the government. So you need to do both. Find the traitor and save the world from nuclear war disaster. Cyber Judas as a game is hella interesting, and if you're at all into unusual simulations or politics, it's definitely one not to miss. Miniput was born on the best mini-golf game on C64, and in 1988, when it was ported to DOS, it was one on PC too. Well, it might have been the only one, but that doesn't discredit it from being the best. Heck, it's one of the most fun games in the genre to this very day. In the time when most games covering the sport focus on its big brother, regular golf, Miniput was a welcome addition and a fresh game to waste some time in. It's an easy to pick up, learn and enjoy title that can be appreciated by practically anyone, whether they care for the sports or not. In the same time, it's difficult to master. And when 2 or more skilled players face each other, it's a pleasure to witness and often hella impressive observing how they run complicated math simulations ad hoc, like some kind of biological computers calculating all the hills, drops and ball trajectory on the fly. It's something else, I tell you. Up to 4 players can enjoy Miniput on a single system, and it features 4 courses of Deluxe, Classic, Traditional and Challenge, spread over 36 different stages. Now, what's included is not nothing, but I would have loved to see at least twice as many courses overall, with porting to a 16-bit system. But whatever, it is what it is. And while nothing was changed, the original was rather genius in its design simplicity, and this version is no different. Each of the 4 courses changes a little in theme and kinds of challenges that they focus on, and some of them even feature animated elements for that added extra challenge. To be honest, I played Miniput much more on C64 than on PC, but even my short time with it on DOS was rather pleasant and enjoyable, especially that while its presentation can't be called breathtaking, it's clean, easily readable, and you've never left wondering what's what on a particular course. Even the CGA version, which I'm usually not a fan of in any game, works quite well here and is somehow less annoying than usual. So, if you're someone who enjoys minigolf in real life or have friends, cause you know, not everyone does, then Miniput is an excellent party game to kick around in while having drinks and trash-talking each other. Shufflepack Cafe is basically an air hockey type of a game, which is an excellent digitization of an arcade classic to PC. I know that grand majority of you know very well what air hockey is, but on an odd chance that one of you does not, let me explain. It's basically hockey but played in the air. So the players sit on those large flying brooms, Nimbus as they are called I think, and they're hitting the flying puck all over the air above the hockey field, trying to score. Wait a minute, someone's been messing with my scripts. That's not at all what the air hockey is. Let me see. One sec. Yep, the script is gone, and someone replaced it with Harry Potter 15 fanfiction draft, which on a first glance is rather terrible and I wouldn't recommend reading it when it releases. Anyway, the air hockey is a table game that sees 2 opponents standing at opposite ends of it, each with a bat in hand. Well, more of a paddle than the bat, but you get what I mean. And the gameplay is all about knocking the puck behind the opponent's paddle. Simple as that. Each successful attempt is worth 1 point, and the first player to score a set number of points wins. It's usually 15, but you know, usually it's not always. Shufflepack Cafe can be played in 2 modes, either tournament, in which you're facing all available and differently playing opponents, or practice, where you can challenge any of the 9 to, well, practice. It may seem unnecessary, but it's the best place to learn their style and find out their weaknesses. And let me tell you, they are all different. Skip Finney is a relative newbie at air hockey, so his reactions are slow and he's the easiest to beat. Vizinorp is an incredibly short green alien whose serves often bounce back and forth on their way to your side of the table. Finny the Dweeb, who's anything but Dweeb, is not the best of the players, but he's very consistent and definitely better than the earlier 2. Lexan Smith Worthington, a lizard-like alien drunk, is a very strong player initially, but as the game carries on he keeps on sipping on his champagne frequently and getting more and more inebriated, and as a result of that, easier to beat. The General, a pigman that mastered art of shuffle packing, is another noticeable step up in difficulty between all of the opponents. Nur Toille, so Lauren Elliott spelled backwards, is bodiless alien that mimics your style and showed power. Princess Beijing, not to mistake her with Beijing, you know, the capital of China, is a telekinetic powered player that uses her powers to cheat. And finally, Beef Ronch is a perfect player, also a biker, so maybe these two are correlated in some way, and he rarely makes any mistakes, so beating him will be a challenge for all but the most versed air hockey players. Shufflepack Cafe is really fun, and the only thing that I find lacking about it is that it has no multiplayer support whatsoever, which is a missed opportunity if you ask me, as it would have been a fun title to challenge friends in. Panzer Kickboxing was one of my most favorite versus fighting games on the Amiga, and it's no worse on PC. It's a very technical game that placed all of its bets on realism instead of focusing on flashy and explosive moves or special attacks, and won big. Or actually no, I take it back, it lost. Because if it won, it would not appear in this video, as it would be much more popular. Anyway, all of its 56 different kicks and punches are real martial arts moves and come straight from Thai kickboxing. So the game is best played smart rather than as a button masher, meaning that timing your attacks and even more so picking the right ones is always a better choice than trying to pull different ones one after another as fast as possible. For one, because you won't be able to effectively do that. Well, you might because you're cool and near superhuman, but I and others wouldn't. And for two, because if you go at it maniacally, a skilled player can stop you with one perfectly timed kick to the head. Like literally, stop you so efficiently that you lose consciousness and grab a few Z's mid-fight. Each sparring match takes 3 rounds, and the round ends either when one of the fighters is knocked out or when the time runs out. Lights above the ring on each side of it represent the fighter's health, and as he loses energy, they are extinguishing. Single-player mode sees you playing as a newbie kickboxer trying to climb the ranks of the league table and defeat tougher and tougher opponents until you get to the final battle against the reigning champion, Andre Panza. Now, it's naturally gonna take a while, and in between the fights you can visit the gymnasium section to train your fighter, increasing his strength, resistance or reflexes. These changes are not superficial only and can actually be a deciding factor between winning and losing. Well, other than your skill at throwing those deadly roundhouse kicks, because the number of arguments that you've won as a kid with a roundhouse kick is directly proportional to the number of teeth that you've single-handedly supplied to the Tooth Fairy by kicking the shit out of others back then. I mean, years of your youth were the best time in Tooth Fairy's few thousand years long career. Anyway, while training and micromanagement of your fighter, down to picking the moves that he has available for each fight are fun and all, the best thing about Panza is naturally when it's played against a friend. Because then it turns into a real show-off of technical prowess and patience. Because while attacking is super important, getting the feel of your opponent, predicting his moves and behavior is too, and most likely even more so. So, careful, smart and reactive play wins more matches than an all-out attacks do. Panza Kickboxing is a gem among fighters, if you like those to be more similar to International Karate than Street Fighter 2 that is, and its released 2 years later sequel Best of the Best, while not much different in terms of presentation, was a stellar game too, and featured more opponents and even more fluid animations. The game's Winter Challenge is Accolade's answer to Epix's Olympic sports series of games, and while not as popular, there are no worse. In fact, they may be as good, if not better. It's not a surprise to anyone who's been watching my videos, especially those covering C64 and Amiga, that I absolutely love Olympic games. I think that they're the ultimate party challenges that many people can enjoy together or, well, against each other. And that they're usually varied enough to ensure that no single player would be the best at all of the disciplines, so that everyone would be able to have their favorite choice that they're superior at, or at least contending for the medals. As a matter of fact, I feel that we could really use a modern Olympic game compilation today, and it would be a hit. Especially if it wouldn't be a joystick waggling bonanza as it used to be in the 80s and 90s. Anyway, while the Winter Challenge does involve some button mashing, the 8 disciplines that it covers are varied enough to provide a lot of fun and some serious elbow couch battles. The events included are luge, where you navigate the downhill luge course in the fastest possible time. Downhill skiing is also a race going downhill but requiring careful navigation through flagged gates. Cross-country skiing is an endurance skiing competition in which rather than sprinting, you're required to carefully manage the energy meter to find and keep the optimal speed for the entire race. Bobsled, similar to luge, but faster and narrower. A lot of fun, easily one of my faves in the compilation. Speed skating is a free lap circuit and a test to your button mashing skills. giant slalom, a large downhill course in which you have to knock over as many flags as possible, biathlon, another fun one, is time race with a twist. You ski as fast as you can to 5 different shooting positions and shot misses cost you a time penalty. And finally, last but most definitely not least, ski jumping, my second favorite event. Or at least it was, cause I'm clearly nowhere near as good at it today. It comprises of going downhill on an artificial snow-covered ramp and then jumping off of it, managing mid-air resistance and aligning the landing to reach the biggest distance. Winter Challenge uses a rather simple but well-made and smooth-working 3D engine which adds quite a lot to the fun, making most of these disciplines feel more realistic than they would have been in traditional 2D side view. Sounds are pretty good for the time too and complement the presentation well. While the games may have not been as well known as FPS Games were, I found them to be as good and really fun in multiplayer. In single, most of the titles in today's video will be average at best, and this one is no exception. Since we've spoken about the Winter Challenge, how could I not cover the game's Summer Challenge? A logical and chronological successor to the earlier game, it's naturally right there in the name what it's all about, and it's 8 Summer Olympic events. Same as in previous title, up to 10 of you can challenge each other for the gold, and it's as fun in a home party format as you can expect it to be. I mean, I don't know how many people would have arranged a party around classic gaming, but my buddy and I sometimes do, and while there's hardly ever 10 of us, and usually more like 4 to 6 people, it's always hella fun. And those multi-event sports games are usually a highlight of the evening. It has to be said though that while Summer Challenge is as fun in multiplayer environment as the Winter Challenge was, it's a bit easier and focusing more on button mashing than hand-eye coordination, which may make it a title better suited for gaming newbies rather than seasoned retro gamers. The disciplines included are kayaking, so going downstream in a kayak navigating through the gates and trying to avoid missing or touching them. It's naturally a timed event in which missed and touched gates are added as a time penalty. Archery is all about, well, archery. So you have those 4 targets, 3 arrows for each, and a very serious case of delirium tremens and shakes as your crosshair seems to be going all over the screen like crazy, shaking like Shakira's hips do. 400-meter hurdles is a timed event in which you have to complete a full lap of the track in shortest possible time while jumping over hurdles. Knocking them slows you down and you lose time, and falling ends the event entirely. High jump and pole vault, while looking different, are both actually very similar. You set the height first and then try to beat it by jumping over. Naturally, the highest jump in both of these decides the winner. There are 3 attempts at each height. Equestrian, which is a nightmare to pronounce to any non-native English speakers, is for all intents and purposes an obstacle course which you have to beat on a horse in the shortest possible time. Knockdowns add penalty time, and if the horse refuses to jump, it's an immediate failure. Javelin is, well, a javelin throwing event in which you have to toss it as far as possible, and you have 3 attempts at the best distance. And finally cycling, see you completing a number of laps in a velodrome as fast as possible. And Velodrome was so close to being the Thunderdome, and yet failed in its epic naming attempt. Thank God for Mad Max. Summer Challenge uses the same 3D engine previous game did, and it's as effective and fun at conveying the feeling of being there and competing for the medals as it used to. Brutal Sports Football is the first title in the Brutal duology of violent sports games. It's a very speedball-esque take on American football, played by 7-a-side teams, but much more aggressive, gory, and if you play your cards right, or exceptionally wrong, even deadly. It was originally developed for the Amiga, to be later on ported to Atari Jaguar and PC. And I have to say that despite using VGA presentation, PC port is seriously lacking the presentation department, as the Amiga original seems to be much more colorful and polished. It was often the case with early ports from the Commodore system, but by 1993 it shouldn't have happened. Amiga was on its last legs and PC was slowly emerging as the most powerful gaming platform. Oh well, it is what it is. If Brutal Sports Football was to release today, it would have been rated mature, as not only it glorifies violence in sports, but also depicts it in a very bloody, gruesome way, with tackles often resulting in decapitation by use of various in-game weapons. Don't get me wrong, I loved it and played it a lot with a buddy of mine one of those early 90s summers. I'm just saying that the times have changed. It's also a game that hardly ever gets mentioned when a subject of violence in games is raised, while likes of Mortal Kombat and Snatcher were on an absolute forefront of discussion when ESRB was being created. Brutal Sports Football takes place in the post-apocalyptic futuristic setting where genetically engineered teams replaced humans in the so-called Brutal Football League, a weird cross between football, rugby, soccer and a beat-em-up. The game features 3 modes of play: Unfriendly, Knockout or League. Unfriendly is a single match, so for all intents and purposes, ironically, it is friendly. Knockout is a tournament-style mode in which 8 teams compete for the win. And League is actually what its name stipulates and the main mode of the game. In it, you earn money for the matches and it can be used to heal players or purchase various bonuses. While the brutal sports football is played for points and the team with most of them at the end of the match wins, it's not only way of coming on top. Since the game emphasizes violence, you can hit the opponents or even kill them, and you can also win by eliminating most of the opposing players, which is probably more fun than scoring. In case of a tie, the game goes into a sudden death mode, which is exactly that, so the teams have to fight it out until there's only one of them left. Interestingly enough, Brutal Sports Football was originally developed to be a beat-em-up role-playing mixture, but the designers mid-development changed their mind, refocusing on futuristic fictional sport. Anyway, if you enjoy light and not overly strict when it comes to real sports games, and don't mind that jerky scrolling the game was known for, Brutal Sports Football is definitely a title for you. Alien Olympics is a science fiction-inspired Olympic-type multi-event sports game that takes place in the year 2044 and pits 8 aliens against each other in an otherworldly competition. They all look entirely different and have their own unique characteristics. So, one may be very good at disciplines that involve shooting, while another may be a fast runner, for instance. There's 15 different events in the game, and while they're all wackily named and in a way that can hardly tell you what they're all about when playing Alien Olympics first, soon enough you'll realize that they're just odd takes on classical sporting disciplines. So sprint, swimming, javelin throw, shot throw, skeet shooting, long jump and others. All of the Olympic disciplines that you know from real life are represented in an unusual and a bit twisted, but also mostly fun way. Truth be told, not all but many, and there are even a couple that seem to be based on video games and have nothing to do with sports. Namely, a Pac-Man variant and something akin to asteroids. Most of the events are really fun and take just a few seconds to finish, but some are a nightmare to complete in a classical track and field fashion. So they require you to alternate between the two buttons, pressing them as fast as possible to build up speed or power, but worst of all, also to sustain that button pressing bonanza for way too long. I mean, there's this one swimming event for instance, the name of I can't recall now, that sees you swimming a 100 meters and back. So you have to keep mashing those buttons constantly at a very fast pace, in the same time making sure that your alien does not touch the seabed or the surface, as when he does, he slows down to a near complete stop. It's painful. And yes, I mean it literally. Carpal tunnel syndrome is no joke. There's only a handful of these though, and while the rest may have you reach new speed record heights in key mashing too, they usually only have you punish your keyboard for a few seconds, letting her know that she's been a bad girl. Or boy. I'm not one to decide on your keyboard's identity. Alien Olympics is best described as a game that's in an entertainment limbo. It's neither good nor bad, it's somewhere in between and a decent title to fire off once in a while and challenge a friend, but definitely not as good of a sports title as the others in this video are. Graphics and sounds are okay for the year, but nothing to write home about, although it has to be noted that the animation could be a bit smoother. Also, I would really appreciate if the events were described on their selection screens in practice mode, so that I'd know if I'm not accidentally launching the aforementioned long and annoying swimming section. Especially that there's no way of quitting them until they're completed, other than restarting of the game. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain, in a butt no less. Kingpin Arcade Sports Series Bowling, or in short Kingpin Bowling, is my most favorite bowling game to date. It's the same thing to real bowling as the arcade pool was to real pool. So it's not a simulation per se and not an arcade title either. It sits between the two, slightly leaning more towards the simulation side, but just a little in the zone where it's challenging enough not to get boring, especially when enjoyed with up to 5 other players at once, while in the same time it's not discouragingly difficult to have you bite your nails off your fingers. It's a fun and fast approximation of the sport that works best in a group of friends when salty snacks are present and drinks are involved while playing. Non-alcoholic ones obviously, and not only cause I'm legally obliged to mention that I do not condone alcohol consumption. Now, with that out of the way, naturally feel free to devour any kinds of liquids you see fit. After all,
Luke, I am not your father.
no! Oh my god, cringe. What can be said about computer bowling? Well, same thing that can be said about pool or snooker, especially if it's good, nay, best even approximation of the sport. In this particular case, however, I have few extra words to share with you actually. Everything that Kingpin does is excellent, starting with letting you pick gender of your bowler, his or her preferred hand, and a shared color. One would question the necessity of that last option, but by god, if I wanna play in a diarrhea-colored shirt, I most definitely will. That's just a customization though, and how's the game itself? Well, brilliant actually. Everything's in its place and working as intended. So you have the most accurate pin simulation that I've seen, bowling track surface which has different condition and waxing level before each game, and it actually influences the ball physics. 5 different bowling ball weights from 8 to 16 pounds and beautiful, super smooth and rotoscoped looking, even if sparse character animations. And the controls? I'm happy to report that they're the simplest and most obvious ones that they could ever be. So, before each turn you can pick a ball weight, throw strength and character's position against the lane, and then confirm it. You'll get this triangular target, moving fast between left and right sides of the lane. So, if you mentally draw an imaginary line between it and the bowler's hand, you'll know where the ball will be going when released. When the ball's finally rolling, you can add spin to it too, by pressing and holding appropriate direction arrow for as long as strong the spin you'd like to achieve. It takes a minute to learn, but it's like a second nature after, and makes mastering of these shots and beating your friends even more enjoyable. With all that said, one thing has to be made clear. While Kingpin is seriously fun in multiplayer, it lacks any real staying power when played alone, and gets boring and repetitive after a game or two at most. So, for most fun, approach it only in a group environment. Ultimate Soccer Manager 2 was my most favorite football manager for DOS. I know that there were also Championship Manager games available at that time, 2 of them actually, but they were all glorified Excel sheets, and while on purely coaching aspects of the game hardly anything could compare to them, USM2 offered more hands-on approach to the management of, well, everything. The team, the stadium, all the items sold in shops, trainings down to creating your own tactics and team plays, and even control of the matches where you can influence the outcome, changing a lot of things on the fly. Championship Manager is the same thing to football that, let's say, Pool of Radiance was to tabletop RPGs. And using the same logic, Ultimate Soccer Manager 2 would be something akin to Diablo. So beautiful, easy to control and comprehend, and intuitive to play title that's surprisingly deep, but not so much so to become overwhelming. It's a fun game for up to 8 players that's not made for hardcore sports fans, but those that are either new to the genre or want to have a bit more easy and action-packed time playing it. Yep, I did say action-packed in relation to a manager. I know, that's unheard of. Let's be clear here though, me saying that it's on the opposite end of the spectrum to the Championship Manager doesn't mean that it's simplistic. That assumption couldn't have been more wrong. It's packed with choices, options and settings you can play around with for hours, customizing your team and preparing them for each next match ahead. You can expand your stadium, trade players and, to be frank, do much more than in its more well-known competitor. What's more, all of this is customizable, meaning that you can do it all by yourself, easily spending over an hour on each match, preparation for it and everything around it, or delegate bits and pieces you care little for to your assistant and focus only on what you enjoy the most, easily fitting 5-6 matches in the same hour of time. It's your call. Anyway, USM2 was made from ground up to have you jump in and start playing. No tutorials or book-sized manuals are needed, you just fire it up, and if you know anything, even the very basics of football, you'll quickly figure out what, how and where to do, as everything's hidden behind colorful and easy to understand icons. Sure, there's plenty of them, like a lot, more than you and I have teeth combined, but all of them have tooltips, so memorization of dozens of these won't be necessary. Getting used to the interface shouldn't take you more than 5-10 minutes, and given that the football managers are usually played for weeks if not months on end, it's an insignificant speck of time compared to what you'll spend having fun. While USM2 has dozens of various screens when you can get to the intricate details of running your club, in reality, most of the choices you'll be making on a day-to-day basis will only be made in one of the main 4. So, your office, chairman's office, changing room and the bank. The office covers everything that's not related to coaching or facilities, so transfers, club data files, results, news and such. Chairman's office is where you decide on sponsorships, advertisements and ticket prices. Changing room is for training, staff and player management, tactics and coaching. And bank, I'm not gonna explain, cause I believe it needs none. You don't go there to rob it, is what I'm saying. Matches are played out in a top-down side view perspective and are rather fun to observe, though the limited number of different animation reduces their appeal a little. As a tool to see how your team does and to react to various on-pitch situations mid-match though, it's perfect. Ultimate Soccer Manager 2 is fantastic. It doesn't try to compete with Championship Manager because it doesn't have to. It targets different audience and at that it succeeds, offering very well thought out, dead simple to figure out user interface and stellar gameplay. And dare I say it, risking your wrath, I believe that Ultimate Soccer Manager 2 aged way better than Championship Manager 2 did, and can still be enjoyed even today. Also, I know that it's not the case, but I feel that the modern Football Manager games from Sega were inspired by both. Championship Manager in depth of stats detail and realistic transfer negotiations, and USM in their ease of control and very cinematic, for the lack of a better word, approach to the genre. Battlesport is a futuristic sports game that originally came out on 3DO and then was ported to other systems, DOS being one of them. And conceptually it's very simple. You face a single opponent and it's all down to which of you scores the most goals before the time runs out. All in a 3D vehicular FPS gameplay style. The ugly brown ball bounces around the arena, so you have to get to it first, grab it and then move it to the area from which you could score into the small, always rotating and suspended mid-air goal, all the while avoiding opponent and his fire. So, not only you have to line yourself with the goal, wait for it to complete its rotation and jump to be able to shoot the ball into it, but also survive it all. Fun. And said survival is not that easy, as there's quite a few weapons that the enemy can use against you. Well, you can use them too, if the opponent holds the ball. If a player carrying the ball is shot, be it you or your adversary, he loses a possession, sending the ball in the direction he was going when hit, and leaving it for anyone to grab. Ships that both of you are piloting can be destroyed, which puts them out of action for a few seconds, and while it's not very long, it may mean a difference between losing or winning. So, it's clear that the combat is as important as the goals are, because if you're mid at scoring, but can pretty much always snipe that pesky opponent of yours before he does, eventually you'll manage to get 1 or 2 goals in. The more matches you win, the higher your standing in the rankings will be and the more cash you will bring in, allowing you to invest in a better vehicle and upgrade its defensive and offensive capabilities. The controls take a minute to get used to, especially that they're not the most intuitive, but when you do, Battlesport becomes more playable than the footage that you're watching may suggest. Very often when the game is available on more than one platform, there's one that features the best presentation, gameplay or sound design. And while Battlesport varied in this aspect on all systems it came out on, it shared the same very addictive gameplay on all of them, and was really fun. Especially in split-screen two-player mode, where you get to telegraph your unquestionable superiority over your soon-to-be ex-friend, sending as accurate shots his way as your goal scores are too. Command HQ is one of the earliest iterations of what we'd call now a modern real-time strategy. So, other than the combat only, it also features resources and unit production. There's no base improvements in the game, but for what it is, and in line with its theme being more of a global-scale wargame conflict rather than small, more localized skirmishes, it can be excused and is understandable. It can be enjoyed against another player or CPU at 5 different difficulty levels. Command HQ comes with many included scenarios, but allows for creation of your own custom battles too, so it offers pretty decent replayability, which was not a given in 1990. Interestingly enough, the date the particular scenario starts in is a deciding factor for which units will be available throughout it. It's an unusual mechanic, but it works, so I'm not one to complain. 1918 and prior games only include land and sea units, 1942 and later add planes and carriers, and after 1986, nukes and satellites become available. Additionally, you have to take all usage under consideration and foreign aid is introduced into the gameplay loop too. So, it's best that the newbies would start with the earlier scenarios, gradually adding new mechanics with later dates when they familiarize themselves with the earlier. Command HQ may look simple, but it's surprisingly deep and more than it seems at the first glance, especially that it has a very unusual and definitely unique even to this day feature, allowing you to save the game as a so-called movie file that can be rewatched at a later date within the game's engine. What's best about it though, it can even be stopped at any given moment and restarted from that particular place, as in replayed from that point, which opens up the game for quite a few interesting scenarios of fixing that one little mistake that costed you war, or seeing if a different choice mid-conflict would yield more suitable results. Command HQ is not the best RTS, but it's one fans of the genre should at least give a shot, as it can be very engaging and made in a way that hasn't really been replicated to this very day. Realms is a fantasy real-time strategy graphically similar to the more famous Populous, but conceptually rather different. Story-wise, the game begins with you as a prince, witnessing your father being immolated at the sea, and as you shed a single tear, so as much as a real man is allowed to, saying your last goodbyes, as soon as it falls from your cheek, you're rewarded by the gods with a thundering sign, quite literally, lightning strikes you, forms a serpent at your hand, and an emblem proving that you're the one to rule the world. So, given your rather gloom mood, you decide to do just that, annihilate all others to feel better yourself. There's 6 fantasy-themed races you can play as, and each of them have their own unique attributes, strengths and weaknesses. For instance, elves are naturally amazing archers, while dwarves can do incredible things with axes. There's 10 missions in the game, and they can be attempted in any order, and their objectives don't really change much. All you have to do is conquer all of the cities on the map. Capturing the city requires laying siege to it by sending an army to it. Most cities are naturally defended, and when two armies meet, the battle starts. You can organize armies' formations and maneuver them before the battle commences to prepare for them strategically. Battles are battles, but for a city to fall, more must happen. Depending on the grain levels, morale and whether the city has walls, it can take a while for it to be defeated and captured. Well, naturally, capturing is just an option, a city can also be sacked or razed to the ground, for that little crime against humanity touch that most games miss somehow. Interestingly enough, Realms uses money as the main resource for everything, so instead of sending out units to collect stone, wood, gummy bears and magic beans as you would in other games, you tax your cities and then use the money to buy units, obviously only if the city is large enough to be able to raise an army within it. You can spend it to feed your citizens too, to build defensive walls around it, or cultivate the surrounding land. The quality of raised army depends on the city size and number of armies raised in that particular city already, and they can be raw recruits, militia, warriors and the best of them all, elite warriors. Armies can be equipped with weapons and armor and have to be paid wages. Well-paid army recovers their number fast after battles and has high morale, whereas unpaid or lowly paid one will most likely disband very soon after it was raised. I mean, people don't fight for the rules, ideas, they fight for a hope for a better future or money. The latter in this particular case. Realms is a truly unusual RTS as other than working on a different inner mechanics than most games in a genre do, also features a gigantic map of 125,000 square miles of fractally generated landscape and possibility to hold and simulate even up to 128 armies with thousands of units each in every single game. If you enjoy the games in a genre, definitely check it out. Battlebugs is an RTS set in the world of insects. They're here, they're there, they're everywhere, such are these pesky creatures. So yeah, interestingly enough, it was made by Epix, a developer I praised more than once when talking about C64 games, sports titles especially, noting that they would always find a way to squeeze everything out of the platform they were working on to deliver prime entertainment. On those where the hardware limitations were not as dramatic by 1994 when the game released, they could focus more on the design and playability rather than combating system's power, or in case of C64, lack thereof. So that's what they did, and we ended up with Battlebugs, unique, incredibly fun game that no one played or even knew about. Sure, I'm exaggerating a little, but for the most part, it sadly never got the time in the limelight it should have. Battlebugs uses its campaign as a perspective to tell a tale of a battle between two rival groups of insects, in and around the house. So, the battlefields they would clash on would be set in the kitchens, living rooms and backyards to name a few. Warcraft or Command & Conquer in your bedroom. Can you imagine? Yeah, it's fun, and filled with over-the-top humor too. You'll get to lead units of various kinds of insects, all differently looking, animated and having their own unique special skills and usage scenarios. It's worth keeping in mind that the game works on heavily expanded rock-paper-scissors mechanics, meaning each kind of a unit is strong against a specific other and weak against a totally different one. So preparing for a mission and then utilizing them correctly is a key to success. While most of 30 available missions can be won by only either annihilating opposing side entirely or capturing all the fruit pieces on the battlefield, and by capturing I mean holding the position it's in until it turns to your side by raising the flag, for a lack of a better word. The game doesn't really get stale and is as fun and fresh feeling all the way through as it initially was when you first launch it. But, and that's going to be a huge deterrent for some, those later missions can get really challenging. So if you're not well versed in tactical RTSs, you may get restless and annoyed repeating some of them more than a couple of times. If you don't mind that or are experienced in the genre however, Battlebugs is a gem, give it a go. Across the Rhine is probably the most unusual out of today's games in the genre, as it's not a pure RTS, but one mixed with smidge of simulation. It is set during World War II, depicts conflict between American and German forces and focuses on single tank battles during the Allied invasion of Normandy, which means that it doesn't cover all of the war, but just a slice of it. It may be discouraging to some, not being able to influence the outcome of it in any way, but it is what it is. Across the Rhine comes with 3 built-in campaigns in which you take control of both sides of the conflict. You're represented as a soldier, your in-game alter ego, and depending on your performance during missions, you can get promoted, which in turn will allow you to control more units at the time. While fuel and ammo always has to be taken under consideration when playing, there are no resources or units building in the game, at least not in a way you'd expect from a traditional RTS. Everything is focused on tactical combat and simulation bits if you decide to participate in them, and that's what makes Across the Rhine a unique choice between today's picks. Through most of the game you have access to a tactical and strategical map, where you issue commands to the tanks under your control, assigning weapons, changing their behavior or giving direct orders. And this, for the most part, kinda works like a box standard RTS, albeit focusing on tanks and much slower, more tactical and realistic feeling. But if you only feel like it, you can jump into any of the tanks and take direct control, and your level of involvement with it is entirely up to you. You may control the tank's movement and a turret all by yourself, like in a real simulator, or leave the control to the computer for it to follow your previously issued movement orders and only focus on shooting and hunting the enemy units. And you know what? It's surprisingly fun when you get a hang of it. Not fun enough to keep you replaying the game for many times on end, but plenty enough fun to complete at least one of the campaigns and not feel tired of it. The one-of-a-kind mix of genres proved an interesting formula that sadly was DOA, as gamers that awaited the release of this little gem expected something entirely different. Either a full-fledged RTS or even more so a simulation first and foremost. And while the scores reflected that disappointment, don't get drawn into them too much, check the game out by yourself, as it's better than it may appear on the first glance, and even more so if you approach it with no overinflated expectations. Polanyi is a Polish real-time strategy developed to rival the likes of Warcraft. Can it though? No, it cannot, it's not even close. But don't be discouraged, it's still interesting and worth learning about if you've never heard of it. Its biggest problem, however, other than being a considerably simpler game than Warcraft, was that it only ever released in Polish, Czech and German, and while the rumors of a fan-made English translation called Slavs existed, I've never seen one or spoke to anyone who'd seen it, so I'm inclined to disbelieve the claim. The one I'm playing has its intro in English, but everything else is in Polish. Weird. Still, what is it all about? The year is 699 and you're Mirko, a young Slav prince. After returning home from a successful war, you realize that it's been burned to the ground, pillaged, and the citizens killed. And that's a low blow, someone destroying your hometown when you're away. I mean, it's not fair, not giving you a chance to even defend it. So yeah, you're so angry in fact, that you've not been able to poop for a week after coming back. And that's not healthy. Ask your doctor. So you vowed to avenge it and claim even more land in retaliation. Like all of it, all of the land. Why? Because why not? So you set off to do just that. The game features only one campaign that is composed out of 25 missions. It's not a lot, but also not nothing, and given that if you manage to forget about all of the game's shortcomings, it can actually be enjoyed for a little while. All nations have the same unit types, which is a bit disappointing, but could be argued to be more or less factually correct, if you keep in mind that it's supposed to take place in medieval Poland only. Stricter military units are very expensive to produce, especially those capable of casting magic, so battles often involve only few of these on each side. Fortunately, woodcutters who are used to erect buildings in your town can also double down as axemen if necessary, so there's at least that. The only resource in the game is milk, and it's used to build everything. From buildings through defensive structures and bridges to units. Everything runs on milk, as it used to in Poland back then. I mean, I've not lived long enough to confirm the claim, but it sounds feasible. First it was milk, then kielbasa, and then pierogi. Fact. Anyway, milk is naturally produced by cows that graze the grasslands around your town, eating it like spice harvesters do spice in Dune games. And when they're finally quote-unquote full, they come back to the barn to deliver the milk, so to speak. It's an interesting take on Dune's approach to resources, and despite its simplicity, it's working, so no reason to complain about. Remember the biggest problem I told you about initially, the language barrier? I lied, and I've done it to soften the blow that will come in a minute. The language barrier is non-existent really, as Polanyi can easily be played regardless what language it is in, as its mechanics don't stray too far from any other RTS. The real issue it has is different. Namely, it has no support for multiplayer of any kind, and that's travesty. And any RTS player will tell you that while campaigns are fun and all, their fave games really shine in multiplayer, and that's how they should be enjoyed. And with Polanyi, it's impossible. So, approach it at your own discretion, and only if you really need to sample all of the games in the genre, as otherwise it may prove to be a tad disappointing. Oh, and before I forget, the CD-ROM version was released a little bit after the floppy original too, and it contained 3 new units, 5 short campaigns spread over 27 missions, 3D animations and new audio tracks. Is it enough to save it? I doubt that, but the choice ultimately will be yours. Earth 2140 is a Polish post-apocalyptic themed futuristic real-time strategy, and a pretty decent RTS at that, if you like those, that is. I don't. But I'll try to stay as objective as I'll manage to. So, in the year 2140, Earth is in ruin. On a side note, going by what's currently happening in real world, I deem it to be very plausible future. It was partly caused by numerous environmental catastrophes, partly because of the countless wars we've waged over the years. The reason, however, is really irrelevant. Point is, Earth is a shadow, a shell of its former self, and the remaining humans gathered up, joined into two factions and moved underground, where it was still safe to live. So you could kinda say that all humans are mole people in 2140. Anyway, there are the United Civilized States and Eurasian Dynasty factions, both fighting for whatever the scraps of remaining usable land there still is. Earth 2140 features two campaigns, one for each side, and you'll be pleasantly surprised with variety of missions that they offer. Cause while the general formula of mining resources, erecting structures, then building units and sending them to battle still apply here, some missions have very creative and, dare I say it, fun objectives. There's over 30 of these missions, each side has around 10 types of buildings and 30 kinds of units, and they're all different and unique to their side. Oh, and some of the units are huge mechs, which are always fun to see in action, regardless of the type and genre of the game in question. What Earth 2140 was best known for, however, other than the graphics, which I'll get to in a moment, is its difficulty, which is astronomical. I mean, not only because the game is rather fast and doesn't wait for sleepy or neurotic gamers to catch up, but also because of AI being pretty smart. They will often attack from few flanks at once or try to pull you into a trap. It's not unusual to be as pleasantly surprised by their tactical choice as terrified of how well they're pulling it off. Presentation-wise, Earth 2140 is, or was, fantastic. The units are clearly distinguishable, uniquely looking and behaving, all very nicely and smoothly animated, regardless if they're moving, attacking or idling. The shots and explosions are well telegraphed too, and it's not uncommon to have parts of the screen entirely covered in fire and smoke during some of those larger combat encounters. Sounds are good too, with all weapons and units having their own high-quality clickety-clackety sounds and explosions sounding appropriately bassy. If you like RTSs, this one's definitely not to skip. I feel that sharer RTS game Future Wars, which I've not played myself for that matter, was made only to prove that a single person could pull off a Command & Conquer. And one Chris Jones did just that. He pulled it off, and it's surprisingly well done from what I've managed to gather about it. I mean, sure, it looks like something that you found stuck to the sole of your shoe after a long hike, but today, in 2024, when indies are some of the most innovative and popular games, we know better than to judge a game just by its presentation, even if it's rather terrible. So, Future Conflict is just that. A future conflict, and it's between a nondescript government and the rebels that want to overthrow it, and it spans 11 missions long campaign. Not much perhaps, but once again, other than the maps and voiceovers, it was made by a single fellow. So, I'm sure that by what you've seen so far, it's not a surprise anymore, but it's a near verbatim clone of the first Command & Conquer, working identically. The building, erecting and unit production is identical, and even the units themselves are in the very same classes as in the original. So riflemen, grenadiers, missile soldiers, jeeps, tanks, artillery and helicopters. If you're familiar with Westwood's classic, Future Conflict will not be a surprise mechanically is what I'm saying here, for better or worse. While the campaign is not very long, let's not kid ourselves, Future Conflict, same as most other RTSs, other than to prove that it can be done, was made for multiplayer. And it does offer a small selection of interesting skirmish maps, 2-player online multiplayer, or 4-player mode against bots, and ability to create your own missions and scenarios in the map editor, which was included with the registered copy of the game. Unit editor is added too, but since I've not had a chance to play Future Conflict myself, I can't really vouch for the quality of either. And the resources online on usability of both of these tools are rather limited too. Still, they're a nice addition, and I'm sure all owners of the full release appreciated their inclusion. Future Conflict, being the only sharer game in today's video and a one-man effort, is definitely a game worth attention. So, if you're into the genre, you may be inclined to test it out of curiosity if nothing else. There's a lot that can be said about Operation Clean Streets. Yes, Clean Streets, and not Clean Streets. Yes, one and not two words. Don't ask me, because I don't know why, it's like that and it's just the way it is. Yep, I'm shamelessly using it as my own. So yeah, there's a lot that can be said about the game, most of it is not great. I mean, from the perspective of 2024, as in 1988 it was borderline okay. Barely, but it was. It's a flip-screen side view beat-em-up, or brawler if you will, and it takes you through the crime-ridden streets of Manhattan. Well, you're there and the title stipulates that they will be cleaned, so it's just a matter of time, right? I mean, your janitorial kick and punch cleaning skills are well known, and you've thrown out more trash from local clubs last year than most of Manhattan's security guards did over their entire careers. Anyway, you play as Inspector Harry, and your mission is that simple: to seize and destroy all the drugs smuggled into Manhattan. The game is composed out of 9 locales, and all you really do is walk around beating the criminals, who are a rather wild spread of different characters, from ninjas through punks all the way to highlight kite women of the night, yep, you can thank the YouTube algorithm for that name, and anything in between. You can enter some buildings, which is a nice novelty, but neither them nor the locales you'll go to are particularly interesting, especially in the terribly contrasting CGI presentation. What's worse, your kicks and punches is what you really have, and it's not a wide range of attacks to keep the game entertaining for very long. Especially that the basic loop looks exactly like that. Beat up some baddies, collect the drugs that they've dropped, find the barrel, burn them in it and regain health in the process, and you know what that means, right? Yup, that you're constantly high from ingesting of all those fumes. And you're not really a hero, but a drug fiend beating people up to fuel your permanent high. Or, and that's as feasible explanation, I may be overanalyzing the situation and it's just game logic that's behind this odd design choice. The land of Belov is an unusual place. Not only it's filled with magic, but also lays across between 5 different periods of time, torn out of our reality, suspended in relative safety from most outside dangers. Or so it seemed, because it has been taken over by the evil and powerful wizard, Red Sabbath. What's more, he kidnapped Princess Tanya and has all sorts of terrible things planned for her. Definitely not something she'd enjoy, and definitely something she'll remember forever. So now you, playing as courageous knight, despite her laughing at you at the last royal party for wearing a pink shirt, feel that you still have to do the honorable deed and travel through all 5 periods of time bordering your land, defeat tons of enemies that you'll find in them and Red Sabbath's clones too, in hopes of finding and dealing with the real one, all to save the princess and the land of Belov. Now, it's worth mentioning that slaying thousands of wizards' minions in a fit of anger is not enough to end the nightmare. You'll have to find 7 magical talismans that will grant you additional powers. Powers needed to help you on your adventure and to put down the wizard. Interestingly enough, each of those powers works only in a particular time zone and not necessarily one you found it in. The time zones that you'll be exploring are prehistoric, medieval, present day, future Earth and an alien world. And each of them has its own unique theme, scenery, enemies and the aforementioned amulets to find and pick up. Now, it has to be noted that Night Force is not your typical brawler / beat 'em up, as it also contains platforming elements, mainly some jumping sections, and you hardly ever face more than 1 enemy at once. But 8 different available moves and beautiful graphics more than make up for it, I think. All in all, while Night Force is definitely not the best game in today's video, it's far from straight up a bad one and can easily be enjoyed if you like the kind of the loop that it offers. Wild Streets. Now this one's going to be truly wild, believe me, and not in a good way. But let's start at the beginning. Wild Streets is a side-scrolling brawler taking place in New York. And by 1998, let me tell you, the city was in ruin. It looked like a war zone taken over by various gangs and lowlifes, with people living in constant fear and danger. I mean, sure, very slow agencies tried to tackle them and reclaim the city, but it's been years and no one managed to make a noticeable progress. I wasn't entirely honest with you initially, half of the city is in total peace, it's clean, there are nice houses there, and all the amenities operate perfectly and are freely available. The gimmick is that it's only populated by the biggest and most dangerous drug and crime lords, as they've cut themselves off from the poor that live in the poverty in the other part of NYC. The situation is dire, and there seems to be nothing that could be done about it. Enter CIA. Yes, CIA, the one that's not supposed to operate within the continental US, but seems to be the only org capable of doing anything about it. Under the lead of the so-called boss, they began cleansing the city, and finally after years of crime, some progress was made and parts of the city were freed. Now, this couldn't fly in the world's capital of crime, and the crime lords were furious. So in retaliation, they've devised their own plan and put it to life, by kidnapping the mastermind behind it all, the boss. They aim to torture him until he gives up the names of all the key operatives so that they could be neutralized before they even set foot in the city. Once again, when all else fails, and we have a problem, and if no one else can help, and if we can find you, maybe we can hire you to save the day. I wonder if anyone will get that reference. Anyway, the game starts with you being dropped in the middle of the city from a chopper, with nothing but your trusty 357 Magnum, your Panther and your Law and Justice, so a kick and punch respectively. Yep, you've nicknamed them and that's how cool you are. These are perhaps not the widest of armaments, especially that there's no special attacks in Wild Streets, but they will have to last you. All to save the boss before it's too late. The game comprises of you going through different parts of the city and laying said Law and Justice to hundreds if not thousands of goons and their leaders, which you will do, no doubt in flying colors, mainly red, but that's a color too. And when you finally get to the boss and free him, you'll have to escort him back to safety, protecting him from another wave of fresh baddies. I mean, when they attack, they're not baddies yet, but you're there and you're angry, so it's inevitable, I feel. One thing I think that's worth mentioning is that you should try to hold on to your few bullets for as long as you can, focusing on your uncanny martial arts skills, as the bullets may come in handy when tackling some of those really difficult bosses. While Wild Street's graphics are not bad for 1990 and the Panther is a very nice touch, both graphically and also cause you decided to take your cute cat with you on a mission, the gameplay overall is rather flat and repeatable, and gets boring fast. Similarly looking locations, blunt and overly simple combat system are the culprits. And even if it's worth experiencing once, it's not a game you'll be replaying anytime soon, if ever. It's criminal how little known and underappreciated Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles The Manhattan Missions is. Despite the naming similarities to other Turtles games, to my knowledge it was a DOS exclusive and a game that definitely deserved much more from the potential audience than it received. If I had to guess the reason, I'd say it must have been the dissociation of DOS as a gaming platform from Brawlers as a genre, as they were something we thought of the most when talking about consoles. But that's just a guess, and there's no research behind it at all, so take it with a pinch, or better yet, a handful of salt. Manhattan Missions is not your typical beat-em-up, but similarly to Night Force, a mix with a platformer, and one akin to Prince of Persia no less. So you have to switch between the movement and combat stances. Anyway, Shredder devised an evil plan, and it's so smart, so nefarious and well thought out that he will easily take over the control of New York within 48 hours. If you won't stop him, that is. The game is composed out of 16 rather large levels that will be both a challenge to explore and to beat. Baddies, that is, beat all the baddies in them. It's not a simple left to right and vice versa affair, however, as you'll be entering numerous doorways, windows, sewer tunnels, climb ladders and even locate items necessary to unlock the pathways for progress. Backtracking is definitely something to get used to in this one. Each of the turtles has its own iconic weapon and fighting style, and even features directional blocking performed with a space and an arrow key, which was something not seen often in Brawlers in 1991. What's more, each of the turtles is described by stats of strength, speed and energy, and they increase as you fight more. Furthermore, when turtles reach a certain level of strength, they unlock additional attacks, which is just hella cool given that your everyday beat-em-ups rarely had anything making you feel as you were improving other than the exchangeable weapons, which given the source material is naturally not the case here. The most unique and unusual thing about Manhattan Missions, however, is that you have 48 hours to complete it. And not fictional 48 hours, but 48 hours of real life time. Seems like a lot until you understand how it works. Well, it's really 48 hours and you can take as much to beat the game, with it counting down by a little every time you launch it. If your turtles get seriously wounded, cause yeah, you can play it in 2-player multiplayer too, you can have them rest between the levels. And that requires you to leave the turtles to quote-unquote rest for X hours. So, while it's sped up until they recover the HP, set number of hours is subtracted from your counter. It's something I've not seen in any other game ever, and a mechanic definitely worth mentioning. Gameplay-wise, Manhattan Missions is pretty fun and worth experiencing, and not only when you're a fan of a genre or Ninja Turtles. Deathbringer is a side-view action-adventure beat-em-up mixture. The League of Wizards, awesome name I must add, so a group of evil wizards forged a magical sword by imbuing a demon's soul to it. They named it the Deathbringer, which is even better name than that of their small group, and they aim to use it to kill Khan the Barbarian, our protagonist. He, however, takes the sword for himself and plans to use it against its creators. The sword holding the demon's soul requires to be constantly fed, for the lack of a better word, to hold the demon content and captive within it. So, on your quest to find and kill all the evil wizards, you'll need to kill monsters to keep the sword safe to use and appropriately powerful. Deathbringer is composed out of 30 non-linear side-scrolling levels in which you unusually start in the very middle of and can move both left and right freely, and progress in a chosen direction. Defeating enemies and getting to the end allows Karn to fight the boss guard in the next stage. Saying that there's 30 levels is a bit of a misdirection, as they are all interconnected in multiple spots, letting you freely move between them, provided you have access, that is. Overall, there's apparently over 600 unique screens in the game, and that kind of sizing in a game different than top-down RPG means nothing to me, and I cannot fathom how big it really is. Is it single screens or singular side-scrolling sections? I don't know. Do you? It's big. Whatever. It would have been much better measured in apples. I mean, if they said for instance that the world was 25,000 by 25,000 apples, I would have instantly know what to expect. But I suppose back then, in 1992, Smurf mathematics was not as widespread as it is today. Anyway, there's no literal time limit to how long you have to complete the game, other than having to kill monsters and refill the sword. Cause if at any point the sword fill meter would empty, Karn would die. Deathbringer was originally developed for Amiga and on the Amiga, and that's why it may look like something familiar to you if you had the system before, and also carry that Amiga-like graphical design. That's hard to describe, but instantly recognizable when you see it. Interestingly enough, one more thing transferred successfully from the Amiga to PC during game porting, and looks stunning for the time too, and it's 36-level parallax scrolling background, which is just out of this world. It was achieved using wedges instead of squares as tiles for it. It may not be as smooth on PC as it is on Commodore's Machine Wonder, but it looks jaw-dropping for the time. Arguably, Deathbringer's gameplay loop is not for everyone, but if you're such a person, you'll have a lot of fun with it. If I would have told you that PNGT Special is a sequel to PNGT, then I wouldn't have told you anything, at least nothing useful. Why? Because neither of the titles were popular or widespread in the West when they originally released. They are Korean cartoon-like side-view brawlers / beat-em-ups. You play as either of the titular protagonists, so either unfortunately named P, or not as unfortunate but still odd GT, and you control these anthropomorphic animals, defeating any and all enemies that you come across. These enemies for the most part are either animals or anything it seems that came to devs' minds, to the point that it looks as if they were sitting at the table brainstorming, noting all the ideas down regardless how out there or stupid they might have been, and not throwing any of them away, just gathering them up and adding to the same pile that eventually ended up in the game. So while you'll fight eagles and crocodiles, so thematically fitting animals among others, you'll also face stone elementals big and small, cakes, crackers or robots, not to mention a whole slew of other oddities. And yes, when I say cakes and crackers, I mean those that you would have normally devoured at home watching something silly but light and fun on Netflix. All these enemies, same as our duo, have their own regular and special moves and are rather nicely looking and animated. Generally speaking, PNGT Special is a pretty fun, even if not great side-scrolling brawler that's as enjoyable played alone as it is with a friend. Naturally, in a standard for the genre manner, you'll get to find and pick up various health refilling items along the way, and most levels end with a boss fight. While PNGT Special may lack the staying power of giants of the genre like Final Fight or Cadillacs and Dinosaurs for instance, for a rather obscure game, it's a gem and one worth checking out. Sounds and graphics, as with most games coming from Korea in the mid-90s, are pretty darn good, and arcade-like in their quality. So if you like beat-em-ups, this one's definitely worth a look, especially that it has that arcade Asterix and Obelix brawler type of a vibe, going for comedic and fun rather than serious gameplay. Darkside Story tells a tale of a young Jedi who, after accidentally killing his mentor during training, tastes the sweet flavor of his emerging power and becomes engrossed with the endless possibilities offered only by the dark side. He feels the force coursing through his veins and craving to emerge. No, wait, this is not the dark side I was looking for. Pity though, as it could have been something epic. It doesn't mean however that this Darkside Story is worse, it's just different. And it's a South Korean side-scrolling beat-em-up with some superficial adventuring elements. Soo-hee is a daughter of renowned and successful dentist Dr. Oh Sang-hyun, and her, along with both of her parents, live together in the suburbs of a sprawling metropolis in relative peace and happiness. Or so they thought. As one of those seemingly normal days, Dr. Oh Sang-hyun disappeared without a trace, only to become a permanent feature on milk cartons and lampposts posters. Being the tough girl that she is, Soo-hee must now venture through the city and its dark underbelly, seeking both answers and her father. For the most part, Dark Side Story is a typical side-view beat-em-up in which you go from one area to another, defeating countless baddies, sometimes with a punch, sometimes with a kick, and sometimes with a terrible joke or bad pun. But you can also wander around the city, entering buildings and conversing with their inhabitants, all to uncover the story behind it all. When you do, the viewpoint changes from a typical for the Brawlers side view to something more resembling a top-down Japanese role-playing, with caricature versions of all characters looking cute as hell. You know, short bulky body, big head, the whole shebang. Anyway, it's there, it's important, but it's the kicking and punching that we like the most about those types of games. And as those beat-em-ups go, Dark Side Story is surprisingly fun. Suhi has a nice set of basic moves, she can juggle enemies a bit when hitting them in the air multiple times in a row, and the fighting overall feels very competent and well designed. The enemies, while not represented by the biggest sprites you've seen, are really nice and interestingly drawn, definitely feeling more as if they came from a modern indie game rather than 1990s beat-em up. Which is tad surprising, but also welcome fresh look for the game. There are naturally HP restoring items scattered around the stages, and they're, in respect to the best traditions of the genre, hidden in and around roadside objects, like under the trash cans for instance. I was always baffled by this mechanic, as I could never understand eating from under the trash can. But I suppose a person's life can have its ups and downs, and perhaps, at times, one may have no choice. Well, it's sad thought perhaps, and naturally it would be best if there was no hunger in the world, but that's hardly anything within my control. So, coming back to our game. It's really fun, pick it up if you get a chance, it's worth it. Cyberlaw, aka Cyber Police, is an excellent title for a Final Fight, Mortal Kombat and Rise of the Robots all rolled into one, in a mix like no other, and for better or worse. Simply put, it's a futuristic, extremely brutal side-scrolling beat-em-up, more brutal than the infamous Franco the Crazy Revenge, which, while well known for its gallons of blood spilling with each screen, sadly didn't make the cut to appear in this video. Anyway, the evil nefarious Scorpion gang has taken over the city and they run rampant, causing chaos and terrorizing the citizens. Well, there's more of that terrorizing than running really, they're a rather slow and brutal bunch. It's up to you, playing one of the titular cyber police agents, to put the stop to their reign. To do so, you will traverse through 6 stages, defeating hundreds of Scorpion gang's goons, and finally their evil leader, Jemiah. Yes, Jemiah and not Jeremiah, whatever. Each of the characters that you can pick for the mission is described by different stats, and they represent the typical trio for the genre. So one's fast but weak, the other's slow but strong, and the last sits somewhere in between. Cyberlaw can be played in single player and also cooperative and survival multiplayer modes. And while the first two are your typical beginning to an end gameplay for 1 or 2 players respectively, the third puts you in a test trial to see how many enemy attacks you can survive before failing. It's a breath of fresh air for the genre, though arguably it would work better in a more polished game. Other than having to play as robots, the most obvious selling point of Cyberlaw is that it features a lot of blood. And by a lot, I really mean a lot. Every punch, kick or weapon used against the bodies has them spill it by the bucket. And it's not unusual at all to complete the stage or a part of it with a floor completely covered in bodies and red. But don't let the goriness fool you, while undoubtedly oddly feeling when played, Cyberlaw is actually pretty fun. Perhaps not as good as the giants of the genre are, but definitely worth a playthrough every now and then, even if the enemies repeat more than I'd like them to. The sounds are what you'd expect them to be in a fighter, so all punches and kicks are appropriately meaty, but nothing above the genre average, and the graphics are high-res. And while because of it they feature considerably more detail than the older games do, I kinda prefer the classic arcade pixel-perfect ones more. Games like Alien vs Predator or Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, they just look better to me. Alright, let me start by saying that I have no clue how to approach the title of this game, and it's the second time that I'm covering it. Eonjo? I don't know, man. It's something I will never wrap my head around, it seems. I'm gonna call it EJ, and you'll pretend that you know what I'm talking about and we'll be all set. Alright? Good. So, EJ is a Korean side-scrolling beat-em-up and another excellent release from the country. I've been covering quite a few Korean games recently, but they're the easy pick, you know. Many of them never released in the West or did in a limited manner or even years later after they originally came out. And EJ is no different. It's a beat-em-up nearly no one heard about, so an excellent pick for a B-lister to compare them to the best of the genre on DOS. It's based on a comic book by Myung-Jin Lee and tells a tale of a rebellious teenager, Nam-gung-gan. Not many people know this, but Nam-gung-gan means a friend of an ostrich in Latin. Don't fact-check that, don't waste your time, trust me, I wouldn't lie like that, now would I? So, one of those days Namgung decided to forget his violent past and start over. To turn the page and start with a blank slate, so to speak. and as he's about to go to his school full of hopes for the new day, for his new life, he is distracted by a beautiful girl. You know, friend of an ostrich or not, he couldn't have resisted laying his eyes on her. But little did he know, it was all a ploy, and almost immediately after he realized that his wallet was stolen. Without giving it any thought, Namgung reverts to his old angry self that he so wanted to leave behind and sets off after the thief just to find himself facing a dangerous criminal organization. Now, how much money Namgung had, or why would organized crime syndicate want teenagers' wallet in the first place, are questions we'll never get the answers to. But it's probably for the best, cause if we did, we wouldn't have this pretty cool game. EJ's gameplay is similar to any other standard brawler you saw in the arcades, and I gotta say that at least presentation-wise, it's actually on a comparable level to most of arcade hits. In terms of gameplay, it builds a little on the tried and tested walk right and kick the shit out of everything formula by adding some superficial and yet very refreshing RPG elements. So, by delivering his revenge for the theft in the series of consecutive punches to the jaw and kicks to the nuts, mixed with an occasional roundhouse kick, Namgung collects experience points which then he can later on spend on learning new moves or upgrading his health, attack power or speed. It's a very novel concept and it works great, constantly giving you something to aim for other than the aforementioned wallet that somehow managed to near instantly move from the hands of a lowly street thief straight to the boss of a whole underworld. Game logic. EJ is definitely a gem among most B-listers and a game rivaling AAA stuff in everything, from presentation to gameplay. Make sure to check it out. I think it's pretty obvious by now that all the best and little known DOS beat-em-ups came from Korea, and even if not all, then most. What's more, they were usually mixing in interesting additional mechanics to stay fresh all throughout and provide more compelling gameplay than their arcade or western counterparts did. And the Soul is no different. Evil powerful sorcerer slash half-tiger, a were-tiger if you will, is terrorizing the kingdom of Baekje, and your group of 5 brave battle mages vows to deal with him, his possessed armies, and free the kingdom from under his rule, possibly the world. The Soul can be played by 1 or 2 players and features 5 unique characters to pick between, each of them having their own strengths, weaknesses, special and magic attacks. As you plow through a whole manner of enemies, human, demonic and otherworldly alike, leaving them bruised, beaten, dead, sometimes all free, you collect so-called level up points, which then can be distributed between the levels into health, strength, intelligence and your hero's 5 different magical skills. The Soul's most unique feature, however, is its non-linearity, meaning that after completing many of the stages, you'll be given a choice of multiple destinations, effectively allowing you to craft your own path through the adventure. And since on each playthrough you're given a random set of stages to pick from, the replayability for this one is quite high, and hardly ever do games play out the same. What's unusual about The Soul is that you only get 1 life, and that's it, kinda like you do in real life. If you die, or well, get killed actually, that's it. It's game over and you have to start from the first stage. But to counter that and the difficulty, the devs offered something else not seen in the arcades, namely save slots. 4 of them in fact. So while not perfect, it's a solution. Graphics and sounds of this one are excellent, and no wonder as it released in 1998, long after DOS's heyday, so it had to look good to spark any interest in potential buyers. Whether it did overall, it's hard to tell, it definitely didn't in the West, but we were already long on the Windows bandwagon and appreciating the new possibilities that the system offered for gaming. All that said, The Soul is stellar, and if you're in the market for a fun and rarely talked about beat-em-up that features unique take on the genre, it's definitely one to seek out and try. If you liked the video, hit those like and subscribe buttons below, and maybe share it too, it helps more than you know. If you didn't, then don't naturally. It was fun talking to you as usual, and I'll see you, or more accurately, talk to you very soon.